Oh, hey, bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey everybody, welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in pop culture and hot topics. Let me move the microphone closer. So if that's a show for you, definitely stick around because we have a hell of a lot of tea to spill today, including we got to talk about the unfortunate death of Sam Neill. Great actor. He's best known for being in Jurassic Park. So he passed away at the age of 78. We'll get into that. Plus, we got to talk about Moana flopping at the box office. We got to talk about, we got a lot of horror movie news. First, Freddy's back. We got a new A Nightmare on Elm Street movie in the works at Paramount. Carrie released their first images from the upcoming TV series on Paramount Plus. And we got a Crystal Lake teaser. So we're finally going to see Linda Cardellini in action as Pamela Voorhees because Crystal Lake is a prequel to Friday the 13th. So we have that coming up, and I'm gonna show y'all the actual teaser and all the other stuff. Plus, we got some great news in regarding Michael. It has finally hit, crossed over the $1 billion threshold. So we'll get into that. And so he's happy beyond the grave. He got all that success. And not only that, but the last of the Elm Street children who's alive, Donta, has reason to celebrate two times. So we're gonna talk about that. She got the number one album in the country. Yes, she beat Olivia Rodrigo this week, and she set a record over there from her TikTok live event. So we will get into that as well. My damn camera is acting a fool again. Hold on. It was like, and it was not acting up. All of a sudden, I go live, and now you want to act a fool, bitch. Like, I need you to calm down, ho. Child, the ghetto. Okay, now why are you really being stupid? Today has been really trying me because it literally took me 20 minutes to connect. I don't know what's going on, but y'all need to get y'all ish together. Cause I had to literally spend 20 minutes trying to connect everything to YouTube and my two Facebook pages. It would not cooperate at all. Like it would not connect. So I had to delete one of the connections and I had to have it go. Why'd you move it again? Um, I had to disconnect one of them and ended up over there on um where was it? It was on oh, so I had to put it on oh my god, I totally forgot where we're streaming from. I'm having a brain fart today, chair. In a lot of the things. So I had to disconnect one of them. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Where was we? Okay, before the camera start acting a fool, and y'all see I got my I Feel So Free t-shirt on. Shout out to my friend over at there at Eric Alon over at Rico Star. He designed the shirt. Remember, I was talking about I wanted to get it. So he did hit me up and was like, oh, I'm gonna send you the promo code, bitch. I didn't pay a dime for this. But it's expensive. If y'all want to get y'all shirt, y'all can go over there to ricostar.com and get y'all some cute little tees. This being one of them. And who knows, I might actually cut this up and put it on the thing and be like a little ad or something. But yeah, definitely go check out Rico Star on social media. Well, you could just hit it up in the thing and buy the shirt, or you can go over to Instagram, Rico Star, that's for two R's, Miami, and definitely look at some of the merch and stuff over there. But anyway, so yeah, we got to talk about Michael. We got to talk about Madonna. We got to talk about that mess that happened over the weekend with the Jay-Z situation at Yankee Stadium and the pandemonium that was going on. Shout out to a lot of my people that I know who works over there as ticket takers. I feel for y'all. I heard the horror stories before all of this came out, and we don't talk about it because I be knowing tea that the rest of the media don't be knowing about because I be in the mix of it all. So We also got to talk about Britney Spears out here being a hot mess, talking about that she dismissed the odd behavior and on the LA highway situation. She also addressed some family dynamics that she's going through with her family. I have that too, so we'll bring that up. The View finally saying the quiet part out loud about Sarah Haines' delusional ass, talking about that she not living in reality during the debate over the 2028 election. So we're gonna play that clip and go through that. Plus, we also got to talk about another dead bitch, and that's Miss Lady G, aka Lindsey Graham, who died suddenly yesterday from a little heart situation. But we're gonna break it on down on who that old self-hating homosexual was. And I say with my whole chest, he was a whole faggot. So he may not want to say that out loud, but I'm gonna say it. And so we're gonna get into all of that. And I got clips and all this stuff because I gotta come with receipts. I even found some of the people who I would never expect to come out and say like real ish about Lady G spoke real greasy about him, and they on the same side politically, like Republicans. How he talked greasier about Lady G than these damn shill ass, fake ass Democrats like Cory Booker and Amy Klobuchar, Kamala Harris, all of them sending out thoughts and prayers. I'm like, what the hell? This is why y'all ain't never gonna win shit. But anyway, so we got that. Plus, a trans author is spilling tea about Lady G and how he hired a trans woman for some sex work, or I should say, smex work. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, we have to talk about this news about LGBTQ inclusion in film is at a 3-year low. Of course, it's all under this idiot's regime, and this is according to the GLAAD survey. GLAAD survey, and the idiot I'm talking about is the idiot in chief, that orange, thick, fat, diabetical, swollen ankle looking ass MFer that's fucking up the damn government. And the Democrats sitting on the sideline just allowing it to happen as long as they get to keep their seats. And then plus we got to talk about Silky Nutmeg Ganache. She's out here atoning for her sins because she sent out a whole apology towards Bob the drag queen for calling her Oreo. So we have that and a whole lot more. There was way more topics that was going on, but I got so I said, some of these going to have to spill over into tomorrow. So before we get to the show, if you can please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also smash the notification bell, hype the show, all that other good stuff that helps out with the show and the algorithm and things of that nature. Please and thank you. All right, let me make sure y'all comments pops up in here because sometimes I be forgetting. Black love is in the building. No one cares about. Well, clearly nobody did because a lot of y'all didn't go see it. Good afternoon and happy Monday. He's early. It's 1:15. Oh yeah, I changed it. I was streaming Sweat by Melanie C. How come Melanie C and Madonna deliver the best out dance albums of the year when it comes to replay value? Yeah, because I'm not replaying BB Rexa, and I'm not because BB Rexa is out here algorithm hustling, and it's painfully obvious when y'all be out here trying to hustle the algorithm. I'm not sitting there listening to y'all records when you only gonna make a song under 2 minutes. I'm not doing it. So that's why I've been paying her album dust. It's been all about Confessions too. That is the only that, and I've been listening to a lot of Stromae. This weekend, I was literally listening to all 3 of his albums. If y'all have not listened to his music, definitely check him out. He is on Madonna's album. He's on the song My Sins Are My Savior, but I've been listening to him for years. He's a Belgian artist, but he speaks French. So he raps, he sings, he does all the things. Oh, that rhymed. I'm a poet and I know it. And also, he's kind of like, if to describe him, his music is very abstract, like similar to like Rosalia and what she's doing. Like he's in the same kind of boat where he sings and does all these different things and brings in all different types of sounds sonically. So if y'all not have checked out his music, I don't be understanding a word he be saying, but I be feeling it. Or what did Trinity say? I don't know what you said, but I am living. So that's how I be feeling when I listen to him. Thank God it's flopping because no one. Child. First of all, that movie looked terrible. I'll get into the whole thing when we get around to it. We gonna talk about that too, but I actually agree with you. Um I had issues with the new Evil Dead movie. We'll get into that when we get to that topic. We talk box office. The UK and most countries, the album is expected to stay in the top 10. Well, I'm sure it'll probably do that in the UK because, well, and in Europe, because Europeans appreciate dance music more so than America. Madonna probably go number one for a week and then she'll fall off because Americans don't really, there's no sense of loyalty. Y'all are just all about what's cute and what's hot at the moment, and y'all move on to the next thing. So, but the Europeans, y'all the ones that be the most loyal from what I've seen. J. Randy Tarabal, who wrote on Madonna and Michael Jackson and others, said, as a Madonna scholar, he is going to talk to me and give him the scoop on the Live Nation deal. The deal on paper sounded good, but in the end, it ended up pissing Madonna. Well, a lot of things always sound good on paper until it actually happens. They said, "I'm sorry, you and me and us millennials got called old." First of all, they can kiss the crack of my ass. You want to call me old, bitch? I'll be old. I don't feel old. I don't look old. I mean, don't get me wrong. I be having issues because yeah, this well, I ain't gonna lie. This morning I did wake up, my knees and my feet was killing me. And that's because I was working these long ass shifts this weekend between City Field and I worked the Bon Jovi concert last night. I was in the section where his family was. So I saw his sons. They were in my section like because they always tend to put me like seat to the wall, and then right there is like the north catwalk. So I always happen to be always in the area where the famous people are. And then the night before, at what was it? We had the Lionel Richie concert, which he actually showed up because the last time that he came 3 years ago, the Earth, Wind, and Fire showed up and performed, but Lionel wasn't even in New York. But last, Saturday he was here. He put on a great show. He made jokes about, his like him being ill and everything with some of the electrolytes. He was even drinking the stuff on stage and just keep his energy up. And he definitely kept his energy. We thought he was gonna start around 9, 10. But he started it before 9 o'clock, and he was done by like 10:30. I was like, "Damn, this was a quick show," but it was a good show. A lot of older people, so a lot of ADAs. If you know, you know. A lot of old people that need, assistance and things. So there was a much older crowd. It was a lot of fun. Child, let me tell you, dealing with older people is like dealing with kids. And I don't know how it happens, but I'll be having the patience of Job when it comes to stuff. I'll be sitting there looking at the supervisors. They be freaking out, the women, not the men. The men are always level headed for the most part. The women be freaking, some of them be freaking out, having it like not having the patience to deal with people. I don't know what it is with me, but it's like people talk, I say something, I'm like, look, I'm stern with my stuff. I need you to do this. You need to go in. I don't want to hear it. They actually go in. I was like, I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm like the people whisperer or something. But yeah, child, I tell you, dealing with people is like dealing with children, grown people, older people. Now what's that Sonny bitch? He said Tovlo and Madonna worked with him. You know he's good if left field pop stars like him. His music actually is good, but I do know that he talks a lot about the things that affect Europeans of color. So he talks about racism, he talks about poverty, he talks about a lot of those things in his music. So that's what I tend to like about what he's all about. It's kind of like I said before, I don't know what he be saying, but the music be hitting though. Okay, I gotta figure out like why is this damn thing keeps moving? Oh, thank you. As I stated before, I don't know if you was here when I did the advertising. I'm gonna do it again. So my friend, we had on the show the other day, Eric Alon. He designed this shirt over. He has his own merch line. Is called Rico Star. You can check him out on Instagram, Rico Star Miami, or you can definitely go over to Rico Star, that's with 2Rs.com. And if you want to look at some of the homosexual merch over there, I'm like, Chad, you couldn't get gayer than this, but I feel so free with all the rainbow colors over there. This be a cute pride shirt too. The only thing I'm kind of upset about is it's way too big because I got an extra large. Because I was like, I don't know if it might be too tight. I should have just listened to my instinct. I buy everything like large. Large would have been just enough because it's like it hugs all the right spots and things. So I should have got a large. I wound up getting an extra large. It's a little too big, but it is what because I do like form fitting. So it is what it is. But yeah, definitely go check his stuff out. It's cool over there. It was like, yeah, the other day he was just like, he sent me a promo code. I put it in and I thought I was like, oh, I was gonna get a discount, bitch. It says 000. I was like, I ain't paying for the shirt. So this is a good app. So I was like, I'm gonna just do my due diligence and advertise. So if I want to check out a shirt, and yes, the shirts are a bit pricey, as some people will say, but it is good quality. So you wash it and it's not gonna come off. It definitely got like definitely got stones and stuff in it, so you can feel it, and it's nice and thick. And I had to celebrate the Queen of Pop because Madonna is dipping it and doing it this weekend. Yeah, well, honey, after tension, Kylie definitely going to need somebody to give us some better dance songs. I mean, there was some cute songs on that album, but girl, I need an Aphrodite part two. That's what we need over here. So get back in contact with Stuart Price because he produced that one. Speaking of which, I was listening. I don't know. I was in the Stuart Price movie yesterday. I didn't listen to Lay Rhythm Digital or his all his other stuff that he's done. Cause that's where I knew him from. Where he had like the red hair and he was dressed like a raver. Like that was when I was really into Stuart Price back in like the early years of his career. I think it was like in the late '90s, like 99 or maybe, I think. I can't remember off the top of my head. But anyway, so he produced three of the Pet Shop Boys albums. So yesterday on my way home, because the damn bus was taking forever, so I had another bus drop me off halfway and I walked the rest of the way. I was like, you know what, I'm in the mood to listen to some Pet Shop. So I put on Electric, which was produced by Stuart Price. That album is so good. If you have not listened to it, definitely check it out. Like you hear the different production things. Speaking of which, I've heard about there's uh, DJ friends of mine have had an issue with the digital sound of the Confessions 2 album and said that the everything else, like when you listen to the CD or if you listen to it on vinyl, it sounds way crisper, like it sounds much better. I need to find it because my friend Twisted D, y'all probably know her. She's a DJer. She's a DJ. She remixes. She's done a lot of mixes and stuff. Like she's up there with the Peter Wallhoffers and the Susan Moribitos and the Senior Vasquez's. Y'all know who that is, and things of that nature. So she said something that I was like, I've had two DJ friends of mine mention this. So I gotta look that comment up, and I think during the segment I'll bring it up. But anyway, did I find her? Did I find her? Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it. So I'm gonna leave this up. Where's my Madonna segment? Is that it? Child, y'all don't know. I got so many damn windows open for this show. We got an action-packed show today. Okay, I got it. So I'll say that. Oh, hold on now, cause I got myself. Okay, okay, we good. We good. We good. Let me open up this other window because I gotta make sure I read all of y'all comments because I be forgetting that I be having the other window open. But you said Madonna delivered a statement. It's in your messenger inbox when you get there. She's crying over the fact that it's number one over the world again. Not glittery and gay, honey. Yes, I feel pretty and witty and homosexual. Look, I've never seen somebody who made being homosexual a brand and a funny brand like Joey J. Shout out to her and fuck you, Rue, for y'all continuing to play in her damn face. Well, thank you. What's that? DWI7 child DWI 77. I hope I'm saying it correctly. But you said, I love the show. Well, thank you. I much appreciate it. I was on your website this weekend and my heart shattered when I found out Ariana was on American Horror Story season 13, but now they're saying so that's who they're replacing her with. So, and I was wondering that too, that Ariana Grande. I was like, if Ariana Grande is not going to be on the new season of American Horror, so who they going to replace her with? Never in my mind did I think another damn singer. So they talking about Gaga, but when they make it official, we'll talk about it on the show. I didn't think I was gonna. I was like, I don't know if that's a really a interesting story I wanted to hear about. But when that latest news of who's gonna be the replacement, oh, you ain't realized that when I said it out loud, what it sounded like. He's like, I gotta change the name. Yeah, you talking about DWI? Shout out to Britney. We got a topic coming up with her later on in the show. Yes, I did that transition on purpose. Okay, and I'm gonna need see, I don't know what it is. I think it's like anytime I don't even think I banged it too hard. Now all of a sudden my camera's moving again. You son of a bitch. Can you stop moving? The thing is, I have it attached to the top of my laptop, and I don't know why it's moving like the way it's been moving. We didn't even start the show yet, and this thing is acting a fool. Act the fool, girl. Act the fool. And you said a lot of fans are thinking the Club Confessions is the testing grounds for the Club and Warehouse tour. For the Club of Love tour, thinking about it, they might have a point, but like Felix, friend, here's the thing. I know Madonna wants to go back to the days of the club thing. She's gonna have to make a turn arenas into a club atmosphere. There's no way someone of her magnitude is gonna be able to do some small ass venue with 8,000 people, hot as hell, because she likes it hot in there, and you got people sweating, damn near about to pass out. It's just like maybe what you should do is make the floor seatless or do a half pit. She could do that. She could do a half pit at the Garden, have the the stage, you have the floor, half a pit, then you can have A, B, and C, which is, and I'm telling you like how we have it designed at the Garden. You can have in the back A, B, and C, because you already know you're gonna have people of a certain age that, oh, my feet, I don't wanna stand. Because I don't be understanding how y'all get that general admission, which means you got floor, and people don't even know what ticket they buy. Because I've had that happen before too. And I'd be like, did you not know that you didn't have a seat? It's like you bought a whole little section that said GA, meaning you don't get a seat. That's one thing I don't like about the DJ events too. Like we have DJs, like I remember we had John Summit came and spun at the Garden, and you buy GA, that means you get the section, you could sit, but the minute you get up, somebody else will come in and take your seat. And then people get mad, I have my stuff there. I'm like, but it's general admission. That means anybody can come in at any time and take your chair. It don't matter. They can sit wherever they want. We should warn it's not for people with health issues. If she does the cramped, sweaty nightclub tour for this tour over an arena tour and a club tour, she can be late. Well, I mean, yeah, because clubs and it's 4 o'clock. And speaking of late, we definitely got to talk about Jay-Z and the fact that some people said that he went on at 12 midnight this morning. That's when his show started for the third show. I got a lot to say about that too. But anyway, it is literally 20 minutes in. We haven't even gotten to our first topic, so we'll save all the comments and everything for later on. But in the meantime, let me hit the banner. And without further ado, we have some sad news in the world of entertainment. Sam Neill, I was gagging over the fact because I was scrolling on YouTube and I don't know, I was looking to see because I know what it was. I was looking for the Peter Lauren Rosenberg because usually I just go on YouTube and be like, okay, so which shows that I usually watch in the morning that during the week I didn't have them like show up or whatever thing. So I click on it so that way it's in my history. So I happened to be scrolling. I saw John Campea posted what guys you want as part of the show, like the topics and things that you want to talk about. He said, don't worry about it. The Sam Neill story is already up in there. And I was like, what happened to Sam Neill? Because I'm like, what's going on? I literally just watched the movie with him the other day. I was watching in the Mouth of Madness. I happened to be, I don't know, I was in the mood to see it because I'd never seen it before. I love John Carpenter. So I happened to be on Tubi because I was looking for something to watch. It's been a minute since I've been on Tubi. And it was on there. So I was like, let me just put it on. And I'm working and watching it in between while I'm working on my laptop and stuff. And it wasn't a good movie, but he was good in it. Because there was some things in there, I was just like a head scratch. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, I get the whole thing about the book and these spirits and all. It was just a weird ass movie, but he was good in the film. So, but we all know Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. He apparently passed away in Australia at the age of 78. So Sam Neill, the versatile actor, whose career of more than 50 years, I didn't even know he was acting that damn long, was highlighted by his 3 appearances in the blockbuster Jurassic Park and Jurassic World franchises, passed away on Monday in Sydney, Australia. He was 78. And then his family went and put out a statement and said, it is with immense sadness that the Wanau family of Sam Neill shared the news of his passing on Monday, July 13th in Sydney, Australia. Sam was surrounded by family and passed with the dignity that was characterized his whole life, Neill's family said in a statement on Instagram. The loss was sudden and unexpected, but blessed by the fact that Sam remained cancer free. They would like to express their deepest gratitude to the staff at St. Vincent's Private Hospital for their incredible care. More details will be shared later, but for now, on behalf of the family, we ask that you respect their privacy as they navigate this immeasurable loss. So, as y'all know, he was best known for playing Alan Grant in Jurassic Park, and his colleagues in Hollywood celebrated his well, not celebrated, but mourned his death, including Steven Spielberg. So, who directed him in Jurassic Park, by the way. So he says, I owe a debt of gratitude to Roger Donaldson, Gilliam Armstrong, Graham Baker, and Philip Noyce for casting Sam Neill in the role in which he was so brilliant that brought him to my attention that led to his playing Dr. Alan Grant in Jurassic Park. This is what Spielberg said in a statement posted to Amblin Entertainment's IG account. Sam was exceptionally collaborative. It was a stretch for him to play a character who acted as though children were messy and smelly because this was the opposite of the loving father he was to his children. I adore making all the Jurassic Park movies with him, along with Laura Dern and Jeff Goldblum. We will always have our Jurassic family, and Sam will never be forgotten by us or his many millions of fans around the world. Now, Dern, who played Neill's love interest in the films, called the actor her beloved lifetime friend. In a statement to Entertainment Weekly, she said, he showed me the depths of loyalty, protectiveness, and love, always with the driest of wit. He was a true and noble gentleman, wrapped up in my dream leading man. I will love you forever, Dr. Alan Grant. Now, Nicole Kidman, who starred with Neill in Dead Calm in 1989, said that she was immensely saddened by the news, said Sam was one of the greats, a joy to be around. This is what she said in a statement to the Sydney Morning Herald. We met when I was just 18 and he took me under his wing and we stayed friends for life. He was charming and funny and intelligent. He will be greatly missed and my heart goes out to his family. Now, Neill's A Long Way Down the Dirty Deeds co-star, Toni Collette, shared a thoughtful post on her Instagram stories and said, my friend Sam left us this morning. Yes, he was an incredible actor, but he was also the most beautiful, decent gentleman, a big hearted king with a dry, hilarious wit. I feel so lucky to have known him. When I think of Sam, I always see him giggling. It's a terrible, sad day. Rest in peace, dear Sam. So she also shared a throwback group photo featuring herself and him on Instagram. And we got a comment, Killian Murphy. Well, y'all know him. He's been in everything, child. He's from Peaky Blinders. He was in 28 Years Later, the last one. He was in 28 Days Later. He's been in a lot of films. He was in Oppenheimer. He played Oppenheimer, didn't he? Yeah, and he won the Oscar. Now, Peaky Blinders, Killian Murphy said, like everyone who knew and worked with Sam, I admired him and adored him in equal measure. He was one of the kindest, funniest, and gentlest people and one of the finest actors. Annabelle Wallace, who was also in Peaky Blinders, said that about him as well. Says, thank you, Sam, for the memories. I will never forget your kindness and loving heart. My heart goes out to your family and those who love you. Richard E. Grant, wait, wasn't Richard E. Grant in Madonna's video for Danceteria? He said basically he knew Sam Neill, the prop, for 3 decades and finally worked with him in on Palm Beach in 2018. An officer and a gentleman in the truest sense, guided and helped me through a very difficult time of my life. Sail on, kind sir. And then we got Kylie Minogue wound up saying, Veil, or is it Veil Sam or Vale Sam, which is Latin for farewell. So it's probably Vale Sam. But anyway, so then Carl Urban, who was a fellow New Zealander, commented and said heartfelt condolences to your one now. Sam was truly brilliant and inspiration for many who who followed in his trailblazing footsteps. A beautiful man, a national treasure who gave so much to New Zealand and to the world. I had no idea he was a New Zealander. And Rachel Griffiths, who I remember, wasn't she on Brothers and Sisters? She said, "Such a shock, loved by so many. I'll be cracking two paddocks tonight." So, everybody's been sending out their condolences. It's sad to hear this news. I was a big fan of his work. And so, yeah, rest in peace. Another good one going. So, yeah, that's all I got to say on that. So, in the meantime, and then we'll find out more tea as it develops. But in the meantime, as they said before, once more, the family said once they mourn and we'll find out if they do an autopsy, what was the cause of death. They did say he was cancer free. I had no idea he was battling cancer, which is none of our business anyway, because anything that's happened to someone that's personal, the family should be dealing with that behind the scenes. They don't owe us anything. But um I'm sure once everything is done, I's dotted, T's and crossed, and things of that nature, we'll find out what was the cause of death. So in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from you all. What do you think of this sad story and the sad news regarding Sam Neill passing away suddenly at 78 years old? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I was like, wait, I just had the thing open. Oh yeah, he was in that too. I forgot he was in. And funny enough, I was thinking about watching Event Horizon the other day, um, because I think it's on Prime Video. I was thinking about watching that. May this man rest in peace. Can we talk about how Anthony? Chill. I knew something's gonna bring that up. That man worked my goddamn root canal nerve. First of all, Anthony Fantano, we get that you're pop culture's biggest nerd or whatever the hell you call yourself. But and this was the thing. Now I still stand on business in regards to the whole Halsey thing. Halsey, stop worrying about what other people like. If people gonna criticize your music, let them criticize it. If you truly stand on what you made and feel that you made a masterpiece and all the other stuff, then you stand on that. Who gives a shit what some YouTuber thinks about? And yeah, I'm in that category too. But who cares what some YouTuber thinks about your work? You continue to do that. And what bothers me about this situation is how he decided to wait weeks later after we done moved on with our lives and have bigger fish to fry and more important things to think about and talk about, to all of a sudden make a 20-minute damn video on this shit. I ain't even entertain it. I ain't even watch it. I saw it was, I said, really, Queen, and moved on. Just like he tried it with his Confessions 2 review. I'm sitting there listening, I'm watching this video. I'm like, you don't know, tell me you don't know nothing about club culture the way you're talking about, oh, she trying too hard and she doing this. I'm like, you really don't understand dance music. You don't understand the whole world surrounding it. You're just like trying to do all this little nitpicky. I was like, shut the fuck up. And I just turned it off. I was like halfway through. I did give him like at least a good 5 minutes. And then I was like, okay, boy, get off my line with this shit. And then talk about certain songs that everybody's sitting there talking about the highlights or lowlights. I'm like, you're not even, that's not even your genre. Why are you even talking about this? But I get it. If you're gonna, I mean, if you're gonna come in and do um reviews, at least try to be nuanced about it. And then, child, speaking of which, did y'all hear that other foolishness? That one from Singapore talking about have they outgrown their name? No, sir. That's what you built your whole foundation on. Stay with, you got to stay with it, unless you want to abandon the very foundation in which you built and the people that came with you from the beginning. So if that's what you want to sit and do, then be my guest. That's why I had to laugh, because it's like it's the same thing with Armand Wiggins. Made a whole career out of just talking about female rap beefs. How long you gonna keep that going? Y'all got to be able to come out with a multitude of nuanced things to talk about. You can't just talk about one thing and expect that to just keep your ass going for the rest of your life. It gets old real quick. People move on to the next thing. Which is why when I built my channel, I focus on, we talk about all things entertainment. And I said that from the beginning. So when something else is dry over here, I could pivot to the next thing. People don't think long term. People just think in the moment, oh, I'm going viral. Oh, it's cute or whatever. Oh, it's helping the endorphins. It's got my booty hole puckering. And then what? Then when that shit die down, you got to come up with a new scheme, like trying to audition to be on Cosonats in Cosonat schools when you too damn old to be up in there registering. So if that's what you're gonna be doing, then you be my guest. And this is the same thing like with the Swiftologist. That's what I'm talking about. I know I'm all over the place, but when he talking about have I outgrown the Swiftologist? Bitch, you built your whole career off of eating the shit out of Taylor Swift's flabby cheeks. So now all of a sudden you want to pivot and change course because you got an interview with that fat bitch of an excuse, Lizzo. The fuck out of here. Who's out here come up with another excuse as to why her album flopped? Bitch, your album flopped because you ain't got it no more. Your music is tired. Your music is corny. You're not inspired. And that's why your music is shit. That's why your album flopped. So stop trying to blame everybody. Now stop trying to blame. She want to blame fucking fame. Get the fuck out of here. The fame disappeared with your weight. That now gain that back. Maybe you'll gain back your goddamn mojo. So now I'm pissed. Why'd you have to get me started? You said Madonna getting a lot of negative reviews now. It's taking this. All right, whatever. First of all, them the monsters go well, as I like to call them, baby critters. Y'all can go play in traffic. Was a dirt heard talking about the World Trade Center? Probably. I don't know what the video entails. I'm sure Onyx probably watched it. I did not because I didn't care. But if you were sitting there trying to bring us up about the world, child, you could have addressed all that around the time when she was losing her damn shit on social media. When she went and addressed it that time, that's when you should have came in and addressed it. Why you wait damn near a month later when we done moved on to all of a sudden address it in a damn video? You could have did that within the 24-hour period. Y'all don't understand windows, and when that time when that window closed, we don't care. But I'm sure people watched it because, well, the we ain't got no life people. Y'all sat and watched it because it's grist for y'all mill. Me, I don't care enough to watch it. Yeah, I thought we talked about that. I went on a whole rant because that's when it brought it up. It was like when you said that, it reminded me of that whole tight ass rebrand he talking about. No, but the thing what no, what I'm saying is, but that's what they did though. When you say that you're here for them branching out, I have no problem with YouTubers or commentators. You should evolve. You should branch out. You shouldn't only cuck yourself to one thing. However, those two that's mentioned in here, that's what they've done. They built their entire career on one hive mind focused situation. When you set up there just literally acting like nobody is better than that basic ass bitch Taylor Swift, and then this other one, all you was doing was talking about female rap beefs. When it's like, how long is that all gonna go on? You can't just go. That can't just be a thing that you talk about forever and expect that to just keep your career going. Because especially doing this in this YouTube space, it's fleeting. Now, of course, everybody's going to take my words out of context or whatever the case is, but I'm just telling you how it is because I've been doing this long enough. It's like when you brand yourself as one way, you have a lot of people that don't want you to excel beyond that. And then when you try to do other things, they really don't feature what you do. But that's why you have to diversify your portfolio from the beginning. Or take that time to figure out who you are as an artist. I mean, I wish that the people that watch would allow you to just branch out and figure out who you are, but just don't make that be your sole foundation. No branding yourself after somebody is not the way. You should, well, yeah, when you assume now that you're calling yourself the Swiftologist, now it's sort of like you making yourself as somebody who is well versed in all things Taylor Swift. So when you go and take someone's name and make that your whole brand, it's like people are not going to allow you to be moved beyond it. Now all of a sudden you want to be whatever your government name, and we've said it a couple of times on the show. Now all of a sudden you want to pivot and be yourself because you was hiding behind Taylor Swift this whole time. Girl, bye. No branding inside the smile. Well, yeah, I read that already. It's like you screaming. I know the Swiftologist isn't everyone's cup of tea, but I have to give him his tens. That man is smarter than 99% of the people that post their opinions. He's got points. I don't be agreeing with it all the time, but he got little points. The Halsey dirt he dug up was photos of Halsey kissing. Oh, so now he on his level of petty. Okay, no shade, but Fantano is gonna milk it because it made him mainstream famous over online famous. Well, is the mainstream really talking about it though, or are we still on the internet still talking about it? Oh, what's the tea on him? You got some dirt that we need to know about? And there's no shade, but let's do a street interview and ask people to name one Halsey song in 2020. Look, quiet as it's kept, I couldn't name a Halsey song either because I don't listen to her. Like I've been more aware of her from her being online and people mentioning her and her bitching about stuff than her actual music. I couldn't name one Halsey song either. I've never even listened to her music, so I don't even know. Or maybe I have heard it in passing. Like if my Apple Music is like doing the whole shuffle, or if I'm out somewhere and it's playing in Target or something, I might have heard it. But I couldn't name one Halsey song either. It seems the influencers want mainstream fame. We saw what happened to Therapus at the Oscars. He was out of element and realized it. See, and that's the thing. The problem with a lot of these influencers, y'all have to prepare yourselves. And I know some people are like, well, how you prepare? You just got to know that when you walk in certain rooms, what you got to be aware of. Luckily for me, I've been in situations where I can walk into a room with regular folk, and I've been in rooms with the elites. It's because of the job that I do. So, especially working at MSG and all this other stuff, when I'm working with high profile people, I'm around high profile celebrities. I know how to act in certain places. And you have to, even if you're feeling a little insecure, fake fake that you confident that you belong there. And so a lot of these people want this fame and they think the fame is going to cure and solve all their issues, and then the reality hits and you're like, the insecurities kicking in, you're feeling self-conscious, you feel like, oh, I don't belong around these people, I'm a little, so all of that stuff comes in. You already know people in Hollywood, they're the most insecure people running around in all genres, music, film, fashion, all of them, they're all insecure, and it's very high school. Stan need to be a little bit more intelligent when it comes to what critics have to say instead of immediately throwing tomatoes at what people who provide constructive criticism have to say. Well, you're expecting people to have something called emotional intelligence, and not a lot of people have that. It's taken me a long time to learn that not everybody has the emotional intelligence to really do all the things you're asking. It's like a lot of times I could sit and watch stuff and I'd be like irritated by their commentary, but I'm like, okay, I see where you're coming from. I don't agree. And it's not going to change my mind about stuff because I got a mind of my own. But the fact of the matter is, people want people to agree with everything that they say and they think. And you can't live your life like that. So I wish people had a little more intelligence when it came to what people had to say. And it's like if I'm giving constructive criticism on how you should make your record better or what you need to do, it's not hate, it's not shade. And maybe I'll throw a little shady comments in it for colorful flavor and all that other stuff. But you wanna if you're giving criticism, it's because I care. If I didn't give a shit, I wouldn't say anything. And I think that's the way people should look at it. But then there's some that just really just be shady for shady's sake because they want to go viral. So it's like, is that your intent? Is your intent to be constructively critical of someone's work and want the best for them, or are you just doing this because you want to go viral? Not flop Tanner. And the thing is, I expect immature stand behavior from teenagers. Child, it be the grown people that's the worst. Without a fully developed frontal lobe, why are there fans wars? Oh yeah, Facebook is more for the older people. I use Facebook because Facebook is um I have a bigger reach over there where I can put a lot of stuff, and I don't have to be binded by. I can only write a little bit of stuff to get, and I don't fuck with Twitter. I don't really mess with Instagram like that. I mean, I look at Instagram, I scroll through, I post my little clips and videos and things up there, but I don't really engage with Instagram like that. Speaking of which, I heard that they was creating. Did they start Meta start doing a whole subscription thing where they trying to get people to sign up for subscriptions and things? I just heard that would happen the other day. I ain't subscribing on Instagram. Like y'all really blow my mind with that. Hold on, her own prayer over saying I'm bigger than. Yeah, okay, sis. I want power with her breast on the cover and saying she's bigger than God. It backfired. Can we blame religion like Europe did? Well, who would have told her to say something so stupid? Facebook is loose ground again. We can do unalive threats like this. That ain't the only thing. I saw a woman sucking dick on fucking Facebook yesterday. I'm like, what the hell is that? And then I seen this video that's going viral of a guy who's butt naked, had like this white stuff on his booty cheeks and his dick, seen the dick and everything. He pops a squat on the t-shirt and it's about he created an angel. So literally got the ding-a-ling print in the front and the cheeks look like wings and showing it off. I'm like, it really is a no man's land out here. Y'all showing all kinds of stuff on here. Even on X, you can do those threats and other stuff as it's free. Yeah, well, welcome to the oligarch state. Yeah, didn't we say that was? Didn't we say that was that's what was happening? It's like the roles are reversed. That Gen Z is going more analog. I find it funny that now the term is everybody's calling it analog. And analog is basically physical media. So it's like while Sony is talking about getting rid of physical media, young people actually are going out wanting to own physical media. So you might want to reconsider getting rid of it. So um I love the fact that y'all are going more analog because y'all didn't grow up that way. I grew up in analog going into digital. I actually prefer analog more over digital. I did not cover well, you talking about the story? No, not yet. But I know people that worked the event and I heard all the horror stories. So we're gonna get to that and I'm gonna spill some tea. As you said, the Halsey album with the titty out was produced by Trent Reznor, Atticus. Oh, I didn't even know that they produced that album. That might be a good record. Beyonce sounded too good and can't knock the hustle. I need her version on streaming. Not only that, but we need Honey Dijon's remix of Physical Attraction. I need her to release that damn remix. And I did hear that Beyonce was singing that part. They were like, why did Mary come out? Because Mary's got a residency in Vegas. She ain't flying all the way out here. Just like Lionel Richie for the first time in a long time sang My Endless Love at the Garden, and everybody thought Diana Ross was coming. He said, she ain't coming out. She on a beach in San Tropez. She ain't coming out here. They was getting up out they seat ready to think they was gonna see Diana Ross in her gown and that little overcoat that she liked to wear with all that hair to hide that gut. And they thought that they was gonna get Miss Ross out there. Mm-mm. You ain't gonna get her to go upside down and turn herself up on that stage. Mm-mm. She gonna stay her ass on that beach with all them kids. The whole technology was built for Gen Z, and they're rejecting it. That's a good thing. Y'all should reject all things technical and AI and all these things. Literally get outside and touch some grass. Feels lovely in between your toes and in your fingers and things. But anyway, let's get back into the show and let's talk about Wanta, which is not doing all that well at the box office. I don't know why anybody's surprised, but to be honest, I was watching something the other day, and there was a young girl on there who said that a lot of her Gen Z friends they really didn't care for a live action Moana remake, and not only that, but like when you look at like the overall cinematography of the film, it looks fake. Like everything about it looks CGI. I heard they shot stuff in Hawaii on like literal locations, but why the cinematography? Everything looks like it was filmed in front of a green screen. So I don't know. Did y'all like the? It's like the composition looks bad. I don't know what's going on. Maybe they're trying to, Disney trying to cut corners and they don't want to pay people. So this is what happens when y'all don't pay people a living damn wage and let them special effects people do the things they need to be doing. Y'all want to cut corners. Y'all want things to look. I mean, y'all want to have things done on the cheap. And now look, your movie look cheap. And it should come as no surprise that Moana was not doing it for the girls and the kids and the gays and everybody else who cared to see this damn movie this weekend. And plus they have big competition. Like you got, well, Monsters and Minions, I don't think did that well either. Toy Story 5 is actually still doing well at the box office, so people are living for that. So I think people are so engulfed in Toy Story 5. Isn't there another animated movie that's out? The other thing is doing well too. So it's just too much kiddie stuff, and parents like, God damn, can my wallet breathe? So when Moana, sorry, pops up, I don't even think there's gonna be a Moana 2 at this point, live action. So when Moana comes back, on Disney Plus or whatever, I just think that parents are just probably gonna wait for it to pop up on Disney Plus, which will probably be next month anyway, because you already know y'all do these 30-day things and y'all want to put it out on streaming immediately. So it'll probably happen for that, like it did with Supergirl. And I heard a certain YouTuber getting all upset because, oh well, see, this is gonna teach people because of Supergirl. Because Supergirl, I believe at the end of the month is gonna be popping up on VOD, so y'all can watch it at home. And it was John Campia, which I was like, girl, shut the hell up, because you don't know what the hell you talking about. You always talk about data and all this other shit, but it's like the reality is, well, he basically, before I jumped the gun, what he said was, oh well, here y'all go releasing the movie after 30 days. That's really gonna show people that, yeah, we don't have to go to the movies because they're going to wait for it to come out on streaming. And I'm like, that would be the case for other films, not with Supergirl. Supergirl was already dead in the water before it even hit theaters. The people that wanted to see the movie went and saw the movie. The movie's going to continue to fall at the bottom of the box office. Less and less people are going to show up, and I'm not going to have theaters I'm not gonna have 3,000 screens having Supergirl in it and nobody in there to watch it. So what the fuck is the point of us keeping it in the theater? At this point, dropping on streaming, people may be at home, they'll sit and watch, be like, oh, Supergirl's out, I'll rent it, $20 off of Prime Video, whatever it is y'all got out there, and I'll watch it at home. I can invite some people over. We'll get some pizzas. We'll go to the Walgreens or wherever y'all pharmacy that's close by, but get some candy or whatever the case is, and we'll drink and party and make it a movie night with family and friends. That's an easier way to save money and then watch it. I mean, y'all gonna be disappointed with what y'all see, but for the most part, if there's no point of keeping a movie in the theater if it's not doing well. Now I like so that's why also on the flip side, I like what they did with Obsession. Obsession was supposed to come out on uh digital after a certain period. They delayed it because it was doing so well in the theater, which is smart. That's what you do. You initially have the 30-day thing. If the numbers continue to go up, if it continues to do well, then it's like, you know what, we're not going to release this version this week. Oh, as we said before, we'll delay it. We'll let it sit in the theater a couple more weeks. Let's squeeze a little more juice out the lemon, and then we'll release it on DVD or digital, whatever the case is. And now this week, if you haven't seen Obsession, you can watch it on streaming. Peacock is going to have it on Friday. So if y'all haven't seen it, like me, I haven't seen it yet. I've been wanting to see it for the longest. When it pops up on the streaming service on Friday, Chris ass is going to be up in there watching Obsession. I'm actually making a double feature. I'm going to do Obsession. Oh wait, there's three movies. There was this other movie about a woman whose husband, I think, was a cop and was killed by a serial killer. Can't remember the name of it. That's already out, I believe, on Hulu. I'm gonna check that out and HBO Max. So I might make it a triple feature after I watch this fucking finale of RuPaul's Drag. So I'm gonna have a book Friday. Actually, I'm probably watch Obsession, Faces of Death, which is already out on Shudder, and that other movie, I can't remember the name of it that came out that I just mentioned. There was about some serial killer, and this woman goes and her husband's a cop, and he was killed by a serial killer, and then she went to track him down or something or other. So I definitely want to check both those movies out. So anyway, so yeah, so I agree with that. There's exceptions, but if a movie is flopping, drop that shit off in 30 days. Don't I mean the studio's already gonna lose money. But anyway, so now that I've done my little rant, let's get into the actual box office report. And yes, it was the method of my madness putting this horrible ass picture of Dwayne in that fucking wig. So director Thomas Kail's new feature led the weekend in opening with 43 million from 3,900 North American screens, putting it well short of its targeted 60 million plus figure after initial tracking suggested the film could even reach $75 million. Earning an A- cinema score from audiences, Moana carries a $250 million. Why is this movie so goddamn expensive? $250 million production budget that will need to draw families in their coming summer stretch, which is not going to happen because The Odyssey comes out this Friday. So you're already going to keep going down. And people are really excited to see that movie. Controversy aside, and people making all these little stupid discourse about a black woman playing fucking Helen of Troy, Lupita Nyong'o, and we got all these other different races and things in the movie, and people showing their racist colors. Y'all still gonna be in the movies watching that shit, and I already know I'm gonna go see Odyssey this week. So, and I'll let you know how it is. So yeah, we have the Odyssey coming out, and then of course what is it? Soon we also got Spider-Man. Brand new day. People looking forward to that. So they said Moana's audience was 66% female, a statistic that could bode well opposite next weekend's more male skewing The Odyssey. Meanwhile, 56% of viewers were parents with children, which is higher than most Disney live action remakes. Moviegoers under 18 found Moana especially transportive, giving the film an A plus cinema score. The start is reminiscent of the 42 million opening in March of 2025. Not this comparison. For Rachel Zegler and Gal Gadot's Snow White, a box office disappointment that earned a B plus cinema score. This is why I can't even take y'all cinema score seriously. Y'all really gave Snow White a B plus and had a production budget of 270 million. This is why I can't with y'all. Disney, y'all ain't learned y'all lesson yet. Y'all saw here going $200 million over, with the $100 million over budget with these movies. You could have made Moana for like $100 million. Y'all really needed this much money to be spending on this film? Anyway, so now they said weeks after the subdued debut, Disney paused development on its planned live action Tangled. The feature went back into development in the fall following the success of Lilo and Stitch, which opened in May of 2025 to 146 million in North America, en route to hitting 1 billion globally. Tangled is currently in production in España, while a live action sequel to Lilo and Stitch is on its way. Well, here's the thing. I like the live action version of Lilo and Stitch. The little girl that played Lilo, she was so adorable. I forgot there was another movie that she was in that I saw her in. Oh, it was that oh my god, it's the movie that came out with Jason Momoa and Dave Bautista. She played, I believe, who daughter she played? I think she played Dave Bautista. Did she play Dave Bautista's little daughter? I can't remember whose child she played. But she was cute in that movie too. But she was definitely adorable in the Lilo and Stitch movie. So I definitely liked that film, and hopefully the sequel doesn't suck. But I know y'all probably gonna be a little nervous now that, and of course, because I hit my damn elbow, my camera started shifting. Okay, hold on. I knew I was like, check the camera just in case. You don't want to be out here looking crazy. Okay, so now, where are we? Let's get to the rest of the other stuff because we don't need to go into this whole situation about um Moana. Because let's talk about Evil Dead Burn because that also came out this weekend. That actually came in number 4 with 13.7 million domestically. Now, Sohalia Yaqub, Tandy Wright, and Hunter Doohan star in director Sebastian Vanacek's movie that marks the 6th title in the Evil Dead horror franchise after they kicked off with Sam Raimi's 1981 original. Here's the thing. I don't understand why didn't they release Evil Dead Burn in October? This is not a film that I felt like should have been dropped off this summer. And here's the thing. I the I like the idea of Sebastian addressing toxic families and domestic violence. My issue with the movie was there was nothing new under the sun in regards to the kills. All the way that the Deadites was killing the family members and things of that nature until there was one last person standing, which y'all should know in every goddamn Evil Dead movie that always happens. They kill off everybody until there's one person left where they grab a weapon and then they're covered in blood by the end of the movie. That's always the MO. Y'all do need to kind of switch up the way we receive these movies and stop following the same formula because it's getting a little stale. I thought Sebastian did a good job in certain parts. I love the opening sequence on the fishing boat. you know. I like that opening sequence. Some of the camera movements, like where the boat flips over and the camera is like it looks like it's attached to the boat and it flips over into the water. I like those shots. There was a lot of really cool shots in the film. I just felt like the kills for me. I feel like I've seen them already. I know a lot of people talk about, oh, it's gory and it's this. Yeah, it was a gory film, and I think out of all the Evil Dead movies, it was the meanest. I don't know. Maybe that's the French with y'all sense of humor. Like y'all just be some mean MFers, but it was a really mean, nasty film. There was just no sense of. I mean, there were moments of humor with the grandmother calling daughter-in-law a thief. That part was kind of cute, but and some of the jokes that they were trying to throw up in there didn't necessarily land. But and I'm not saying it need to be haha like very slapsticky. Maybe funny in the over the top way of you doing the kills. To me, that's where the dark twisted humor for me comes from. Do more of like the kills being so over the top where like blood is flying, like something you see out of Kill Bill. Like you know how the way they would do those kills in the old Shaw Brothers movies where the blood just be splattered, and when you think all the blood's gonna go, so like a little bit more blood squirts. Like that to me is like funny stuff. There was one scene that required someone's face and a door to the dishwasher. I'm surprised y'all didn't get to cut that down. And y'all, I'm surprised they didn't get an NC-17 for that because I'm like, that was crazy. If you know that sequence, so I just feel like it could have been a lot better. Hopefully, with Evil Dead Wrath, and there was two post credit. There's a mid credit and a post credit scene where a familiar face from Evil Dead Rise comes back. So I think this is their way of trying to set up Evil Dead Wrath, which is supposed to be a prequel to everything that happened. I think a lot of people also forget when it comes to Evil Dead that the first movie was a horror film. It wasn't necessarily a slapsticky comedy. Like it wasn't like this real twisted sense of humor comedy that was thrown in. You didn't get that till part two. Then it got a little sillier in Army of Darkness. And I like Army of Darkness. First of all, you can watch all three movies on HBO Max if you haven't seen them. But the first one was like, it was a straight up horror movie. And I wanted him to go back to that. But I feel like Sebastian, I like him. I like his movie Infested. If you haven't seen that, it's like a spider. It's about a movie about spiders infesting this entire like apartment complex. Definitely check that movie out. That was a good one. That's one of the first times I became aware of Sebastian Vanacek. I believe. Oh wait, I know where it is because I did see it. I was scrolling and I saw it the other day. If you have Shutter, check it out. If you don't have Shutter, just rent it. It's I believe on Prime Video. You can rent it from there. But definitely check that out. I don't even know. Maybe you could check Tubi. It might be up there. You know, Tubi got every damn thing. So yeah, Evil Dead did okay. I don't necessarily know if it's going to continue to do well. It is a solid, good horror film. But if I was to really look at all the films in the franchise, I would place it as the weakest out of all of them. It would literally be at the bottom for me because there's so many other Evil Dead movies that I love, including the Freddy Alvarez one. So that's going to go at the bottom for me. Now, we also have Toy Story 5, which came in third place, featuring the returns of Tom Hanks and Tim Allen. It scooped up 18.5 million to raise a global cum of 879.1 million. So we almost had $1 billion with Toy Story. Then we had that Angel Studios buffoonery called Young Washington, which it collected 6.4 million in its sophomore frame, dropping 66%. And Franklin Miller, stars as a 20-something George Washington in the film that now stands at 33.1 million after opening over the 4th of July weekend. I need to know what the budget for that movie is, like if it broke even. But you know, Angel Studios, they don't really pay a lot of money for their stuff. And then we're gonna get into the Michael stuff at the beginning. Later on, but so your top 10 back rooms, we got at number 10, Disclosure Day at number 9, Supergirl at number 8, 7, Obsession, 6, The Invite, 5, Young Washington, 4, Evil Dead Burn, 3, Toy Story 5, 2, Minions and Monsters, and number 1 with Quanta. So yeah, that's all we have on that. So I definitely want to hear from you guys. What do you guys think of this story? Are you surprised that Moana flopped at the box office? Um, and I guess we could call it a flop, right? It didn't do it underperformed, but that's another word for flopping. And they're gonna lose a lot of coin with that film. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Did you check out Moana? Did you check out Evil Dead? Any of the movies that's in the top 10 we talked about, have you checked them out? What are your overall thoughts? Let me know in the comments down below. Moana generation don't have kids like Lilo and Stitch does. How long ago did Moana come out? And people said Tangle will Oh, Tangle will flop too, but Tangle is 2010. They are people that might have kids. Oh, we'll see. Do we need a Tangle movie though? Isn't that basically a live action version of Rapunzel? I also learned that the 70s was the last decade after where a minimum wage could afford rent and bills and groceries. The trickle down economics is why it's all unaffordable. But yeah, we know. And but people just don't want to admit that. I just remembered this, and I don't mean to bring him up again. But the Singaporean actually did a short review on Confessions too that he only posted on. No, I didn't see it. I didn't even know about it. But yeah, so that's what you had to do. You had to go in. Oh, I had to post it on my other social media platform. But if you're supposed to be a reviewer, but you can't post it on YouTube either. British people are always unhappy. Even with all the money in the world, they're unhappy. Thought some people wanting comedy on Evil Dead. They fail to realize the first film. We talking about you said obsession was a key, cute dark. Yeah, because I heard like the steering wheel sequence, they had to actually edit that down. They thought they were gonna get an NC-17 for that, but the sequence when I talk about with the dishwasher door and someone's face until their face no longer existed. Um that was a lot. And I'm surprised they didn't get an NC-17 for that. But it's funny is how they like to nitpick. I guess maybe because demons, monsters, they feel like, oh, it's a monster. It's not actually a human being. That's the outer part is a human being, but on the inside they got a dead eye in them. So you can get away with the extra gore, but if you're bashing someone's face into a steering wheel or whatever, then that's a human situation. So that's too much. Yes, Lupita is a legend. The Rock demanded 100 million for the film, hint the bloated budget. And like people said, and that's the problem is that his ego is what's ruining a lot of stuff. And I heard some people ask, have people fallen out of favor with Dwayne Johnson? Have people fallen out of love with The Rock? Because it just seems to me that people don't seem to be featuring him no more. You know, at one point he was like Teflon. He could not, he was always somebody who could go in and really jolt up the the box office and stuff. But maybe now because he was overexposed and people feel like, oh, you just play the same damn character over and over. That's why I love about Jason Statham. Jason Statham will play the same character in every damn movie. The difference is he's smart about his budgets. That's the difference with him. He knows it's like, okay, we're gonna do this movie for $25 million. And it's gonna blow up at the box office. So that's the one thing I love about Jason Statham is that yeah, he'll do his action films or whatever, but he's not being like, you got to pay me $100 million, and then the budget got we got to make a $250 million action film. I mean, then again, he's also producing the movie, so I think he probably gets a commission off the back end, which I always say is smart too. And I think the way Dwayne be acting, he had like I guess he don't make enough money or the money he makes isn't enough. The thing that made Lilo such a success was the generation his parents and brought their kid. And there's something about it's like a family film, kids, that sort of thing, and a cute little girl and her adorable little creature, alien pet thingy, and so. That's generational. A lot of people were like, "Oh, what's this look like in live action?" I just think like, okay, it's cute or whatever. I want to learn about Polynesian culture. And there was some Polynesian culture in a way in Lilo and Stitch. The problem was is that well, uh, I guess people just didn't care for a live action version of Moana. And I just think the overall, like I said before, the overall aesthetic of it, how it looked on camera, I just didn't like how it looked. The cinematography just didn't look interesting to me. But yeah, I could definitely see internationally people will love it. Cause it's and it's funny how like one of the lead characters was a French girl. So I'm like, I see you, Sebastian, putting your people at the forefront of stuff. Two scenes people said was unnecessary: the dog and the what? The Ellie scenes where she broke the kid's neck. Yeah, that was the post credit scene. The post credit scene was unnecessary. The dog sequence where the dead eye got in the dog. Well, first of all, after the father was already infected, he went and just stabbed the poor dog with a fork. I'm like, bitch, what are y'all doing? But that's what the Europeans, they like everybody gets it. The dog, the kid, the baby, everybody gets it. But yeah, the dog sequence, whatever, I felt like the dog was wasted because y'all didn't have him do anything until like the end. So the dog situation, it was definitely a waste. A lot of people think the Ash Campbell thing is missing, but Bruce Campbell retired, and first of all, he's a little too, he's older at this point. What is going to lead us to our next segment when we get to the Nightmare on Elm Street story? Because people still want Robert Englund to come back as Freddy. I'm like, you know how old that man is? He can't do that stuff like he used to do in the movies. Yeah, they didn't do much with the dog. That would have been cool. Very paint by numbers. The final girl kept going through it there once you thought it was over. Because I'm like, is the movie over? And then we get another sequence. I'm like, God damn, when is this movie going to end? I went to Moana. It was a free ticket due to Subway. Okay. Yeah, he's at a point now. It's like he can't be out here working like he used to. Predator got away with its violence. Yeah, because it was monsters versus human, and it was PG-13. That's how they was able to get away with that PG-13 rating because of it's aliens. You can get away with a lot when you do aliens and monsters and stuff versus human violence. He also introduced kissing as a way to. Oh yeah, that kissing thing was gross. She's like, you ain't kissed me like this in years. I'm like, what? It was so nasty. Yeah, I know a lot of people like, you're messing with the lore. I'm like, what lore? I mean, you can go in and put as much as you want, put your own spin on the movie. That's the one thing I think a lot of people like about that Evil Dead has done versus other franchises. People are putting their own spin on the movies and things. So that's what that is. But anyway, now speaking of what we was talking about before, with people who we got some good news in the horror world. Freddy's back. So we finally, after damn near almost 20 years, I think it's been 16 years, about the same time, if I'm not mistaken, as Friday the 13th. And we need a Friday the 13th movie too. We're getting a TV show, which is going to be our next segment coming up. But um Freddy's back. And I don't know who they're going to get to play Freddy Krueger because, yes, as much as we love Robert Englund, he is a lot older. It is past his prime. He cannot come back and reprise his role. But yeah, according to reports, Paramount has secured the rights to make A Nightmare on Elm Street movie. So it's been about 16 years. Now, Paramount Pictures has closed a deal for the U.S. rights to the original screenplay of A Nightmare on Elm Street, the movie written and directed by Wes Craven that kicked off the popular horror franchise featuring the killer with the metal claw gloved hand and burned face, and will adapt it into a new feature. The new Nightmare on Elm Street will hail from Paramount's new genre label, Paramount Primal, led by J.D. Lipschitz and Raphael Margulies, the producers behind films such as Barbarian and Friendship. The U.S. rights are being licensed from the Craven estate, which includes Craven's widow, Aya LaBunca, and Craven's son, Jonathan Craven. The duo will produce a new iteration with Mark Toberoff, the attorney turned producer who specializes in copyright law. Lipschitz and Margulies will executive produce for Paramount's Primal. Paramount Primal, sorry. They said, we look forward to bringing the world of Wes Craven's Nightmare on Elm Street to a new and completely engaged generation of fans. We know that Wes would have been thrilled to see how horror is taking its long overdue place in the cultural canon. We can't wait for all of us to sit together in a dark theater around the campfire of today as the next chapter of a nightmare story unfolds. Now, Lipschitz and Margulies stated, they said, we can't remember a time before we were fans of Wes Craven. The fact that Aya and Jonathan have entrusted us with this opportunity to help usher a new story into this world is an honor beyond words. We look forward to working alongside them to bring a terrifying new nightmare to audiences everywhere and to welcome Freddy home. So, New Line Cinema, and see, now this is where I was like, wait, how was y'all able to secure this? Is it because Paramount is trying to acquire Warner Brothers. And so they said New Line Cinema, and later corporate owner Warner Brothers, previously held all the rights to A Nightmare on Elm Street as the company made the original movie in 1984. The movie launched a cash cow franchise for what was then an independent film company, earning New Line the nickname "the house that Freddie built." Because yeah, I remember when New Line first started, it was like they didn't really have anything on there. If you ever watch, like, there's this horror series that, damn, I can't remember the name of it. Wait, hold on, let me go to my Shutter, because there's a show on there that I'll be watching. It's like a series of them where they basically give behind the scenes of like horror movies that came out in the 80s and things of that nature. Speaking of which, it's In Search of Darkness. I don't know if y'all ever seen those, but they be going in and letting you know like the history of a lot of horror films, even like the ones that you could find on like the deepest parts of the video stores back in the day. But there is a docu-series, wasn't a documentary called Never Sleep Again, breaks down the whole thing about A Nightmare on Elm Street, and the history of it. Was like, yeah, when New Line was launched, they didn't really have anything going for them over there in regards of quality movies and this, that, and the other. And then this movie comes along and it builds in 1984, and it pretty much catapulted New Line to superstardom. And of course, New Line gave us so many other movies. Blade was produced by New Line Cinema and things like that. So now, they said copyright law allows authors to reclaim rights 35 years after publication, which has been used by screenwriters and their estates to regain their works. The Craven estate regained the rights to the screenplay in 2019 with the help of Toberoff, who also regained the rights to another horror franchise, the original screenplay to Friday the 13th by Victor Miller. New Line retains the international rights to A Nightmare on Elm Street. The A Nightmare on Elm Street movie centered on Krueger, a child killer who was burned alive by the kid's parents, who but years later returns via dreams, and now iconic look of a fedora, red and green sweater, as well as a burnt face and a razor glove to kill teenagers. Now, we don't have any idea in regards of what this new take will entail, but I do feel at this point you guys need to start from scratch. I think if you're going to do this thing where you want to set it in a world of A Nightmare on Elm Street, base it on the original screenplay, but we don't need a new Nancy Thompson. I think you need to just come up with a new set of kids who could play this part. Y'all tried the thing with Nancy and her friends, and in the remake that y'all did with what was it? Rooney Mara, who I know a lot of people didn't even like her in the. I don't even think she liked being in the movie. Because I remember seeing some video or whatever online. I think Joe Blow did a whole breakdown of it, and it was like nobody wanted to see. She didn't even want to be in the film, but she did it, and the movie didn't do all that well. I did like Kyle Garner in the film, and I thought that Katie Cassidy was a much better girl that showed up being a lead. But y'all had her play the blonde girl in the original movie where she was getting thrown all around the room and she gets gutted by Freddy. She should have been your lead. Y'all could have had her be a blonde or whatever instead of having her to be the brunette. Rooney Mara, I thought, was terribly miscast. And I didn't like Jackie Earl Haley's version of Freddy. So I think if you're going to come in and do a Freddy, you need to kind of have somebody come in to embody this character that's not going to try to copy what Robert Englund did, because Robert Englund is a special kind of person in regards to doing that role. No one's ever going to be able to replicate what he's done, and I don't expect you to do that. Just bring your own twist to it. I also think if you're going to do this film, that you need to heavily focus, take more of a Nightmare on Elm Street 3 Dream Warriors approach. Create characters that fans are going to care about, and build these really cool set pieces based on their fears, which that all plays out in the dreams, and Freddy thrives on that. So I think if y'all take more of an approach of, you could bring that scariness of the original film in this version, but also take a piece of A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, where it's like you had a bunch of characters that we all cared about, their strengths, their weaknesses, and y'all play around with that. So you have to build up these whole set pieces and scenarios around these dream sequences. And I think that's why I think a lot of people love A Nightmare on Elm Street 3 out of majority of the other Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I know some people probably be like, well, can y'all bring back Heather Langenkamp or maybe do like a requel or whatever? No, I don't think we need to do like the requel, direct sequel situation from the original. We've seen this played to death. I do think y'all need to kind of come with a different approach. So yeah, start from scratch, bring new people in, um, focus on giving us characters we can care about and building scenarios and dream sequences around those characters. So, but if I'll have more information on this as it develops. But because right now we don't have anything, but I definitely want to hear from you all. What do you guys think of this story? Are you here for a Nightmare on Elm Street remake? I mean, everything is cyclical. Things are always going to they're going to dig into old IPs. I definitely think that there is something there in regards to Nightmare on Elm Street that you should introduce this to a new audience because everybody dreams. So if y'all can come up with an interesting, really cool, scary spin on the franchise and not try to replicate what's already been done, then I'll be here to see it when it comes out in theaters. But I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Is there going to be a moral panic? That's all the missing. Wait, that's all that missing to duplicate the administration that screams 80s? I was like, what panic? Like you said, there's one 80s movie I don't think can ever get remade. What, I Spit on Your Grave? Wait, no, that was the 70s. Because of the timeline set in 1940s into the animation, you can't do a Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It's one of the films that didn't Who Framed Roger Rabbit come out like what year did that come out? 89, 90? Do an audition process. It seems Gen Z wants unknown actors and not established because that played into the success of Obsession. Yeah, when you don't really know people, but look, once those people break out and they blow up, y'all can't be mad. Y'all can't be mad when they out here, still doing other movies. Like, well, why are you in this film? Make sure it flops. Actors got to work. All right. So A Nightmare on Elm Street isn't the only thing from back in the day getting a whole different take. We also got Dirty Pillows coming out with her own series. You know, Dirty Pillows, aka Carrie. Anyway, so Carrie's got a remake coming out. There's a TV. Wait, hold on. Not Siri. Siri thought I said Siri. I said, bitch, I said Carrie, not Siri. But anyway, I had to cover my watch so it wouldn't pick it up. But anyway, Carrie's got a TV version coming out in the fall over there on Prime Video. And we got a first look at our Carrie White as well as some of the other characters that is going to be in this upcoming series, which I believe is 8 episodes. And Mike Flanagan is the one who's behind it, which I like Mike Flanagan. He's done a lot of great things. I loved his Dr. Sleep, the 3 hour version, not the theatrical version. The 3 hour version is everything. I love watching that version. Also, he has Clayface coming out, which I believe he wrote the script to that. That looks really good. Mike Flanagan's done a lot of great projects. So him getting behind this series, I'm actually excited for it. So it says an obvious question comes to mind, and this is exclusively Entertainment Weekly got the exclusive on this, so shout out to them. An obvious question comes to mind when talking about the upcoming Carrie TV series. How does one turn Stephen King's 1974 debut novel, one of the literary icon's shortest books, and yeah, he does write books that spans 1,000 pages, into an 8 episode drama? That's the big question, showrunner Mike Flanagan acknowledges in an interview with Entertainment Weekly. Well, the big question always, why? Typically, when you're adapting a Stephen King book, the mission is completely different. It's about how do you make it smaller. This was the complete inverse. They said, if we're going to tell the story of Carrie White in long form, how do we make it expand? So the main event surrounding the bullied girl unleashing dormant telekinetic powers on her castmates. Hold on, this fan is like literally blowing in my damn eye. Um, on her cast. Wait, where was I? Okay, so the main event surrounded the bully girl season unleashing dormant telekinetic powers on her castmates during one blood-soaked prom prank historically fits more comfortably in a feature film format. Director Brian De Palma cemented our cultural awareness of Carrie with his 1976 classic starring Sissy Spacek as the repressed Carrie White and Piper Laurie, may she rest in peace, as her religious fanatic mother, Margaret. This was followed by a B-movie horror sequel, which was horrible, 1999's The Rage Carrie 2, an NBC made-for-TV affair in 2002, and the most recent Chloe Grace Moretz fronted interpretation, which came out in 2013. Now, De Palma adapted it faithfully and beautifully 50 years ago, says Flanagan, a frequent adapter of King's works. Between, oh my God, there's a sequence in this movie that I'm about to mention. It's so gross. If you know, you know, with the handcuffs. Gerald's Game, which came out Doctor Sleep in 2019, The Life of Chuck in 2024, and now he's got I believe he's remaking The Mist too. Then it's been adapted twice after that, officially and unofficially. It's been imitated scores of times. So for me, this was never going to be a straight adaptation. The only way to approach it was to build something new out of the ingredients of Carrie. Otherwise, there's really no surprise in trying to retread ground that's been so beautifully walked before. And then he also talked about when he made the deal with Amazon after a years long stint at Netflix. Those who gleefully follow his horror work are expecting him to launch into the Dark Tower, a TV passion project he spoke to of repeatedly over the years. That, however, became one of the most complicated properties to get started. Getting the green light on Dark Tower is a much longer and more involved process than anything else I've ever approached in my life. And I believe if anybody can crack the code, he probably could, because there was a movie about the Dark Tower with Idris Elba and Matthew McConaughey. And that movie was not good at all. So I would love them to try to make that a reality. And I do believe that Mike Flanagan can make that. But speaking of which, he also remade The Exorcist with he's got an Exorcist movie coming out with Scarlett Johansson. Totally forgot about that. So they also mentioned that Amazon actually brought Mike Flanagan in to launch the whole Carrie situation or bring his take to it. And it goes on and on and on. But I want to get to some of the characters and stuff they have in here. Now they talk about, as for Margaret, Flanagan wrote the role specifically for another actor by the name of Samantha Sloyan, who's playing her mother. And the young girl that's playing Carrie White, her name is Summer H. Howell. She's a new girl. We don't know her. Well, I don't. And they said the mother, as originally rendered in King's novel and the De Palma film, is an abuser, tyrannical in her parenting. She's a figure who shares some common DNA with Bev Keane, Sloyan's corrupt character from Flanagan's Midnight Mass. Similar to Carrie herself, everyone wanted to take a different approach. Well, I did love Midnight Mass. That was a good one, too. And he says, our Margaret White is a woman who fiercely loves her daughter and wants to protect her from the world and the dangers that Margaret's aware of that Carrie is not. Flanagan explained she doesn't know how to do that and thinks the way to protect her is to close her off, not punitively, but to create the private utopia to let her daughter exist earnestly and curiously and wide open by protecting her from the world. It's a completely different dynamic. Well, look, my thing is, if you could find ways to make it interesting and give us a different take on the franchise, then I'm here for it. Now, in the show, they have Chris Hargison, who was the bitch that always picked on Carrie, played by Allison Thornton, and she was the one that threw the pig's blood on her at the prom. There's also Sue Snell, played by Sienna Agudong, the teen who takes pity on the bullied kid. Tommy Ross, played by Joel Owlett. That's Sue's charming jock boyfriend. Then we have Billy, Arthur Conti, the small town bad boy. Miss Desjardins, who was played by oh my god, what was the chick's name in Eight Is Enough? She basically plays the girl's gym teacher, and that's played by Amber Midthunder. I like Amber Midthunder. She was actually in Prey, right? Yeah, Prey. With where she was like the female Native American lead of going up against the predator. So yeah, so she plays a gym teacher, and then we have Matthew Lillard is playing Principal Grail. And then we got Josie Tota. They got a tranny up in here, honey. I mean, a trans girl. Josie Tota is playing another student, Tina. Am I familiar with Tina? Or is that a new character? While Thalia Dudek, the running man, plays a new character named Emmeline. So they got new people up in here. So And then they said, as for the book singles, we'll get moments like the period scene, which sets off the wave of bullying, and then of course the prom. But they talk about they're going to get there a completely different way, and that's wonderfully delicious and irresistible opportunity for someone who loves adapting things. So they want to find a newer way to make the prom scene exciting because we all know the pig's blood scene is going to come, but we just need something to get us going to get there. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing this new Carrie series. I do have some pictures though, if y'all haven't seen it, because one of the things I wanted to do was make sure that I have photos and stuff where y'all could look at a slide. Go down to the slide. Wait, is that it? No, this is it. Okay, so we have this is Sue Snell and Chris here with the braids. That's Sue Snell, the new character that's playing. Well, she's not new, but that's who's playing her. And then of course we got Carrie and Mrs. White, crazy as Margaret White. Then we have Matthew Lillard as the principal, so something clearly went down. And then we got Carrie on the floor. I'm like, don't tell me that you're gonna have your period. Your friend gonna come out in the white pants. Because we know in the movie she was naked. So I guess this is the scene where the humiliation happens. And of course, now you got to realize in modern day, it's going to deal with you got to deal with cell phones and things of that nature. So I do find that fascinating because I remember when I was a kid in school, and yeah, I would get into fights and stuff. You had the fight, it was over. People talked about it for like 24 hours, and we moved on. The sad part about this generation is that when they get bullied, the bullying don't stop when the clock strikes 3 o'clock at school. It's like they're getting bullied on social media. They're getting bullied 24/7. And a lot of times because they don't realize this too shall pass, they're so caught up in the bullyingfication of it all and not seeing that it does get better down the road, that they feel like there's no way out, and then we get unaliving, self-unalivings and all kinds of other crazy stuff. So I definitely feel for this younger generation. And I'm glad I grew up at the time I did, because when you got to deal with bullies and things and encountering and getting in fights and stuff, that was like water up, like it happened, we moved on. But with this new generation, y'all got phones and that stuff lives forever. And then, of course, we got Carrie here. I guess she's making her outfit for the prom. And then there's another scene. I don't know what scene that is. And I guess something happened in the schoolyard. That's Amber Midthunder, who plays the gym teacher. And I guess that's Sue Snow and her cute little boyfriend. And then here goes Chris messing with Carrie White again. It's like, leave her alone, leave her on her dirty pillows alone. That looks like that's Carrie White's mother, where they kind of dress, old lady. So yeah, there's a couple of pictures, and yeah, there's that. So I definitely want to give y'all a look at all of that, and so I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? You excited for some Carrie White and her dirty pillows coming back to our small screen in the form of an 8-part TV series? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Now, speaking of 8-part series, we're gonna go from Carrie to Jason Voorhees, because his mama is about to, well, Pamela is about to star in a series called Crystal Lake, which is a prequel to the original Friday the 13th, which is going to break down the events of Jason drowning, Pamela working at, I believe she worked at, because they showed her as a waitress in one of the photos. So they show Pamela Voorhees, I believe she worked at the camp. Her son drowned, sets her off. She ends up taking a lot of people's lives. We already knew, like in the first Friday the 13th, that she was the killer. And just like in 1950, whatever, I think it was 1958, she killed a couple of counselors and stuff up there because Jason drowned. You should have been watching him. You should have been paying attention. Look what you did to him. Look what you did to him. That fight scene was everything between Pamela and Alice. I still cackle every time I watch that. I know, because I literally watched Friday the 13th the other day. It was on. I put it on. I watched it, and it's the summertime, so I always gotta watch that and Sleepaway Camp. I always put those two on. But anyway, so A teaser was dropped over on all the social medias, including YouTube. And so I will probably have to end up editing this out because it's courtesy of Peacock, hopefully. But if y'all don't see it in here, those who want replay games later on, if you don't see it up in here, you know why it's not there. So um we're gonna play the teaser and we're gonna come back and we're gonna talk. Please hold.
It's like someone put a curse on this town. It all started when that kid drowned last summer. There's something in these woods, and all it knows how to do is kill.
Mommy's here. And Crystal Lake, oh, we love you.
Okay, so yeah, that is, and then people are like, that's it. Yes, that's why they call it a teaser. So Linda Cardellini, who I'll always known for or always know from Freaks and Geeks, is playing Pamela Voorhees in the new series. And yeah, so shout out to Entertainment Weekly because they had the exclusive on this as well. And then I saw the teaser over there online or whatever. And they said that Cardellini has only dabbled in the genre as an actor. She was in The Curse of La Llorona, which I didn't like though. And that came out in 2019. And she says that a lot of the decisions she made post that is happenstance. She said, I just gravitated towards other things probably at the time. And those people gravitated towards me. This is, the stars of Freaks and Geeks, soon to be seen in the Bill Hader directed horror film Posits. Then, as time went on, those roles started coming to me, and they were these large, juicy, crazy, fun things to play. So she's gonna be in a lot of stuff. And then they also said the 8-episode drama and A24 production for NBC's Peacock streaming platform went through creative shakeups before landing in the lap of showrunner. Oh yeah, because I remember at one point, I forget, the guy who I think did Hannibal came aboard and was gonna be doing the series, and then they brought in Brad Caleb Kane, who also was behind It Welcome to Derry. And after seeing It Welcome, because I was a little at first, I didn't know Brad Caleb Kane would have been a great choice. But after I watched that first season of Welcome to Derry, I was like, okay, we might be in good hands. So I wasn't all that upset that he was a part of it. So they said around the same age as Cardellini, Kane's own upbringing entailed obsessing over Stephen King and maintaining his dog-eared novelizations of the Friday the 13th movies. Cardellini heard rumblings that Kane and Co. wanted to see her for Crystal Lake, which tells the origin story of the franchise's original killer. My biggest question was why, she said. What is it about me that made you think of me? It was just out of pure curiosity. The answer was Dead to Me, the critically adored Netflix series featuring Cardellini opposite Christina Applegate, saying she was the first and only name that came to me that I wanted. When I came aboard the project and started writing the pilot, images of Dead to Me from Netflix came to me. I just couldn't get those images out of my mind. And the person who was linking the Venn diagram between Dead to Me and Friday the 13th was very obviously Linda Cardellini. I just couldn't see her doing all the things I wanted Pam to do. Now, the 1980 set Friday the 13th was a whodunit. Counselors reopened Camp Crystal Lake. Despite its dark history, you're calling the Camp Blood, and you had Crazy Ralph and all them up there. And slowly, most of them are killed off in gruesome ways by a mysterious figure. The culprit turns out to be Pamela Voorhees, played by Betsy Palmer, who sought revenge against the teen she blamed for not watching her son as he drowned in the lake in 1957. Didn't I say 1957 earlier? Um, Now, Crystal Lake begins with the circumstance around the drowning and follows from there Pam's descent into madness. Colin Vincent, dressed in pronounced makeup and prosthetics, plays a young Jason Voorhees with an enlarged head from hydrocephalus. She's only in such a small, I mean, they say she's only in such a small fraction of the movies, and there's very little actually known about her. But she's the inciting incident in some ways. This is what Cardellini says. She's an important piece of the puzzle, but a relatively unknown one. We wanted to dive into Pam's psychology. We wanted to see her unraveling after watching the events of the movie that everyone knows. We wanted to see her relationship with Jason and what his death kicks off in her trying to find some sort of equilibrium in her life after the thing that ostensibly she lives for. Her son was taken away from her, and how all the people around her and the circumstances surrounding her make that impossible to do. So it's really a character piece. And that's why I was wondering, because I was like, with me, I don't really like when y'all sit and try to break down all the things that goes on with characters and stuff like that. Like, we don't need to know, like for me personally, I've always said this, we do not need a whole backstory around Michael Myers. So that kind of irritated me about what Rob Zombie did with his Halloween franchise. We don't need to know that all of a sudden you making Michael Myers like some kid that grew up in a trailer park and all this other craziness that was going on. And then all of a sudden, now you have now you're going to go with that with Pamela, but I think with Pamela, it makes it interesting because you're talking about the loss of a child, mental health, postpartum depression. You're dealing with all these other things that aren't really talked about when it comes to women who love their children unconditionally, especially if they're a special needs child. So I think that's the angle that makes it relatively interesting that'll have us explore this. Plus, seeing some really interesting kills up in there, I think it would work. But I don't know. Is this going to be like a one season thing, or is this a way that maybe season two, then we get Jason? How do you make that? I'm like, if this does well and you continue, like, how do you make that work? Because one of the things is we love seeing Jason Voorhees going around dismantling people in creative ways, and we like that story. Unless every season, what you would do is you bring kids in, counselors in, tell them, make the characters interesting, and then all of a sudden they get killed off one by one. Similar to what I was saying with like a Nightmare on Elm Street. You create these characters that we care about, and then when you start killing them off, then it's like, because what it becomes. So I'm looking forward to seeing this franchise. I hope it's really good. Um, the story it goes on and on and on and on and on. If y'all definitely want to check out the full article on Linda Cardellini in this upcoming I was gonna say show series, so I was gonna say series. So now I'm saying like Sean Connery, series. If you want to see the series or whatever the case is, or read the article, head over to Entertainment Weekly. They have the full article there. But in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Are you looking for, based on that little teaser that we saw, does it look interesting that you might want to check out this upcoming Friday 13 series? Whatever your thoughts, Crystal Lake, whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. No shade. Carrie needs to be a little more homely. He said, I hope Jason gets all these bitches. It's giving Shutter Productions. Well, Shutter Productions is a bad thing. No, look, it's going to be on Peacock, so we'll see how much coin they put in it. I heard that movie was relatively, when they had the previous guy on, that it was a pretty expensive movie. But Jason's not going to be doing the killing up in here. It's going to be Pamela, because this is basically Pamela's origin story. To add to the Carrie topic, as the Carrie White of my hometown, I don't see the purpose of reheating these nachos with the new series, even if it is set in the 2020s. Yeah, I was like, you know what, Mike Flanagan, you have to make this shit work. Because so far, the people said they don't care. All right, y'all. Okay, so now let's get some more tea. And I guess we can give a huge congratulations to Michael Jackson, who literally has his movie, Michael, finally crossed $1 billion. So, yeah, finally hit that mark. We knew it was going to get there eventually, but now we're at that point. So, Lionsgate and Universal's Michael has finally crossed $1 billion after 12 weekends in release. Not only, and that's 3 months in theaters. Not only is that the second movie to do so in 2026, and I see like so far, who's also creeping behind the hit $1 billion of Toy Story 5. They're already at $800 million. So they said not only is that the second movie to do so in 2026 after Universal Illumination Nintendo's Super Mario Galaxy, but it's the first ever title for Lionsgate to clear that milestone. The crowd-pleasing film about Michael Jackson has generated 629.8 million overseas and 371.8 million domestically, bringing its global tally to $1.001 billion. Now, despite no noisy behind the scenes drama and critical pylon, Michael has been breaking records and shattering expectations since landing on the big screen in April. The movie opened to 97 million domestically and 270 million globally, shattering the opening weekend benchmark for musical biopics set in by 2015 Straight Outta Compton with 60 million, with positive word of mouth and audiences who returned a number of times. Michael remained a global box office powerhouse through the height of summer movie season. Among his accolades, Michael stands as the highest grossing musical biopic, surpassing 2018's Queen sensation Bohemian Rhapsody with 911 million worldwide, as well as the largest film based on a real person, overtaking 2023's Oppenheimer with 975 million. It's also the largest film of all time with Lionsgate, as well as the studio's first movie to ever reach $1 billion. Prior to Michael, Lionsgate's highest grossing releases were 2013's The Hunger Games Catching Fire with 865 million, and 2012's The Twilight Saga Breaking Dawn Part 2 with 850 million. Lionsgate produced Michael and handled the rollout in North America while Universal distributed the movie at the international box office. Saying, quote, audiences have embraced the film from the beginning, turning it into a unique cultural phenomenon in theaters around the world, said Lionsgate Motion Pictures Group Chair Adam Fogelson. Their passion speaks to the enduring appeal of one of the greatest recording artists of all time, and it underscores the continued strength of vitality of the theatrical movie-going experience. Only one other film, Universal's animated Super Mario Galaxy movie with 1.008 billion, has hit the $1 billion mark in 2026 so far. Disney's Toy Story 5 has earned 800. It's just funny. It's like they're saying all the things I was saying earlier. Has earned 879.1 million to date and should soon be the third of the year. The Antoine Fuqua directed Michael, which chronicles a performance journey from the Jackson 5 to the status as King of Pop. Jafar Jackson, the singer's real-life nephew, portrays Michael in his acting debut with Coleman Domingo and Nia Long as his parents, Joe and Catherine. And they said that Lionsgate is expected to agree on at least one more film. And we all knew that because they said they were going to split in half. They wanted to see how the first one does. And so, yeah, now that it's done so well, people obviously want this sequel. So they better get crack-a-lack and you better get that script writer sitting down and start working. Okay, so where are we going? Now we got to go from, we already saw him in the bad era. You know, we ended at 88. Now I think the next sequel's got to kick off when he's become this big global superstar and we're deep into the 90s, and with the superstardom, all the stuff that comes with it. How mean the press and the paparazzi were relentless towards him. Yeah, like I said, the mean press, the molestation accusations, all the weird stuff that he was going on doing. Like we got a lot of things we got to address in this upcoming film. So while we was up in there like having a good time and entertaining the shenanigans and everything that was going on and key and to the music, now with the second one, you can still entertain us, but you can't get away with the whole 2 hour music video thing anymore. Now you got to get to the craziest stuff because it got crazier towards the second half of Michael's career. So those are the things we got to address. But we'll see what they do with this the second part of the film once they get that up and running. So congratulations, Michael, on your success. You already know my relationship with the movie. I mean, I wasn't necessarily on it about the whole dealing with children accusations. I just wanted like real, like if you're gonna do this type of movie and y'all were focusing on what you were making the script focus on, which was Michael being in this group and how abusive Joe Jackson was towards them, but also how he wanted to branch out on his own and do things where I don't feel like they elaborate on that enough. And the fact that when he finally went solo, how the family dealt with that, especially his brothers, because they was jealous of the fact that Michael became one of the biggest stars in the world. They all came up together in the whole situation of performing in the band and being a part of the Jackson Five, and they all wanted to kind of, in a way, do their own thing. But Michael was the anomaly in the whole thing, and seeing like that dynamic of like, showing like real jealousy amongst the family members, because you cannot sit up and tell me Jermaine Jackson was not jealous of Michael, and a lot of them were, and they didn't want to address that because the family don't want to let their dirty laundry out. But if you're going to make not a documentary, if you want to make a biopic, you got to cover all the warts and all. And also, sidebar, Andanta, if you're listening, maybe you need to go in and have a meeting with the people over there at Lionsgate, and maybe they'll give you the money to make your movie, because you tried it with Universal, you tried it with Netflix, nothing's been transpiring. Maybe they could use another $1 billion hit over there, especially at what did I say? Just that quick. I had a brain fart. Over there at Lionsgate. That way, you have like, look, she's one of the, as I said before, the last of the Elm Street children. We don't have many icons left. Michael's gone, Whitney's gone, Tina gone. All the big icons is gone, and they all had their biopics. Where's Madonna's? She definitely deserves it after the success she had this weekend. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the news that, yes, it took them a minute and we all knew it was going to happen eventually. It was just a matter of when that finally they crossed $1 billion at the box office. So have you seen the movie? What you think of the movie? What would you have liked for them to explore more in the film instead of just for 2 seconds glossing over it? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I don't remember. I mean, I know Chloe Grace Moretz was in it, and she was good as Carrie White. I don't remember if the movie did well or not. But I do think that at this point with Carrie, it's a safer bet to exist on TV rather than do a movie, because at least on TV we can watch it at home and it's 8 parts. I just don't think at this day and age people are gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna go to the movies and see Carrie. Who's going to pay to see that? I would not. I would be like, no, I'd rather watch that at home. I'm looking for at these topics. Why is it so hard for Hollywood to write something original? I honestly blame my lack of enthusiasm in film due to the lackluster output these studios release. Well, and the funny thing is they keep remaking so much stuff, and it just seems like when it comes to horror, especially, people want original content. Hence, Backrooms and Obsession. Those movies are doing well right now. If you notice, the pretentious cinephile types pay dust to the box office heavy hitters and are always discussing next year's Oscar nominees. My generation doesn't find any of this interesting or cool. Well, and I think that's probably why at this point the Oscars is heading to YouTube, because I just don't think network television holds the same weight that it used to. So now YouTube is going to own the rights to the Oscars, and people can watch the Oscars there instead of having to tune into Channel 7. It's comical how badly these white so-called experts miscalculated the success of Michael. Because they was going hard on that movie. And I saw the movie and I had a good time with it. I told you I was in the set. Me and Cedric the Entertainer was in the same damn theater watching the movie at the same time. So, and I was like, what's Cedric the Entertainer doing? But then I forgot he's doing, I don't know if he's still doing it or he was, at the time, he was doing a play with Taraji P. Henson. And Lincoln Square, that movie theater is not so far from like Broadway and all that other stuff. So you could just go see the movie and you could just walk right over to Broadway and do your show and call it. It's like maybe a good 5, 6, 7, 8, well, a good couple blocks. So you could definitely do that. That's the closest one. I already heard the family of Thomas Snedden. Thomas Snedden is a cold man. Remember that song? Is taking the estate to court, fighting the estate, saying he would not be a villain to the story like his father was. But look, Michael wrote a whole song about your ass. Speaking of Madonna, everybody said in the US it's going to free fall. We're like, oh well, a woman near her 70s have a minor streaming fan base. Warner knows the true success is the international success. Didn't we talk about this earlier? I mentioned like I was like, I'm not gonna be surprised if, she'll be number one for a week on the charts in the US, but everywhere else she'll probably maintain that number one status because people outside the US appreciate dance music way more than people do here. So, y'all are just all about what's cute and what's popular at the moment. That's what they like to focus on. Whereas, you know, she'll have a number one album and we'll go through the list of her like all her albums that went number one because I have that in my topics. Well, I have that note. And so, well, when we get to that, I mean, not all her albums maintain number one slots. That happened like in the earlier parts of her career, but nevertheless, she got a number one album, so that's actually a win, right? You would think. And we'll see what happens with that tour because we know that tour going to sell out. But bitch, you better do Madison Square Garden because I ain't trying to pay a whole lot of money for a ticket. I want to actually work the event. And knowing me or knowing them, they'll put me on the floor so I can be in close proximity. Just like last night, I was this close to John Bon Jovi on the stage. And I didn't realize when I was down on the floor, they had this little bridge area that he could walk over. And I think that was like section 119, might have been. I'm not sure. No, it was 108, 109, like in one of those areas, I believe. And then it was like there was like a little drawbridge area where he was playing the guitar and stuff. And I saw his kids and all the other stuff that was there, whole family in my section. So, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. So I would like to be on the floor so I could be in close proximity of the show. But anyway, without further ado, let's get into some more hot topics. And let's talk about Madonna. So a huge congratulations, or as RuPaul would say, congratulations to the Queen of Pop, who yet again has the number one album in the country with Confessions 2. Now, last week, I think for like the last couple of days, it was a whole back and forth. Is Olivia going to be number one? Is Madonna going to be number one? Who knew? But now, come to find out, now Madonna has come out on top. And I was saying that it was nice that Olivia wasn't out here trying to be like a certain other singer, that when people drop a new album, you want to all of a sudden release 80 more variants of your record. Then Key Mac went and put me on somebody that's in part of a Rebel Hearts group chat that I'm in. Yeah, that's what it's called. We have a Madonna group chat called the Rebel Hearts. He went and saying something another that yeah, she was doing a whole variant thing, but I think that was like the earlier parts of her when she dropped the album and her fans were getting mad over the fact that they weren't getting a lot of these big variants or whatever. But she didn't do it the week Madonna put it out. So it just goes to show in that sense, she is a girl's girl. She wasn't out here pretending like she's a girl's girl because you want to collect friends like they tchotchkes the same way you treated a lot of them damn people at that Madison Square Garden wedding, which I did find funny because in the break room I saw this sign that said something about filming. And I think it was mentioning something about you will be terminated if y'all be in here filming. And I asked one of my shop stores, I'm like, what is that on the wall? She was like, oh, that was there for the Taylor wedding. I said, oh, they just forgot to take it down. So nevertheless, Madonna got the number one album in the country. She was going back and forth. She's been out here promoting this thing like crazy. She was out in Queens, a queen in Queens, over there on Saturday, performing at, what was it called? The Knockout Theater, Knockout Center, something with a knockout in it. The only knockout I know was the porn star. But if you know, you know. But so yeah, she was out there performing. I know it's like a small club. It was hot in there. I saw Frankie Grande was there. Because I saw his video, that queen will show up to an envelope open at this damn point. But yeah, Frankie Grande was up in there singing I Feel So Free off key. And then from what I was hearing, it was like OD hot up in there. People were talking about they were probably feeling like they were gonna pass out. And I don't know, she's talking about trying to do a whole club tour or whatever the case is. That'd be cute if you want to promote it. But ma'am, if you're really trying to make some money, you cannot do with Confessions what you did with Madam X. You can't do these small ass theaters and thinking that what you're trying to do with the whole club thing, they're going to be able to accommodate what you're doing in there. It will work much better if you did an arena setting, and in a certain place you might want to do smaller venues just to get the hype going. I like this whole idea of her traveling around with her Stuart Price, and if her kids want to come, they can come. But it's her, Stuart Price, and Honey Dijon, and they out here doing these DJ sets. Madonna holds up the mic. She out there shaking her butt and moving around and dancing, having a good time promoting the record. I like this side of her, of what she's doing, instead of having to hire a bunch of dancers to get up there and do like what she used to do back in the day, which would be, oh, she would show up at the Roxy and have a bunch of backup dancers, and they'll be up there. They'll promote like they'll perform like a couple of cuts from the new album. Because I remember she did that with music. I think she also did that with Confessions too. But she got up there and she would just perform out in the clubs. One of my friends said he was getting flooded out at the Roxy, and then they found out that Madonna was going to be performing. I said, "Girl, not you talking about you was getting your back, your pussy rearranged and DP'd, and all of a sudden Madonna come out there and start performing." Well, child, a time was had at the Roxy back in the day. And I'm not talking about Roxy Andrews. So, yeah, now that I'm done reminiscing, reminisce on the love we had, make the time tonight. Shout out to Mary. So, Madonna's Confessions 2, her first new album in 7 years, found an appreciative audience awaiting her return. The album bowed with She Took a Bow with 134,000 equivalent album units, more than enough to push her past the still highly successful Olivia Rodrigo record to land on top of the Billboard 200 albums chart. So Madonna earned, as they said, her 10th number one album on the Billboard 200 chart as her new studio album, Confessions 2, debuted atop the list dated July 18th. With the arrival, the Queen of Pop gets her first number one album of the 2020s and becomes the first act with a number one album in the 2020s to have also topped the chart in 3 other decades. Furthermore, Madonna becomes only the 4th act to have achieved at least 10 number one each on the Billboard 200 albums chart and the Billboard Hot 100 songs chart. On the latter, she has 12 leaders. Confessions 2 launches with 134,000 equivalent album units earned in the United States in the week ending July 9th, according to Luminate. That marks the largest week for a dance album this year. It also scores Madonna her best week by units since the Billboard 200 transitioned to an equivalent album units ranked list in December of 2014. Confessions 2 additionally yields Madonna's biggest streaming week ever for an album and her largest pure album sales week in more than a decade, which goes to show that the fans wanted her to get back to the dance music. It was cute when you took these little detours and was trying different things, because as an artist, you should experiment and try different things. However, after Confessions, the people was like, ma'am, you belong on the dance floor. That's what we want from you. Stay there. And now it's like Madonna came back. She came back home. It was so nice. And she's like, it was cute or whatever. It was fun while he was out there with the Madam X's and the Rebel Hearts, which I had to side out smarter. Talking about Rebel Heart is better than Confessions too. Bitch, where? Because it is not. But I guess, you know what? That's your opinion. That's what you go with. I'm not going to fault you on that. You just incorrect. There's no way in hell that Confessions 2 is not a better record, a more cohesive record than the overbloated Rebel Heart album. That album has 25 songs on it. At least with Confessions 2 has 16. Now, I will give you this. There could have been a couple of songs maybe you could have shaved off, and it would have been even more cohesive. But I think the selfish side of me, we haven't had new Madonna music in 7 years, so I don't mind that the album has extra songs that they probably could have cut off. Maybe she could have did like a little, like kept one side fully dance, and then My Sins and My Savior and Fragile and all those, and The Test and all those songs should have been like a little tiny EP that was off on the side. So we get those songs separate from the cohesiveness of the dance record. But there comes a point where, yeah, after you've been dancing, you do need to have like that come down moment. So it takes you on this. But overall, it takes you on a journey, and each song fits the way they need to fit. So I'm not gonna try to tell someone how to change up their art or whatever the case is. So the new album is a sequel to 2005's chart-topping Confessions on a Dance Floor and reunites Madonna with her main collaborator from that project, DJ, writer, producer Stuart Price. Confessions 2 was announced on April 15th, released on July 3rd, and marks Madonna's first new studio album since 2019's number one Madam X. The new set was preceded by its Hot 100 hit, Bring Your Love with Sabrina Carpenter. Also in the top 10 of the latest Billboard 200, they had Ken Carson captures his second top 10 charted title as Experiment debuts at number 7. Sienna Spiro makes her chart debut with the number 9 bow of her first full-length album, Visitor, and the late Toby Keith, I forgot that man died, returns to the top 10 following the July 4th holiday. The Billboard 200 chart ranks the most popular albums of the week in the US based on multi-metric consumption as measured in equivalent album units, compiled by Luminate. Now, units comprise album sales, track equivalent albums, T for short, and streaming equivalent albums, C for short, that's SEA. Each unit equals one album sale or 10 individual tracks sold from an album, or 2,500 ad-supported or 1,000 paid/subscription on-demand official audio and video streams generated by songs from an album. The new July 18, 2026 dated chart will be posted in full on Billboard's website on July 14th. For all that chart news, you can go on Billboard and Billboard charts on both Twitter and Instagram if y'all want the full breakdown. But let's get into her number ones in the Billboard 200, because I do have that list of all of her albums and things of that nature. You know, I had to come with the receipts. So I should point out that Confessions 2 also marks Madonna's 24th top 10 charted album. The only acts with more top 10s are the Rolling Stones with 38, Barbra Streisand with 34, the Beatles, Frank Sinatra, both with 32, and Elvis Presley at 27. So when you got a certain group of people that want to compare her to another much younger artist, bitch, she's not even on this list with her. It's like, you can't sit with us, sis. So you baby critics can keep trying it with your criticisms and talking about people old and grandma and all this shit, which Madonna was getting at 35 years old. She was being called grandma at 30 fucking 5, which goes to show how immature a lot of y'all are. It's like, y'all can't beat her record. She stays stunting on you girls, and y'all just mad. Well, go cry in the corner because we don't want to hear it. So, they also wanted you to know that she logged 7 top 10s in the 90s, including 5 that peaked at number 2. She then at number 1 in the 80s, 4 in the 2000s, and 2 in the 2010s. So this is her 10th number 1, the Billboard 200, and the first in the 2020s. Now, the rundown of her number 1 albums in the Billboard 200, 2026, Confessions 2, that's 1 week at number 1. Madam X, when that came out in 2019, spent 1 week at number 1. MDNA, which came out in 2012, went number 1 for a week. Hard Candy, 2008, went number 1 for a week. Confessions on the Dance Floor, 2005, was number 1 for a week. American Life, 2003. Guess how long that was on number 1 for a week? Once. Same thing with music in 2000. Now, this is where it gets where she spent multiple weeks at number 1, and this was all in the 80s. Like a Prayer, she spent 6 weeks in 1989 at number 1. True Blue, 1986. Wait, I said 1989, right? For Like a Prayer. 1986 with True Blue, she spent 5 weeks at number 1, and Like a Virgin in 1985, she spent 3 weeks at number 1. Now, a recap of the acts with at least 10 number 1s on the Billboard 200. You got the Beatles with 19. You got Aubrey Graham with 50, Drake, for those who don't know, 15 number 1s. Taylor Swift with 15. Jay-Z with 14. Eminem with 11. Future with 11. Bruce Springsteen with 11. Barbra Streisand with 11. Kanye West with 11. Madonna at 10. And Elvis Presley at 10. So it was all the big icons. Now, the 4 acts with at least 10 number 1s each on the Billboard 200 and Hot 100. You have Madonna joining an elite group of acts that have achieved at least 10 number one albums on the Billboard 200 and 10 number ones on the Billboard Hot 100 songs chart. Only the Beatles, Drake, and Taylor Swift have also achieved the distinction. The Beatles have 19. Well, we already went through that, so we don't need to read that again of how many they had. But shout out to Michael Jackson, whose former number one Thriller fell one spot to number 8 on the latest Billboard 200, 42,000 equivalent album units, down 12%. The King of Pop is joined by the Queen of Pop, Madonna, in the top 10. Jackson and Madonna have shared space on the top 10 only once, previously on the December 1st, 2001 dated chart. That week, Jackson's chart-topping Invincible fell 3 to number 4 in its third week on the list, while Madonna's compilation GHV2, Greatest Hits Volume 2, debuted at number 7. The two icons almost met up once in the 80s in the top 10, but missed one another by a single week. On the September 1987 dated chart, Madonna led Who's That Girl? Film soundtrack spent its third and final week in the top 10 at number 7. The following week, September 26th, Who's That Girl? Fell to number 1. While Jackson's Bad debuted at number 1, then on the October 3rd dated chart, Who's That Girl remained at number 11, while Bad held at number 1. So there you have it with that big old list of numbers and things. I know it was a lot of math. Now, before we get up out of here on this topic, so I want to let y'all know this. Last but certainly not least, Madonna has more of a reason to celebrate. So in between, well, in the midst of her album being successful, she breaking records over there on the ticky tacky. Because the dumbass idiot in the White House calls TikTok tic-tac. I'm sure y'all have heard that many a time. Talk about somebody that's out of touch. So Madonna's successful rollout. So we got to shout out the Warner Brothers for the way they've been rolling out this album. It has been very old school, the way they've been doing it, but also I love the fact of how they've been maneuvering her to play in the whole internet space. And this is to be a note that a lot of you artists over there on labels as well, they talk about they ain't got a budget or whatever the case is. Y'all need to be like, but look, you see what Warner Brothers doing with Madonna, right? Why y'all can't do that for y'all? Where y'all can go to different venues and hang out with your fans and really engage and get them involved. That's what Madonna's been doing. She's been creating events where she's meeting up with her fans. She's performing her music. She's got a DJ out there spinning crap. No, I was going to say spinning crap, spinning her music. and she's been out there like hanging out with them, and people are feeling like they're a part of a movement. And I think that's what artists need to start doing. You need to make your fans feel like they're a part of a movement. And shout out to Charlie XCX because she was in Brooklyn. Well, Madonna was, I think, yesterday. So while Jay-Z was in the Bronx and Madonna was in Queens, damn, you had all the artists covering all the boroughs, just about, 3 out of the 5. Charlie XX was over in Brooklyn performing new songs from her upcoming album that comes out this week. So the girls have been carrying, well, Jay-Z ain't a girl, but, the artists have been out here doing their due diligence and kicking with their fans and performing and letting people know that, yeah, they're here to make music. And I think because, as it was stated earlier, a lot of Gen Zers are starting to go more analog. I think artists need to start getting a little more analog in the way they handle stuff as well and be more personable with their fans. And this is, I think, will bring more people out there instead of just relying on algorithms or blaming algorithms and now fame and all the other whatever else excuse that big back Cadillac Lizzo decides to come up with why her album nobody cares about listening to. So now that all that's been said, I think I almost lost my train of thought and forgot we got to report on this whole thing about the ticky tacky. So she generated, the way that they rolled out this album, it generated a new TikTok record. The tech company tells Deadline its live event on July 2nd, the day before the album's release, drew more than 2.1 million viewers, worldwide on TikTok Live, the most ever for a standalone artist event on the platform. The broadcast was held in coordination with iHeartMedia, with the companies describing it as equal parts listening party, fan Q&A, club night, and confession booth. More than 200 stations aired the audio of the event. Confessions 2 was drawn positive reviews from critics and topped the Billboard 200 in its first week, moving, as we stated earlier, 134,000 units. Deadline's sister publication Billboard also reported that Grammy voters have have warmed to Madonna, and they're talking about that because now that they're warming to her, maybe because she's more relaxed and she's not, after that death scare or whatever, she almost passed away from sepsis, and maybe Madonna's less mean. Because remember, back in the day, they used to say she was a bitch, she was a mean girl, whatever the case was. Maybe it's just that she was just very assertive about knowing what she wants. And don't get me wrong, Madonna was a nuisance back in the day. But you would think that as you get older, you will mature. And maybe because she's at the later part of her life, she's pushing 70, mortality starts to creep, like become a real reminder in your life. So now that she's in the good graces of Grammy voters and they're warming up to her, this sounds like it could be a sign that we could, and we did a whole video on it in the last episode that I did, that we could possibly be seeing Madonna cleaning up at the Grammys and getting a multitude of nominations for Confessions too. So shout out to the Queen of Pop. Congratulations on the success of the album. Congratulations on breaking records over there on TikTok. You know me, I don't really give a fuck about TikTok because of who now runs it and what they're trying to do with the whole the political aspect. But then again, there was a story that came out that Netanyahu was mad because they haven't been able to control the narrative of what's happening, of us seeing the genocide and everything that's been happening over there in Palestine and stuff. I'm like, once that genie's out the bottle, you can't put that back in. What we've seen cannot be unseen. So y'all trying to suppress our voices, that can only work but so much. So that's kind of like why I have my issues with TikTok, because of the Zionists trying to buying it up and trying to control what it is that we say over there. So I no longer have a profile, but I do have it open because if I need to go over there and download a little clip or something that I've seen over there that I can't find nowhere else, and I want to upload it somewhere so people can see it, then I usually do that. So yeah, but other than that, that's the only reason why I don't care about TikTok. But congratulations for breaking records over there. Once again, Madonna out here setting trends and breaking records for other bitches to try to follow. And then they'll throw shade at her, but it was like, if it wasn't for her, you wouldn't be able to be doing all the things that you're taking for granted now. They always seem to forget that there's always got to be one person that's got to go through the gate in order for you bitches to come rushing through without having to deal with the heat and all the other stuff that comes with that. There's always that one person that has to be the sacrificial lamb for y'all to come in and do what needs to be able to reap the benefits of what that person had to fight in order to be rewarded for. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of all of this news regarding the latest on Madonna? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Crazy that Taylor, Travis, and their teams think people are going to still care about the wedding once the documentary drops in wherever it comes out. I would have posted the wet. I know, right? They're so annoying with all this. Like, you really out here trying to milk your wedding day for profit. It seemed Taylor becoming a billionaire was her downfall and the whole takedown of Justin Baldoni. I mean, look, if she would have actually tried to be out here being like a humble billionaire, I don't think people would have been mad. But now it's like you got all this money and your true colors is showing. I always say money doesn't change people. Money just enhances who you already were. You just have like the finances to support that person that you were when you had no money. Rebel Heart had Best Night, which is an R&B bop, LMAO, and that song when she says a million miles later. Was that miles away? No, wait. Was Miles Away on Rebel Heart? Damn, it's been a minute since I listened to that album. I don't remember what's on it. We walked through the valley of the darkest night. Yes, hold tight. Oh yeah, hold tight. That was a good song too. There was some good songs on it. It was just there was. I think I think the problem with it is it felt like a collection of songs that was put on the record, and it wasn't a cohesive album. I think that was the issue with a lot of people. People feel like with Confessions 2, and it's been so long since I've listened to Confessions 1. Is there a bit of there's a bit of cohesiveness with the first Confessions. Confessions 2 has even more of a fully realized cohesiveness to it, and that's what people want to do. It's like if you're going to be an albums, excuse me, an albums artist, which Madonna is old school in that way. Your story, and she loves telling a story. She loves telling stories, beginning, middle, and end, and the songs have to flow in that way, and it does. A lot of artists just throwing songs up on there and hoping the algorithm pushes them somewhere. It's like, yeah, y'all got to go out here and do work. Oh, I totally forgot. Madison Beer is performing tonight at the Garden. It seems the ballads people hate the most, but it sounds like the biopic music. CCTV, my favorite music reviewers, hate Betrayal because Joan not here. Jesus Christ. Not only were they upset about the Joan thing, but people were also upset over her writing Fragile about her brother. Like, mad at her because, like, you couldn't say that to him in person. No. Here's the thing about people who are introvert extroverts, and I do believe that Madonna is someone who is probably an introvert masquerading as an extrovert. So it's like an extrovert, we push ourselves out there to have to be outgoing and do what we got to do to get where we need to go. But for the most part, we'd rather be in the corner reading a book and minding our business. And that's the thing that Stuart Price said something that resonated with me too. He said he got into DJing because he was socially awkward in clubs. I think that's why a lot of DJs get into the DJing thing because he was socially awkward and didn't know how to like have fun in that space. So me being a DJ where I could dance around and control the room and the atmosphere and play the songs I want to play, it gives you an excuse to kind of do what you do without feeling like people are judging you in a way where, oh, look at this dork dancing around, whatever. And so, like, well, he's DJing, so he's like into the music, whatever. So it's like a way to trick your mind into finding that confidence. I don't know, it's hard to explain. I hope I explained it correct. But yeah, people were mad over that. And I'm like, here's the thing. A lot of times when you're an artist or you're a writer or whatever in general, sometimes, and I've always learned this from when I was a kid because I always had trouble really expressing myself on how I felt in things that would come across as real mean spirited. So I remember as a kid, my mother told me, she was like, well, if you ever have problems with trying to express yourself, just write it down. So that's what she taught me when I was a kid. And I was like, okay, so that's how I would always write down things from me coming out and all that other stuff. I wrote it down on a piece of paper. I would like write, and I've always been like a writer in that way. I'm really good with words and things of that nature. So I just wrote down my feelings. I need to go back to that actually. But yeah, and that's how you get your stuff out there. For people to sit and say, well, you could have said this when they were alive. It's like, no, because, well, even when people are alive, they're not ready to receive what it is that you're trying to say. So, oh yeah, and I totally forgot to bring this up. One of my friends, speaking of DJs, my friend DJ Twisted D said, "Okay, I'm just going to say this after finally listening to all the Madonna LP. It all sounds muddy. Not a fan of the production at all. With all her resources, you think it could have sounded better. I know I'm going to get heat for this, but whoever mixed down and EQ'd this LP should find another line of work. P.S. I'm not saying the LP is bad. I do love it, but the sound quality is lacking." So it's not a criticism. And I think when you have a trained ear, when you're DJing and you have to listen to different sounds and stuff, the digital version sounds suppressed and muddy. But somebody said, she is funny though. She was like, Madonna fans, please do not attack me. I had to write something back. It was like, look, as a person who has an ear for music, I totally get where you're coming from in this whole situation. So I don't think people need to judge her. I think people need to listen to the fact that, yeah, the sound quality is not up to par. That you probably need to blame Apple Music or whatever it was for how they suppressed it or how they put it out there in the digital sense. Because I do have another friend who's a DJ and said like, yeah, he noticed the same thing, but he wound up. I think he said he bought like a physical copy, and I have physical copies too. So, but I haven't listened to the CD. I haven't listened to the vinyl, so I don't know how that sounds compared to what I pretty much have. So I don't know. That's Warner brother. Warner, y'all need to get on that. Why the audio sound a mess? And look, if we got DJs out here who are noticing it, that's a problem. So I wanted to bring that up before I forget. I was trying to find where that comment was with my other friend. Um has oh yeah, my DJ Ted Bishop, because he's also a DJ. He said for some reason the CD rip is much clearer and the muddiness is gone. Glad that I got a physical copy because the fully digital release I got from Apple Music is noticeably muddy sounding. So everybody's talking about the vinyl sounds great. The CD sounds good too. So um whatever the issue is going on with that digital people over there at Apple, get y'all shit together. So maybe I need to I gotta pay close attention to see if I notice any of the weird sound quality. But yeah, a lot of people saying that that's what they was hearing in that whole situation. But anyway, let me get through the rest of y'all comments because we got a lot more tea to spill, and we're already 2.5 hours the show. I knew it was gonna be crazy because it's funny when we not here for a minute and I come back, it's like you get it's a bum rush. Everybody got a lot to say, so I have to agree with you and Fantano. I would have crafted the album to end with "Fragile" being the penultimate track and "LES Girl" being the final track. The "Ray of Light" portion was not given. He also said Confessions 2 was the first good Madonna album since the first Celebrate. I mean, it's the first Confessions, which looking at the collage on the screen, it is. Yes, it is, honey. I will have to say, it's like I do it. Look, I like all of what Madonna does. I'm not saying like I'm just gonna kiss her ass and be like everything was great because it wasn't. There were songs that I felt like there's never been a bad Madonna record. There's always something that's in those records that we could truly love and appreciate. As far as the cohesiveness of it, where it's like, oh my god, I want to listen to this record from beginning to end. I didn't get that until this Confessions too. I can't tell you how many times I've listened to this record already, and like from the beginning, middle, and end. But I also noticed like when I first listened to Confessions, it sounded low, and it did sound weird when I was listening to it. I think even when I was using the YouTube thing where I could listen to the album, it sounded weird when I went and watched it back from Patreon. I've been meaning to ask you this. I keep forgetting. Are you aware that Human Nature is going viral on the Clock app? It's been slowly gaining traction for about a month now. I did not know that. I saw something about Human Nature. I know that's what was going on TikTok. But yeah, I hadn't heard about that. Don't forget how in the UK, she's the first American artist to have a #1 album in 5 consecutive decades, joining Kylie Minogue only. I think I did mention the whole decades thing. Well, there was I was gonna have it was that what was gonna find its way it was gonna slither its way in one way or another. Confessions 2 was also her first #1 in countries since either since either MDNA, Rebel Heart, and Hard Candy. Well, probably because Madam X was more or less for the Hispanic community. But child, that music was not good. Charlie in Brooklyn looked like a Kiki. She brought out Underscores, Clairo, and Kim Petras. I can't wait for her album on Friday. I haven't listened to some of the songs, and I have to say, you know what? This new album is growing on me, so it's no shade. The songs are growing on me, Charlie. I will be listening to it this week. Confessions 2 peaked at #1 in 13 countries. I know some people are like, I didn't even know we had that many. No, we got more than that. They said the Grammys usually nominate a nostalgia act in the AOTY category, even if their album wasn't the biggest phenomenon. But in 2022, Andre 3000 and 2020, didn't he come out with a flute album? And the frequently mentioned Mary J. Blige in 2023. They'll dress like her when they're her age because it's just costumes. I did a whole segment on this. I remember I did a whole hold on. I did a whole segment on this. I'm like, child, um, I gotta remember what I said. Hold on, because I probably can find it. Let me go look it up on my page. Because I remember I put it in there because, it changes, but I just want to go by what I said on that damn list. Oh, bloody hell. Jesus, once I can get through all this goddamn Lindsey Graham post that I put, cause I went crazy with the Lindsey Graham stuff. No, that's not it. 'Cause I thought that was one of the Madonna things. Come on. Why is it not working? You know what? I ain't got time. I'll just have to just come up with it off the top of my head. I was like, was I listening to Madonna recently? So, okay. So, in no particular order, I think I'm gonna put everything at the top because I haven't listened to that song a lot. I'm gonna pick One Step Away, Danceteria, Everything, Love Without Words, because I just love like that. Was it sound like a whistle, harp, like a whole that whistle thing that goes up in there with the beat. I do love Love Without Words. Bizarre has kind of been creeping up on me because that's usually like that typical big room EDM that we've heard already from so many other DJs, like the John Summits and all of them. It's like nothing new under the sun with that, but I think it's because that who knew love could be so bizarre. That's so catchy. So that sticks in my head. That's not on my list though. I just put that up there. I don't remember how many did I say. I said I said One Step Away. Let me keep track. One Step Away, Danceteria, Everything, Love Without Words, and one more. We're gonna put School up there because I have been obsessed with School. So those are like my five. That's my top five so far in regards of songs and things. So there is that. And I've just been getting, it's funny, now that I open Twitter, I've literally been bombarded with everything Madonna. Like, that's all I've been getting coverage of, wall to wall Madonna. Okay, let me close that window. This damn thing has not been letting up. It's like, you're getting on my last good nerve. Camera. Anyway, let's get to the rest of these comments. And then we get to the Jay-Z thing, because that is the next topic. And you said Rebel Heart was the songwriting camp. Madonna X. Madam X began with a small team, but Maluma. Child, don't even remind me, because I just hated his collaborations behind that damn record. I was like, man, what are you thinking? We don't like this collab. I do like, I mean, what she did with Fade, although I will say this, I felt like that song is just too short. That's why I haven't put Read My Lips as like one of my top five. It's a cute song, but I feel like by the time it gets to that middle part where Fade comes in, it starts to get going and then it's over. So that song is too short. Have you ever told your coming out story? I bet it was a gag. It wasn't my coming out. Well, my father found gay porn. Mine. It was in, I think I left, no, it was the movie was, I forget what it was called, but I had thought I hid it because back in the day when you had the TVs and you had like little VHS tapes and all the other stuff, so I thought I hid it somewhere and he found it. And I tried to do it in person. Was like, oh, I wanted to be what y'all wanted me to be, blah blah blah. You know the whole spiel, but I couldn't. I didn't have the cojones to do it the first time, so I was like, you know what? The second time, I'm gonna just write it down. It is what it is, and it was hard at first, but my parents came around, luckily, that I wasn't one of those kids of color who ended up on the piers where you're homeless and you out here doing drugs and prostituting to survive. So luckily I wasn't one of those children. Although I will say this, even though I wasn't one of the pier kids, I was hanging out on the piers in the 90s and the 2000s, back before the piers got gentrified and now it looks all like it looks cute. I don't even know what it looks like at this point because it's been so long since I haven't been down at the pier at all this year, so I have no idea if they've given it an update, a new look. Because normally I'll go to Rock Bar, I'll go to Ties or any one of the little bars in the area, or even Stonewall. Wait, I don't usually go to Stonewall. I go to the Monster. I haven't been to Stonewall in a month of Sundays. But yeah, so I might before the end of the year, because I know my friend Dijon does a party down there. He's been trying to get me to come down there for the longest, but I just been busy. I've been working. I be tired. I don't have time. And my thing is this: back when I lived in Harlem, I used to be outside all the time. But when you live far, you don't really be wanting to be outside all that much. So if it comes down to a point where I can accumulate a little more coin and move back to Manhattan, y'all might see me outside a lot more than usual. And you said at least Stewart stayed needy, skinny, cute, and fine. Unlike Calvin Harris, who felt unattractive, but DJs don't need to look hot and sexy. Well, Stewart Price is about the music. It's not to, I mean, well, I was gonna say Annie straight. I mean, some of these other ones might be questionable, but Stewart don't care about all that shit. All he care about is the music and everything. And I had no idea his wife was the manager of the Pet Shop Boys. Had no idea that's what his wife was. Currently in Europe, and they're selling the new Madonna vinyl for €60, which is like Jesus, $68. That's a lot of money. Well, I got the Madonna vinyl. I got the grinder vinyl. We did a whole unpacking when it came while we was doing a live. Stewart mixed the album himself at his home studio. The LP was recorded mostly there, like the original album, but Mark Spike Stent mixed the OG Confessions album at Olympic Studio. So that probably maybe that's why people have a problem with it, is that Stewart did it. And he's not like the best DJ in the world, but people like, I don't know, his stuff is of quality. I mean, I like his stuff. At parties, I always linger around the DJ booth and find myself wanting to get closer to that atmosphere. I just love electronic music when an Albanian woman isn't screaming over. The question is, which Albanian are you referring to? Are you talking about Dula Peep? Are you talking about BB Rexa? Are you talking about Ava Max? Are you talking about Rita Ora? So, which Albanian? There's a lot of them. But you talking about BB? I already know you talking about BB. I'm just being shady. I just decided to name all of them. So, maybe if you're saying that you always linger around the DJ booth, maybe that's something that inside of you is calling you towards that. So, find a way to buy some equipment and start practicing. Digital music was always compressed. It sounds like due to the nonstop mix, they had to compress it to fit a wavelength. So that could be it. And that's why I guess with DJs, they'll figure out, with the CD player or the vinyl, how they can get those versions to work for them. Who got a CD player? I hope those boom boxes don't become so damn high a mess. Well, I do not have a CD player, but I do have a PlayStation 5, and it has a disc player in it, so I can use that to listen to it. But I haven't opened it. Speaking of which, I also it's not in here, but I bought Adam Lambert's CD off of Amazon. They had like an Amazon exclusive, so I did end up buying that. His album, in my opinion, is okay. Could have been a lot better. I did like some of the industrial stuff he put on it, although it does come across a bit cliched. And I think it's because I listen to a lot of that type of music. So I felt like why is it that my gay artists are afraid to get real gay with their music? It's like the people that really embrace the camp of it all. Shout out to the Pet Shop Boys. Like, why is it the Europeans embrace the homosexualness more than the American gays? Y'all be so damn uptight that your music suffers because of it. I had a cereal set at Amazon. Oh, who knew? Maybe I'll have to get me one. Someone said in a Facebook post that the audio sounded muddy, but maybe that's on the vinyl. I don't know since I don't have a record player. Well, they said no, it sounds good on the vinyl. Well, we were talking about that earlier. We said that the audio version sounded muddy. They're talking about the digital version where I don't know, I didn't hear any muddiness. I mean, it sounded fine to me. I just hate sometimes when I listen to records on Apple Music, how when I hear it, why does it sound low? in certain situations, but then I'll hear other ones that sound much louder. So they need to fix the levels, I think, when they upload these albums and things, depending on the artist. But I do like the album's direction. How the Mood Ballads part is the whole come down of a club kid. So it's like, yeah, it's there's the well that we used to refer to as that's the afters. So it's like when you have the dancing and everything, you're having fun, then you have like the after hours, which is more like it's the come down, it's like you're more laid back and that sort of thing. It's like, okay, I'm done dancing, my feet hurt, I'm tired, it's sweaty, I need a shower. I got a little swamp ass. Now I need to I need to relax a little bit. Don't forget to read Madonna's statement. It's in your inbox. She's in a good mood. Well, as she should be. Because she's winning. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure it's open. Oh, yeah. So she said, is this it? The goodwill and positivity has been incredible. I'm still pinching myself. I can't believe it's #1 around the world. My dream was to make people dance this summer, to bring people joy. Dreams do come true. Thanks and love. Well, here's the thing, Madonna. Now, words cannot express how grateful and surprised I am by the incredible reception Confessions on a Dance Floor has received. Thank you to everyone who has been a part of this and who has helped make this dream come true, especially my fans. So, Madonna's in a good mood. She's happy. She's winning. She's successful with this new album. And I think that's just totally awesome that this is what she's enduring right now. Because you know what? It was long overdue. People definitely want to just take their mind off of all the crazy negative stuff that's going on in the world. Now, I'll just be interested to see how she's going to reshape this upcoming tour. Because that's what it's going to be the true key. So, you said school dancer. Oh, so you have your picks. I mean, school danceteria and betrayal are my 3 favorites right now. Yeah, all y'all drop in what y'all favorites are. Y'all ask me mine. I want to hear y'all's too. Just heard Madonna was supposed to voice Baby Dill in the Rugrats movie. I think I might have heard something about that too. School is in session. Yes, it is. Like you said, the Cher fans quiet, Lamb's quiet, Janet fans quiet, and Baby Critters is screaming foul because this wasn't supposed to happen. Y'all can't control how people receive music. Y'all mad because Mayhem was more mayhem. Like blame her. She lost her mojo. She out there in Hollywood living the best life now, trying to come back to the music that made her famous. And yeah, Abracadabra definitely was the starting point. But the follow-up on the rest of them songs on the record, that sound like some old cutting room floor Broadway hits or songs that she could be singing in a Broadway musical or something. Like it didn't have the gravitas that we got from songs like Born This Way, which is a basic expression. So Judas, Just Dance, Poker Face. Because I remember when I worked the tour, the minute Poker Face started, doom 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 doom. The minute that music started, everybody went ape shit at the Garden. So it was like they want more of the Red One type stuff. And yeah, the song. I mean, don't get me wrong, they went ape shit over Abracadabra too, because that's like the closest sonically that took them back to that original Red One type sound. But the rest of the record, it was. But I have said before, the tour definitely sold those songs because the record was okay. But performing those songs live made more of the difference. It's kind of like the same approach Madonna used to do whenever she would heavily promote her whenever she would have a tour, she would focus heavily on that one record. And songs that we didn't particularly care for, she managed to make that work in a visual aspect. And then we were like, oh, okay. I like this song. Well, it's not a bump, but I like the song because performance-wise, she's giving more to the situation. My father found My father found Nextdoor Studios loaded up on my laptop, and that's when he knew he couldn't get rid of the sugar in my tank. Also, drag queen music video parody vids, including Pep and Sherry Vaughn. Speaking of which, Alaska dropped a new video. I gotta watch it and react to it. I saw someone ask what happened. She sounded a damn mess last night at the Jay-Z concert. We're gonna get into that. People was getting mad because they said that she was partially lip syncing and she was singing to a backing track. Yeah, because I'm like, what happened to her mic? Why she sound a mess? We need to convince Lady Gaga to leave LA. She ain't leaving LA. She loves the thing. And that's why I said that's why Madonna stays in New York. And because LA is so damn pretentious. So she's perfect where she's at. And Adam Lambert, after many years of living in California, he was born and raised there, but he lived in LA because that's like where all the gays and everything is at, all the excitement. And then now he lives in New York. There's no place like New York. The Pet Shop Boys wrote Girls Aloud hit song, The Loving Kind. They gave it to them, saying it fit a girl's voice, but they have a version that people said Xenomania made it a hit. But you can tell the production was there in their demo. This is her final album. It's a great swan song, but I want that 8-track EP. Well, yeah, if I feel like if she doesn't want to release any more music, we're good. I mean, I'm not gonna be upset if Madonna never releases another album because I feel like she's given us so much. She's given us 45 years of music. She's pretty much given her blood, sweat, and tears on the tours and everything. She doesn't need to make music anymore. At this point, you in your 70s, go live your life. But if you ever want to do like a celebration part 2 and really get out there and do a couple of shows, she could do that. But I just feel like Confessions, yeah, let that be the swan song. Mhm. I think Die With a Smile is what saved it. It did because people wasn't really feeling them damn songs. And I hate Die With a Smile. First of all, Bruno Mars works my root canal nerve with his annoying ass voice. And you said for being in the same category as Katy Perry and Kesha, late 2000s, early 2010s, nostalgia acts, she could have easily been with them before that. And the fact of the matter is, I need Kesha to work with better people. Don't get me wrong, I like Zone, but that last record of Kesha's just wasn't doing it for me. And I feel like if we got Slater doing Kesha better than Kesha, I need you to get out there and really get with some people and make some good music. So now it's starting to make us think that Dr. Puke was the best part of he created your best shit. Dance Interior is a modern day Vogue. Get into the groove. It doesn't sound like Love Game or Love Drug. Some people like, um I never heard of Love Drug. I'm like, if you heard Mayhem, you would have heard of Love Drug. That song was right on there. Sugar in my tank. Wait, who did I say it about? You know, I say so much shit I forget. Bizarre School, Dance Interior, Everything, and Fragile. Those are your favorites? Well, I do love everything because of the production. Fantano said he didn't like it all that much. I don't fuck with it. It sounds desperate. I'm like, okay, whatever. Anyway, let's move on, y'all. And let's talk about Jigga. So this weekend seemed like a lot of people who got to go experience Jigga over there at Yankee Stadium had a great time. I feel for some of my coworkers who happen to be ticket takers over there who were going through hell dealing with a lot of the unorganization of the people at Yankee Stadium. And yes, I could talk shit about them because I don't work there. Although I could have worked there when I first started working at the Garden and City Field and other stuff. But I was like, that's going to be too much. Me hopping from all these different places trying to do events, and they're all going to collide with each other. And it's going to be a hot ass mess on me trying to balance out that schedule. But from what I heard, like the night one of my coworker friends worked the first night and talked about it was just a shit show. The fact of the matter was they didn't have enough security at the checkpoints. There weren't situations where they let people know who had floor tickets which gate they had to go to. Because if you're standing on a line, and y'all know it was hotter than 3 shades of hell this weekend, and you got people standing on a line waiting to get inside a venue, and then they come up to them and you scan and find out, oh no, you got to go to this gate. So I've been standing on this line for like an hour, and now you tell me I got to go to another line, and they're like, yeah, if you come through this way, you're not going to be able to get to the floor. You have floor tickets, so that's where you need to go. So it was a whole communication thing on the people at Yankee Stadium part. And if you're going to be someone working in the guest services department, y'all should have had y'all shit together. I don't understand. And this was 3 nights of this, and they're talking about that. This was happening all 3 nights. So why wasn't there any security in a lot of these spots? Because I got a video for y'all where there was people literally bum rushing the gate. There was one ticket taker that was there, black kid, literally just doing like trying to stop people. He's overwhelmed. He don't know what to do. And then all of a sudden now security, everybody comes running over 30, like maybe a minute later, and then they close down the gate, leaving people outside for hours. And this was happening all weekend. So, and this is why I said, like, I don't want to make it a thing where it's about race, but Black people, can we start acting civil in public? Let me tell you who's the worst people when I've seen when it comes down to y'all don't know how to act when to go places. Black people at concerts, young people or whatever, when it comes to hip hop, I know a lot of my coworkers don't want to work them because of the behavior of the guests. And I don't, it's sad when I see stuff like that because I don't mind work. I love working my hip hop shows. I work many hip hop shows at the Garden. First of all, this wouldn't happen at the Garden. So let me put that out there like that. Yankee, come on now. Y'all should have had enough security there to be knowing what the hell or somebody to hold up the spots so that way you're looking out for your people who are the ticket takers. You can't expect one person to deal with 10,000 people rushing in, getting into the place. So now you got people who possibly don't even have tickets already snuck up in there. You can't figure out who they are because now you got to be, everybody up in there got certain things on. You don't want to say all people look alike, but now that everybody's done blended in, you can't check all the tickets or whatever. They can just show up wherever, and now they're enjoying the show. So they're up in there watching the show for free. I mean, you ain't gonna have no seat, but nevertheless, you just be walking around. You get to see wherever you can stand, I guess, somewhere, see the show and whatever the case is. Because they don't have guest services over there either. They don't have no ushers or nothing. They have security that basically just does everything. Because I guess they don't want to pay, for ushers or whatever the case is to watch the bombs or whatever, or make sure people sitting in the right seat. So people just go wherever, whatever. They're so unorganized over there. It's sad. And this is the stuff that people were telling me in regards of what was going down at I said, and then I was like, and I'm glad I decided not to worry because this, like dealing with something like that, that's crazy. When I work at City Field, they don't play no games over there. They got security at all the checkpoints, and they have multiple security. They at least have a good 5, 6 security guards that's standing at all the checkpoints with the ticket takers. So when people are coming through the gates, you got all the security at the different checkpoints. You got security that's when you're coming through, they got to do the bag check. When they got to come through the little thing, when they got to get their ticket scanned, there's guards right there. So we are a well-oiled machine at Citi Field. I don't know why they couldn't have that at Yankee Stadium. So y'all got to do better over there in that part. So yeah, so a lot of stuff was going around. Jay-Z had them wait 3 hours and said basically he wanted to avoid fans getting trampled. So from what I heard, he didn't go live. He did not hit the stage till 12:15 a.m. So this morning is when his ass hit that stage and gave them the show. And I'm sure everybody had a great time. I've heard some people say they didn't get home till 4 a.m. Another thing I'm sure Yankee is probably excited about is that damn overtime. I mean, not overtime, the penalty. Because at a certain time, if you break the curfew or whatever, you get charged. I can't remember. I think it's like maybe $250,000 every couple of minutes that you were still on that stage performing. So I'm sure Jay-Z had lost a lot of money because of this going on late. And y'all got the nerve to talk about Madonna getting on stage on time. Has she ever gotten on stage at 12:15 a.m.? Jay did, and of course, people bitched and moaned, but they'll still stayed up there and had a good old time. So us as people, we got to do better in regards, and not just Black people. Some of the Spanish people do it too, and a lot of the who is it? Trying to think of like the proper term. So like the Guyanese Indian types. When I work some of y'all events, y'all be doing crazy shit too, and I had to light up in y'all because I remember one time there was a group of people that got in and took a picture standing on the chairs. Me and security's like, oh, you better get there. Oh, they just trying to take a picture. I'm like, yes, that's cool or whatever. However, if one of y'all fall and bust y'all behind, then what? We're held liable for that. So it's like you literally have to explain to grown people like children why we enforce some of the things that we enforce. It's like, yeah, you may think this is great now because you want to make it look good for the photo, but you have to realize that it's about safety. So that's the priority. I don't say the stuff for my health. Or a lot of us don't say the stuff for our health. This is just the way that the world is when you're dealing with people that pre-drink, may have drunk, or just people who just Don't, common sense ain't so common. So with all this being said, now that after fans pretty much had to wait more than 3 hours for the finale in Jay-Z's 3-night stand at Yankee Stadium on Sunday, the rapper addressed the extensive delay early in the show. He basically told those in the crowd there were thousands of people outside and that the show was pushed back to avoid crowd safety issues. I heard some people said that even when Beyonce got on stage at night one, that they missed her performance because they were still online trying to get in. And then I heard that they had to turn some people away because it was just at capacity. So he said, let me explain the delay to you guys. This is what he said after finally kicking off the show at 12 a.m. Eastern time on Monday. It was like 10,000 people outside and we closed all the doors and somebody rushed the door. They closed the door for you guys' safety and everyone's safety outside. There's 10,000 people outside. I don't want to start the music and people get trampled. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience, but I had to make sure everyone was okay. I appreciate your patience. And that usually happens too, because I can tell you how many times a concert starts and the minute the music starts and the artist's about to hit the stage, I can't tell you how many times when I'm in the arena, people bum rush in trying to get to their seat, or what they do is they get right to the top of the step and stand there because they want to record and capture the moment when the artist comes. No, bitch. First of all, you should have been here. I mean, I don't mean to say bitch that way, but it's like, no, you should have been in here before the thing started, so that way we can get you to your seat or whatever the case is. But you wasn't thinking about that. So now you want to come in, you want to block the view or the entrance of people trying to get in. I have people behind you who are trying to get into their seat, and you're just standing there because you're not being considerate of the other people behind you, because you want a moment, because you want to capture something on your phone. That quiet is kept 9 times out of 10. Y'all not going to rewatch that shit when you get home. You just want to be able to show that I was there, and that's it. You're not going to really be up in there and watching whatever it is you want to watch. You just want to be able to say you was there for that moment, but you're not going to revisit the video. So be aware of people surrounding them. That's where we come in. It's like, okay, you got to keep it moving. You got to keep moving. You can't just stand here. We got people coming in trying to get to their seats. And we trying to make sure everybody gets to wherever they got to go, so that way they can go and have a good time and enjoy the show that they paid a lot of money for. So people just need to be mindful of that. But I feel like, look, start showing up on time. They said the show was supposed to start at 8 o'clock, and everybody's showing up at 8 o'clock. It's just they got to figure out, Yankee. Y'all just got to figure out a better way of crowd control to deal with, because you wasn't just dealing with people from New York. I think there was people that came from all over that came to New York to see this concert. Because on Friday I went to go get breakfast at this deli spot that's across the street from the 34th Street AMC movie theater. And there was a girl up in there, pretty young black girl, who basically was like, "What did you order?" And I said, "I got me like a steak, egg, and cheese on a hero." She wanted to get her a chopped cheese on a hero. And she was like, "Well," she said, "Is it good?" I was like, "Yeah, it's good because I've had it before." And then she was asked about the chopped cheese. Is it good? I said, "Yeah, the chopped cheese around here is good." Like, because I remember when I lived in Harlem, I used to eat chopped cheese all the damn time and then had to stop because I started gaining weight. So I had to lay off the chopped cheese. But that chopped cheese be hitting, especially if you live in Harlem. Let me tell you, my there was first of all, there was this fine ass Mexican that used to work behind the grill. He used to make my he used to make my damn chopped cheese. And I used to be going up here. That's probably why I was gaining all that damn weight. I was not trying to be a gordito. So I had to get back to the gym and start working that shit off and eating less of that. But then I found out she's from Chicago, and she said she was in town. But I should have asked her, was you here for the Jay-Z concert? I wasn't thinking about that. Because then we got into a conversation. She was like, where the projects at? Then I started laughing. Because like, oh, I want to see the projects and stuff out here, because we don't have those anymore in Chicago. They apparently chopped them all down. So if you go to Chicago, ain't no more projects out there. I said, no, we still got projects out here in New York. They ain't get rid of them shits. Where you gonna misplace all these? Where you gonna place all these people that's up in the projects? It ain't going nowhere. And she was like, well, where's because I guess she didn't know she was in Manhattan. So she was just asking like, okay, where's Marcy Project? I said, well, you got to go all the way out to Brooklyn for that, because I used to live in Brooklyn, out there at Marcus Garvey Projects, which is on Amboy Street between Pickett and East New York. That's where I grew up at. So I was aware of Marcy Project and all the other ones. And of course, if you want to go to Queensbridge, where Nas is from, that's out in Long Island City, 71st, 21st Street, Queens. What am I talking about? 21st Street, Queensbridge, like right up there. But I think that's more gentrified because I've been seeing a lot of white people getting off of that stop. But the projects is still there. My aunt lived there. She ain't going no damn where. Ever since my mother found her that apartment 40 some odd years ago, that lady ain't left yet. So that's my father's sister. So yeah, so he was out here looking for people, trying to think about y'all safety. First of all, I'm sitting here rambling the whole time. I forgot to show y'all the video if y'all didn't see it. So we were talking about the kid that was like overwhelmed, and they were showing the video footage. There's a couple of indicators, one here, one here. I don't know where else, like y'all trying to stop the people. You got all these big bags coming through the damn door in the way. There's nothing there. And this guy look like he worked there. Look like he like don't know what to do. So you got all these people coming to the door. Now you're gonna stay in a few minutes. Security, everybody running over. He goes and runs trying to get help. And you got all these ding dings coming through without a damn ticket. And y'all gotta check the bags and stuff too, because it's like, what if y'all bringing in weapons and stuff? Because you gotta be careful that with any concert situations. Now you got all the other ticket takers coming over. Oh my god, y'all got some these security guards. I need to retire. Them knees look like they was one of them. Look like you should not be running. So now they flashing the flashlight. That's a good one because I'll be doing like flashing the light in their face so they can't see, and they close the gate. So that's what they're doing right there. And they had to do a shutdown because y'all don't know how to act. And now they got look like right there, security supervisor, the guards and everything coming over. My thing is, where is the guards that was over here at this door? There was nobody over there. Y'all have 2 ticket takers over there and expecting them to just handle everything, dealing with a crazy crowd of people rushing in. Like, what kind of shit is that? See, I wasn't even thinking about valuing these people's safety. So, and then in the video, what did it say in the comments? So this is from Hip Hop Clips 36 said this is part of the issue that caused the delay of Jay-Z's show. Yankee said and tagged Yankee Stadium in it, and they need to do this. Please improve security and organization as this could have been dangerous for those outside and inside the stadium. Absolutely. You got to think about the safety of the people outside. You also have to think about the safety of the guest service people, the people that are working the doors. You got to think about them because if they get trampled, then what? Now you got a dead employee, and you're gonna have to explain to the parents of these people what happened to them, and you're gonna expect a lawsuit. So why couldn't y'all figure out what the hell was going on with that? And that ain't to my plus though album release date because ain't no album release date coming out, and they had to lock the interest down and stuff. So good on Jay-Z to come out and actually show that he was concerned for his fans and everything. And so yeah, they said that special guest on the final night show dubbed Extra Innings included Rihanna, who sounded horrible when she got up there on that damn stage. When she actually chimed in and actually sang a note. She sang Run This Town with Jay-Z, and then did Bitch Better Have My Money. Beyonce performed Drunk in Love near the end of the show. Tiana Taylor was another one that sounded a mess too. She came out and sang Can't Knock the Hustle. Usher, why you not over there with Chris Brown performing? That you had time to come out and perform this place, and then brought out Pharrell corny ass. And I do like Pharrell production, but some of the shit he been saying lately, he don't sit right with me. Now concerts, Jay-Z don't be out here performing as much, so I totally get why people was overwhelmed or overly excited for everything that went down because it's been, I think he hasn't performed in like 10 years, I think. The last one, I think it was 2017 was when he last performed. So, and he was out here performing to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Reasonable Doubt and the 25th anniversary of The Blueprint. Child, don't remind me because it's starting to age me. Like when y'all start doing these 25, 30-year anniversaries, it's like, oh my God, it just reminds me of my mortality. So, um, He could have did it anywhere else. I'm glad he did over in Yankee because I'm like, child, with the Mets, we wouldn't want to deal with that. First of all, it was too goddamn hot to be dealing with all this just too hot outside. They might trying to deal with that fucking humidity. I know I wasn't. So, but here's the thing. Before I wrap this up, with all this being said, I actually hope with all of this, London, because he about to come over to y'all. LA, he about to come to y'all too. In Paris, he about to visit y'all wee wees out there, ooh la wee wees out there in Paris. Make sure y'all watch all of this and make sure that y'all are way more prepared than Yankee Stadium was because this shit was ridiculous. So make sure that you have enough security to cover all the checkpoints. Make sure that y'all communicate and let people know which doors they need to go to in order to get to certain checkpoints because there's only one certain way that you can get to the floor. It's the same thing at Citi Field. You got to go through the bullpen gate at Citi Field in order to get to the floor. There's no other place at Citi Field that you can get to the floor but the bullpen gate. Have signs of to let people know where they gotta go so they're not wasting their time standing on a damn line waiting an hour to get into certain venues. Communication. It's a universal thing. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Did you happen to go see Jay-Z in concert or did you watch it on the stream? Because I heard that some people did stream it and people watching it that way. So it was bootlegged online, so people could watch it that way. Did you see the concert? Did you hear all the pandemonium and stuff that was going on? I did hear that it was a pretty chill night. There was a situation, regardless of what happened with the ticket thing, there was a video I also saw on Saturday where a guy went and got kicked out of the place because he put pause on a security guard. So he ended up getting evacuated and kicked out. I don't know if he was arrested, but when you start assaulting people and stuff, you can't come back to those type of venues. So besides the little ridiculous incidents that was happening for all 3 nights, I did hear it was a pretty good show. And one thing I know about Jay, like his wife, they're not gonna half-ass it with the performances. I also was hearing like Eminem did a great job performing. Um Nas, when he came out, he definitely ate. And people were talking about like, yeah, it's people of a certain age that's y'all out here really doing the damn thing. Um the breath control, the cadence, all the other stuff that was going on. I was like, yeah, and you would think that a lot of these newer generation rappers would know how to do all of this. Y'all want to sit and call people old, but it's like, yeah, y'all can continue to call people old and be ageist or whatever the case is. But a lot of the older generation, a lot of the artists that came up during my time and in my generation, we're the last of the true talents that's out here really putting in the work and showing the training and doing all the things that needs to do to put on a show. These new generation, y'all just fucking lazy and think just because y'all account got a lot of money in it that sums up that requires that okay, you're the most talented person on the planet. No, you really got if you want longevity, you need to be studying the Nas's and the Jay-Z's and the Eminems and the Raekwons and all the other rappers that's out here that's still and LL Cool J. Because a friend of mine who I worked with was doing there was some block party thing that LL was doing over the weekend as well. You need to um get caught up in that and learn from them, watch them, even if they're not going to mentor you, watch videos of them performing and take from that and apply that to what you're doing because the children are our future, as Whitney Houston says. So y'all need to step it up because these Nas's and Jay-Z's and them, they ain't gonna be here forever. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I was really trying to choose my words carefully in that during that segment. But then now again, I'm like, you know what? I wasn't talking too greasy. First of all, I don't work at Yankee Stadium, so I'm like, and I ain't planning on it, so I could talk a little greasy if I want. Patrick Lennon said Warner contacted him for unreleased demos and rare tracks for a True Blue 40th anniversary edition. So it sounds like she got the studio album out. She's ready for reissue. Before I forget, Mariah Carey teased Daydream 30 this weekend on social media. I do look forward to Mariah Legacy reissue because she puts work into it. I was listening to You Don't Know by Kim. by Camel Face this weekend after it was recommended to me, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I really like it. Jay-Z is just so weird now. Yeah, it's just the capitalism aspect. And child, I was sitting there just rolling my eyes at Ebro Darden making all them goddamn excuses for Jay-Z because you was up in the building with them over the weekend, watching the shows and you're a part of iHeart. So I'm like, okay, here go the capitalists in them. But we could two things can be true at the same time. And then they also mentioned the thing about him addressing the Colin Kaepernick situation where people felt like he threw Colin Kaepernick under the bus and he's become more of a capitalist and all those things. But yeah, Jay-Z definitely is, you know, one of the greatest rappers of our time. So we're not going to take that from him, but it's just certain ways he moves, though. It's just people have a problem with. Now, tell me why Jay had to bring out all those people just for people to come out. Yeah, you basically just wanted all them cameos. But look, the fans was eating it up. They was happy to be up in there and see Rihanna and Beyonce and Nas and Usher and all these other people coming out. But one person you wasn't going to see is Kanye. I have a feeling Beyonce is going to do Yankee Stadium shows or some stadium show. I don't know why oh, yeah. And I forgot to also mention the reason why I brought up Hispanic people because I remember they would tell me horror stories about when they worked Bad Bunny. Y'all didn't know how to act then either when Bad Bunny was at Yankee Stadium. So y'all going to see the man. Just, calm down, let them scan your ticket and get you in the building. Y'all already bought the ticket. I don't know why people don't know how to act civil in public. Y'all really need to get outside and touch some grass. I mean, look, I don't understand why she doesn't do stadiums in New York. The closest she'll go is Jersey. And that's why I've never really went to go see her perform. Because I'm not going over to fucking MetLife in Jersey. I mean, it's easy to get there because you can just take the New Jersey Transit straight there. But I'm like, I don't want to go all the way out to Jersey. Why don't you do New York? You could pick any of the stadiums. But now that she's associated with New York, and she'll only do Yankee because Jay did it. I sent you an article for tomorrow's show. Marie Claire UK is saying Madonna should give the album of the summer and the year, but we're still punishing women for aging, where Mick Jagger is allowed to. Funny enough, I was working the Bon Jovi concert yesterday, and one of my coworkers said, "Oh, yeah, they're strutting like Mick Jagger," and I happened to look, and I was like, "Yeah, John Bon Jovi was up there moving a bit like he was moving like Jagger." In the words of that dude from Maroon 5. The flashlight shit is smart. I never thought doing that. Oh, I do that all the time. When I'm at work, I'd be up there with my flashlight. When people be in the aisles, I'd right in their face and fuck up their video. I don't care. And the supervisor them, they know it. I'm like, no, you cannot be in the aisle. Like you literally on the step blocking people's view because you want to fit a film. Bitch, you not Steven Spielberg. Get your ass in your seat. That's the way I just be thinking about it. It's like, yeah, we do that all the time with the flashlight. That's an old trick. We all do it. Uh, this shit was ghetto as hell. Not Jigazoo ain't worth it. And yeah, people. I was like, what is so special? I was like, I really don't understand what's so special. I mean, yeah, Jay-Z, I like his music. He's an icon in the hip hop world. But these people really acting like they ain't never been to a damn concert. Maybe I'm a little jaded because I work so many live events. But no, that's not it. The fact of the matter is, I know how to act in public because my mama and my daddy raised me right. That's why. But y'all be outside acting like a damn fool. It's like, yep, flash the light right in their face, disorient them. So it gives you the opportunity to close the door and leave them out there. And when y'all act right, then we'll open the doors again. Because it was like I was trying to get everybody out of the Bon Jovi concert, one of the guests said to me, he was like, because when everybody was like walking in one way, then I had them go up. Once we clear the catwalks and stuff, I'm like, just go up. You can come up the catwalk because we got to get all the famous people and stuff out. Once they're all gone and they're in the clubs, Then we'd be like, okay, once we get all the other people in that section out, okay, now we can clear the floor a lot faster, come up the catwalk, go up the steps. It's a lot faster. And the guy was like, yeah, herding the cattle, like herding cattle. I said, yeah, the only thing is I don't own a ranch. So we got all these different tricks of getting people out of the building. But anyway, enough of that foolishness with Jay-Z and them acting a mess. Let's get them more tea. Oh, damn, we already 3 hours in and we got more tea to spill. But look, it's been a minute that I've been here to do a show. So let's get into our next topic. And let's talk about Britney Spears. So Britney Spears has been going on a little tangent as of late and spilling tea about what's been going on in her personal life. And one of the things she did address, I guess she was addressing one thing, but she also addressed, well, addressed the car DWI incident where she was swerving on the street or whatever the case was. And then she addressed another incident regarding her family that I'm going to share with y'all in a second. But first, let's get into this situation. So, she posted a photo of herself hanging out of the sunroof of a luxury SUV on a jammed Los Angeles freeway, and she has another to share. Now, earlier this week, video of the singer emerged. Wait, first of all, why the fuck was I? Because I didn't even know this thing happened. Oh, I was busy. So I didn't even know this situation came down because apparently I'm thinking this was the incident where she was addressing the swervation when she was driving behind the wheel. She wound up getting arrested. No, there's a photo apparently of her where somebody took a picture of her hanging out on the roof of her SUV. I have the picture because I went over to her Instagram while I was busy stalling and talking to y'all. And yeah, this is the picture she posted. So I didn't even know this happened. It just goes to show that, yeah, I've been so busy with stuff, I had no idea what was happening and stuff. So anyway, so she posted with the following caption. What people see is 2 seconds of insanity of me arching me to the, what? Is 2 seconds of, and this is what she wrote, so I'm trying to even make sense of what's in that brain of hers. But she said, what people see is 2 seconds of insanity of me arching me to the Lord's. I think maybe she meant arching her back to the Lord's. Yet the days and hours of my reality, nothing is what it seems. I think I need to come out of the roof quite a bit more. So she wanted to go out on the roof of her car because I think she thinks she's in a goddamn White Snake video. Maybe she thinks she's Tawny Katane or some shit. I know that's an old 80s reference. Look it up. If you ever seen a White Snake video with Tawny Katane on top of a car, you'll know the reference. So she thought she was having her White Snake moment, and now she out here looking for, and she know they're about to eat her up in these damn comments. That's why she dismantled the comments. She didn't want y'all to read, or she didn't want y'all to read her. So that's why she put that out there. So she posted this picture. Says, this is dangerous. Have you never seen Hereditary? Don't stick your head out of a sunroof. Don't stick your head out of a side window, even if you have an allergic reaction, because you might lose your head. So yeah, so they was somebody that she was standing through the roof of the moon roof of an SUV that was driving on the 101 freeway. At one point, Spears arched her back and sprawled atop of the Mercedes while the car traveled at 46 miles per hour. So, girl, if they would have had to stop short and your ass would have started flying through somebody's windshield, maybe the back of their vehicle, then what? You could end up dead. But you're not thinking because she ain't all the way there and nobody wants to talk about it. Everybody wants to make us good. Leave Britney alone. Well, can she stop being a nuisance to people around her? Because now you're putting other people's lives in danger when you do dumb shit like that. I don't care if it was Jesus Christ out on the sunroof. Get your ass back in the car. Nobody should be hanging out of a car the way she was doing that. And she keeps talking about the way her life is. Sis, you have so much money and resources to be able to get your life together, and you still out here making more excuses than Lizzo on why her damn album flopped. So Spears spent about 2 months standing through the wait, it said 2 minutes, sorry, standing through the moonroof before the SUV, driven by a man in a cowboy hat, exited the highway and pulled into a gas station. You know, Brittany loves a gas station. Brittany just went through the sunroof for a quick moment, a source returned to the Daily Mail. She wanted to see what the traffic was about up ahead because the cars came to a stop. I'm going to dignify that with a response. Let's just keep going. On Saturday, Spears shared a screenshot of the incident on Instagram along with the caption. I wonder how they get that picture because the picture was taken from behind. Someone was supposed to online. She must have saw it and then she decided to use it as her caption. What people see is 2 seconds of insanity of me arching me to the Lords. Yet the day, okay, we read all that already. But she keeps talking about the days and the hours of my reality. Well, what's going on in the days and the hours of your reality? Which remember, says you're no longer in the conservatorship, so you control the days and the hours of your reality. Why haven't you used your financial resources and the days and the hours to make your reality better? There's no excuse because your family is not in control of you anymore. So I understand you're caught up in the matrix of your trauma, but at a certain point, ma'am, you are in your she what, 44? Since you are middle age, you in your mid 40s, at some point you got to stop blaming everybody else around you and grow the fuck up. And it's no shade. She needs that harsh truth. But when you don't have no people around you to tell you the real tea, this is what they're going to keep enabling her behavior because they're benefiting. They're benefiting from it on a financial standpoint. So they said the highway incident is the latest of odd occurrences involving Spears in recent months. In May, the singer was reported acting erratic and walking around with a knife during a night out at dinner recently. And how we found that out, um, Hollywood scooper Jeff Snyder happened to be at that restaurant the time she showed up and was eating up in there. She was making weird noises. She was pacing back and forth in and out of the bathroom. I heard that she left her booth a mess where they were sitting or their table because it was like food all over the floor and everything. So it was like you're dealing with a toddler. And so people were talking about, yeah, she was acting a little erratic. And that's what he told me. He said it wasn't as crazy as everybody was making it out to be. And people were getting mad at Jeff Snyder for telling his story. He said, but I was there. Am I not supposed to say anything? Meanwhile, if the shoe was on y'all foot and y'all happened to encounter Britney, I guarantee you, them same people that was mad at him over telling what happened in there that during that incident would not hesitate to jump on TikTok, Instagram, wherever it is y'all want to do a little story times. Start your shit off with a story time before you get in your booms and all your other mess that you want to say. Now, boom. This what happened. Story time. You know all that foolishness y'all be saying when y'all be telling your little videos about, or you want to talk about your little incident just because you want to have your little 15 minutes of fame. But if I'm in media and I got a front row seat to this shit, you think I'm going to keep that to myself? Hell yeah, I'm gonna go sell that shit to TMZ and make me a little coin. My rent will be paid for the month. There's no honor amongst thieves. And if y'all gonna get mad about it, oh well, I'm not friends with Britney. So, I mean, I care about her well-being. I'm not sitting there saying like I don't care if she lives or dies or whatever. But if you out here carrying it in a situation and I see it, oh, I'm telling it. So Spears' rep added the constant attack on everything that she does, and this is exactly what happened 20 years ago when the media tried to depict Britney as a bad person. This is ridiculous, and it needs to stop now. And so she pled guilty to a misdemeanor charge of wet reckless after she was arrested in March on a suspected DUI charge. She voluntarily and briefly checked herself into a treatment facility as part of a plea deal. She agreed a 12-month probation period, regular meetings with a psychologist and a psychiatrist, as well as completing a 3-month DUI class. Now, I do wonder, has she started on all that yet? What's the tea? So that's not the only thing. So we also have another story. I hate when y'all be having all these damn people sending me fucking messages. So I have this thing over here on Facebook. I'm not going to open it up because who knows? All kinds of crap is going to be popping up while I'm trying to read it. So she wrote this a couple of days ago. She wrote, just for people Just so people know, I was in a conservatorship for 15 years as my AA meeting girl friends traveled 10 times a month. I had one vacation a year in Maui with my two sons for 15 years. So no, I couldn't live like a real woman like Christina Aguilera, and after a show in Vegas, say I wanted to fly to New York. My family knew where I was every second of the day. Before I might have been a sassy pants, but I had my animal spirit, something so sacred, people have no idea what it felt like being a mute saint for my mom and dad for that many years. I wasn't able to make a decision or any kind of odd, wait, what? And or anything kind of odd. Child, there is no punctuation is your friend, sis. I swear to Jesus. But she said, I was made the decision on anything kind of odd after doing my best work as I was punished. Was I turning into a real star? Three question marks. Was that a threat to my family? Two exclamation points. Because I miss the way I used to feel. Four exclamation points. I go out for the first time to a gas station, which I never do. I go out and people are claiming I'm incredibly insane. That's not fair to me at all, with a capital A. LL. The LL was small. I never went out one time with my dancers in Las Vegas. And if anyone remembers who I used to be, I wore a belt that said motherfucker at 20. I was incredibly strong, driven, and extremely hard on myself for someone like me. And the love I used to have for people and my friends, I blame my mother for not saying to my dad all those years, let her go with her friends and cousins and go out and be sassy and not your slave, Jamie Spears. I do. I blame her. People say forgiveness is the answer to kill the most beautiful part of a person. The soul, the grit of who they are is unforgivable. So the truth is, Lord have mercy on my family soul. Excuse me. I've been my own little person for 5 years. The real world is a scary overwhelming thing. I'm tired of people being so judgmental. I'm just learning to honestly live independently after being divorced for the past 3 years. Stay calm, world. But yeah, because you know she was with Sam Asghari. And with me, I wound up saying so, oh, wait, damn, why did I close that? Because now I've got to go to the comments. But I thought that I was trying to expand it in a way. I gotta find out where it was. So yeah, there was one comment that particularly okay, why is this thing not moving? And then people keep sending me crap in here. Maybe this will help. Cause now I gotta find Miss Britney again. Is that it? Yeah, I found it. So one person said, "Poor Brittany. I think she's going to struggle for the rest of her life because of the conservatorship. It's interesting that she knows she's not the same, and something has been broken with her. How does someone get better after their psyche is broken? Well, it might be hard because, um, with the what was it, the lithium, and I think she was getting electroshock therapy and all the torture that she went through where they were trying to restrain her and stuff. Her brain is probably fried." But one person said, "I think acknowledgement is the first step." Well, yeah, they always say the first step is always admitting you have a problem. Maybe she learned that when she was in rehab. Well, when they tell you you got to do that in rehab, right? But there was one where this guy went in, so I got to try to find that. It's a one said, "Tell you the truth, we are always listening. The public has always supported you. We watch from the sidelines. Your parents ruin your life and use you like a workhorse. Many of us will never forget your family failed you and your boys." Um, one person said, "Ma'am, the minute." They let you outside. We've been forced to look at your shaved puss and titty meat every week. We not even gonna ask why you don't have a damn dog walker with all that money, let alone a house cleaner, and we never gonna forget the blades. Quite frankly, you need to go back to the clank clank. Now you ODing right now. That's the first time I read that article. I didn't even know that they wrote that. Yeah, and then some people's getting mad because they said that she was dragging Christina, and people like she wasn't dragging Christina. Why why they out here trying to say that she's dragging Christina? Did I save it? Hold on, I might have saved it in my phone because for some reason when I'm on the social media I can't. Okay. Oh yeah, I did save it, so I got it. One person said, meh, this reminds me after Justin Bieber got a lot of bad press. And let me see if y'all actually agree with this. This reminds me after Justin Bieber got a lot of bad press for being an absolute train wreck for a few years. And when he accepted an award, he said that he's just a kid learning to be an adult and people should give him grace. 0% accountability for the things he did. No mention about the fans he spit on off his balcony, the face in the guest book, at the Anne Frank Museum, adopting a monkey in Germany, and then just abandoning it when he realized, hey, maybe a monkey isn't as easy as having a cat. Britney is the same. She was in court for years before she got slapped with a conservatorship, and everyone was telling her to stop partying, take some time off, and go heal. Drive your kids to school, get out of LA. Nah, she went balls to the wall and lost her freedom for 15 years. Now she's been free for 5 years. She marries a much younger backup dancer again. Well, he was actually a guy. It was in her music video. If we're talking about Sam Asghari, does twirling vids on TikTok with knives and dog shit all over the floor, and stars racking up DUIs. Grow up. You're nearing 50 and you sound like a 14-year-old who's had 27 excuses for why she skipped class to smoke weed. People give her way too much slack, and I don't for a second buy this she's a victim BS because she had many opportunities to get her life together and she just doesn't care. She has sold her music for like $200 million, I heard. Sell your house, get a condo in Paris or London, take up gardening and do the talk show circuit and effing retire. If you have if you have tens of millions, you can't really blame your parents for your bad press or your DUIs or your consecutive failed marriages. And one person said, I love Britney and agree with this. So look, the Britney fans is giving the harsh truth. And you want to know something? Sometimes you need that harsh truth. And how many times have I said on this show when it comes to her that there comes a certain point where you got to take accountability for yourself. Yes, your parents did all the crazy things they did to you when you was in that conservatorship, and maybe they were in it for the money and wanting to have control over your every aspect of what you was doing. But they couldn't just pull the conservatorship out of your ass. There have been probably some crazier things that was going on for us to get to that point and for them to put you in there with the postpartum depression and all the crazy stuff that you was doing in regards to that and putting your kids in danger. So it all can be everybody's fault and not yours. You got to take some accountability for the things that you've done. And to me, it just seems like Brittany doesn't really have, what was the term that was used earlier in the show? The emotional intelligence to be able to handle all the things and to do all the things that she needed to do to make sure that she's even killed or whatever the case is. Because I'm like, at this point, you can much give an F you to your family. You can come back to music on your own terms, since you love music and dancing and all those other stuff. You can come back on your own terms. The family don't own you anymore. You could be like, you know what, I'm ready to get back in the studio and get back to normal and do all the other stuff after the years of therapy, going through what I need to do, taking my medications, all that stuff, you can find a way to make that comeback. You don't want to do that. You just want to go in here and do crazy shit because you know it's just going to help you go viral. We're going to be talking about it. And then you want to play the victor role. Oh, everybody's saying I'm insane. Everybody says I'm lit, but you doing crazy shit. And then you get mad when people respond to it. You can't poke the bear and tell the bear how mad to get. You can't do crazy shit and then expect people to think that that's normal. You up in there making dog noises in a restaurant and walking around willy-nilly with a damn knife. I don't know your mental state, bitch. I don't know you. So I don't know what you're capable of. I don't care how many times I done seen you perform. Oops, I did it again. The person that I'm seeing performing that red outfit and that hair with the little ponytail weave covering to make it look like a ponytail, because that was all fake. Hair extensions. It's like the performance out of Britney is not the same as the real life Britney Spears. We don't know you as a human being. We only know by what we see. So people need to start acting like they know these celebrities as well. Because I don't know what you're capable of. I just heard some actor, 44 years old, just unalive themselves. So mental health is real out here in these streets. And with all the money you got, sis, there's no excuse for you to get your mind better before it's too late. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of the story? Do y'all think that guy was harsh in his delivery in regards to what he said about Britney? Do you agree with what he had to say? And do you agree with all the, well, what are your overall thoughts on all of this that we just talked about? Whatever they are, let me know in the comments down below. I couldn't tell what the hell she was doing. It's about I can't see. Is she arching her back? I couldn't tell what that picture was. Was she outside the roof? Letting her pussy breathe. You know how they spread their leg. I thought it was the bitch thing she in a white snake video. See in her death proof bag. I'm like, well, oh yeah, maybe that's what she just got finished watching and decided to reenact that scene. I'm like, girl, have you not seen Final Destination? I don't do crazy stuff like that because I watch crazy movies like that. Not flying on the back of a vehicle. Yeah, I'm like, look, if he stops short and your ass go flying, where you think you going? You going through that vehicle in the back of the window. People out here mind they been to listen to whatever music. All of a sudden they hear a big old crash and then they gagging and send them out of whack. Now you got a dead pop star in the back of your damn car. In her defense, she isn't the first person to pop. Well, you a fool for doing it. Whoever does it, like, let's not pop out of car. I'm like, what y'all think? Did you do that in 6 Feet Under? Somebody went and popped out of the roof and lost their head. That's what made me think about that. There was an episode of 6 Feet Under where that happened. But anyway, so we are down to our final 4 topics. So before we get to our final 4 of the evening, hit that like button, subscribe, smash the notification bell, hype the channel, do all the things that help this show go viral over here on this good old YouTube space and other venues that this show is streaming from, like my other 2 Facebook pages. Please and thank you. So now, without further ado, let's talk about The View. So The View, they usually record their episode on Friday. And, with all the stuff going on, we're already through the halfway point of this place called hell, and that would be the Trump regime. And now they're thinking about what the Democrats can do to, you know, get everybody excited from running in 2028. So the ladies of The View was talking about it, of course, moderated by Joy Behar. Sidebar, as I said, when I worked the Lionel Richie concert on Friday, Whoopi Goldberg was there. Also, Jalen Brunson and his family and stuff was there. So, what was I saying? Oh, so Whoopi Goldberg was there, but I wonder if she mentioned it on today's show. I haven't seen today's episode of View, so I have no idea if she actually mentioned going to the Lionel Richie concert. But yeah, she was there on Saturday. So anyway, and then of course, Sarah Haines got to talking and they call her delusional. I said, well, it took this point for y'all to realize how delusional that broad is. That lady always saying something stupid, especially because we know she's a shill for AIPAC. She goddamn Zionist, especially what she said about a certain candidate that we are aware of by the name of Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, who she didn't even bother trying to learn the lady name. So, as we said before, that while the View's pre-taped Friday episodes are typically tame affairs, the latest installment exploded into a heated debate about the 2028 presidential election and identity politics as Democrats weigh their options on who they want to nominate. Now, Joy initiated what will become a heated Hot Topics discussion about the range of topics tied to the presidential election coming up in 2028, including who Democrats might endorse, as speculation mounts that 84-year-old Bernie Sanders might eye another bid for office, which he should have went back then when he tried the first time. However, the DNC sabotaged that because they wanted Hillary to be the presidential nominee. And so they cast him aside, pushed her to the forefront. We didn't choose her. But y'all thought because she was married to Bill Clinton and y'all all was in that club that we all not a part of, you thought that would be the great choice to get up in there. And so then what happened was people decided to vote for Trump because they thought he'd be a better choice because it's not somebody who's caught up in the establishment, not realizing the con artist that man truly is. Because I just heard Bussy Madass is pissed that he put hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a pardon from Trump, and the pardon ain't happened yet. Dummy. I just heard about that today. That's what you get. So anyway, we have that segment. I want y'all to watch it. And we are gonna. I'm probably pausing to give commentary. So we're gonna talk about it, we're gonna watch it, we're gonna come back and talk. Please hold.
Okay. So Democrats are searching for their presidential candidate for 2028. And both sides of the aisle are giving their predictions. Watch.
The leading Democrat for 28. I think it's got to be AOC.
What's your response to that?
First of all, why the fuck are they asking JD Vance? What is his opinion on Democrats?
I mean, you know, I hope he is. That's what I'll say.
Bernie Sanders will be extremely old by the end of this term if he does run and win. But there's some theories about how he could finesse that. He's got a ton of energy. He's not a normal 80-something. Now, having had two 80-something presidents, the country's not really in the mood for someone that old. But as a force to win the nomination, I believe he's extremely strong.
You know, you want somebody who follows the Constitution, not somebody who wrote it. I should talk. He's the same age as me, and I would not run for president. I don't have the energy to do such a job like that.
Yeah.
But to me, it's like...
Neither does Trump. Has it stopped him?
No, because, you know, it's not that. I have the energy, actually, but I don't have the desire.
Yeah.
You can't go through life with the same level of ambition
Yeah.
that you had when you were 30 years old.
Right.
Our best presidents, I mean, here the Barack Obama was 47, Ulysses S. Grant, 46, Bill Clinton, 46, John Kennedy, 43, Theodore Roosevelt, 42. Okay, LBJ was 51, Clinton, 46, FDR, 51.
Yeah.
Well, I do think that, the mid to late 40s, that is the sweet spot. I know like 35 is the year that you're qualified to run for president, but your mid to late 40s, I think that is a sweet spot for like when you're the most ambitious and the most hungry and wanting to do things. And I think that's a good time to be wanting to be president. I kind of wish that we could look. I know y'all will be livid over the fact that if Zohran Mamdani can run for president, because people love him and we love him in New York. And we see people constantly trying to smear him and hate him. But if he could run for president, he'd be dangerous. But the fact of the matter was he was born in Uganda, so he can't run for president. And I think he's okay with that. He's you get a lot more done when you're mayor or governor or when you're doing a lot of those, when you're working in those little pockets, versus being the president of the United States, which the president is, as I always say, they're all part of a club that we're not a part of. The Democrats and the Republicans, two peas in a pod. And I got clips on that when we get to that next one. We talk about Lady G. That's coming up later on in the show. So let's continue with hearing what they had to say.
Between 30 and 60, those are the wonder years to run for president. We love Bernie. I mean, I think he's a great senator, but come on.
Well, and no reference to what condition Bernie Sanders is in. I think the best take on this is you just can't sell this right now to the country. With the President Biden debacle followed by what we're witnessing with President Trump. The country needs to be excited. They need to be hopeful. They need to be unified. Someone needs to inspire them. That kind of pitch of like, we're going to put out Bernie Sanders, and no shade against him personally, I don't necessarily agree with him with his policies, but it's not just him personally. It's the country has gone through this twice, and I think we're done. Like,
what was
Of course, she doesn't agree with his policy because he's a democratic socialist, and somebody who's independent. You would think that she would be for socialist policies, but Sara, that girl's a fucking airhead. I just think all that after she had all them damn kids, her brain probably shot up right out her vagina along with that placenta fluid.
the other one, Reagan?
no, I'm saying that on the heels of President Biden and now President Trump, to put up Bernie Sanders
Another
will be
octogenarian.
86 when he runs. Like,
Right.
I
And
just-
90 when he's done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think it's not personally against how that age matches, because
No more
everyone
old
looks
people.
different, acts different, has different energy levels, but the country has been deeply disappointed. And I think we need a unifying spirit come together, someone who inspires, and I just don't think that's
You know,
gonna come
funny
in Bernie
though,
Sanders.
And how do we get that, Sarah? I mean, y'all say that we need this, this, and this, but where are the examples? It's like y'all don't have the examples because you don't understand what you're talking about. If when you have people, and we do, and I have a list of people that are making those changes, but she don't like them because they're not cut to Israel. That's the reason why she don't. The names I'm gonna tell y'all, she ain't gonna like them because of that. They're not ass kissing Israel and doing their bidding for them. If y'all want to do shit in Israel, go over to Israel. What that got to do with America? Like, can we focus on things that's going on here and not what's going on in other countries? We always sticking our nose in other people's stuff that ain't got nothing to do with us.
ironically, Bernie Sanders, who's been barnstorming the country, doing a lot of campaign events, a lot of them with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, actually does energize, does inspire, does mobilize voters out. But let's also consider the source. Bernie Sanders is not saying he's running. Nobody's putting Bernie Sanders out. I do think that Bernie Sanders is going to have a role. I think he's going, he's very influential. He's going to put his finger in the scale, but I don't expect him to run.
His policies.
I was actually going to say that before we get to Sonny, is that I do agree that he will be influential, just like he was very influential when it came to Zoran Mamdani. He was out there campaigning with him. He would show up at rallies and big events and things of that nature, standing beside him and being, that voice of encouragement and all this other stuff and giving him his stamp of approval. And I think that's what needs to happen. Bernie is way too old to be trying to run for president. I do think that there needs to be younger people that need to adapt, because I thought it sounded like I said adopt, but adapt Bernie's policies on what it is that he really wants for the American people, and really go there and make that happen. Because at this point, it's like, I agree, Bernie Sanders is too old. We don't want any more 80-some-odd-year-old people running the country. We need somebody that can stick it out for long, because being the president and having to fly back and forth and deal with a lot of stuff going on, it's not easy to run a country. So, and run it well. So I definitely think that he needs to just take on the role of mentor. But let's get to my sis Sonny, because Sonny always got something vibrant to say on this show.
There are more relevant now than ever before, because we are experiencing this affordability crisis. We need our healthcare to be better. We need our schools to be better. We have the erasure of history going on. So I think that the platform that he has always, put forward is very attractive to Gen Z, younger voters,
relevant.
and quite frankly relevant, because it's Medicare for all, housing as a human right, justice for workers and small businesses, elevate public education, Green New Deal, women's rights, support LGBTQ plus rights. I mean, I think this platform is the Democratic platform to move forward.
But that list that you just gave, the right wing at the moment is calling that communism.
Well,
basically.
Well, I mean, you do have to break it down beyond a platitude. What does housing for all mean? I don't want to see anyone unhoused either, but does that mean
protect current occupants, repair public housing, and build affordable housing?
Well, yeah, that's the bipartisan housing bill that Republicans and Democrats voted for, and our president just needs to sign into law. Listen, I think that Bernie Sanders will absolutely have a force within who is chosen to ultimately be the nominee. Right now, we're seeing it. These DSA, these Democratic Socialist candidates, are very much where the energy of the Democratic base is, but there are downsides to that. What happens is when you have some of these far left politicians meddling in and kind of getting involved in primaries, you have what happened with Graham Plattner. You have somebody who may energize people, but isn't properly vetted, didn't go through a full process. So I think there's a place where he can influence the discussion, perhaps around affordability and taking on billionaires. But my hot take of the moment is the most likely person to be the Democratic nominee is Kamala Harris. In every poll, she is still, it's usually her and Gavin Newsom neck and neck.
I have a list here.
She's usually ahead. I may just finish.
I have a better list.
She is usually
I
ahead.
love her. She was great, but she didn't win one time. What makes you think she's going to win again?
I find it hard to believe that based on the money she raised, the name ID she has, and I don't think the party would pass over her for a generic white man.
Well, sis, you're not paying attention, and you used to work for Trump, so we're not going to listen to you because you're trying to sabotage the Democrats again. So, Alyssa, have several seats on that because Kamala ain't winning. Not after she just sent out a condolences to fucking that evil queen, Lady G, Lindsey Graham.
I like John Ossoff. He's 39 years old.
Yeah.
I like Josh Shapiro, 53 years old.
Nope, he's a Zionist.
I love Josh
Gavin
Shapiro.
Newsom,
That's
58.
the problem.
Nope, he's a flip flopper. We're not going with Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom can't make up his mind what side he wants of the aisle he wants to be on. You can't be everything to everybody. You need to have a stance on who you're going to be politically and stick to it. We can't trust Gavin Newsom because all of a sudden Zoran and them is out here winning, and all of his endorsement, the people he endorsed are winning, and then you keep putting in. Now all of a sudden we see Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom running around. All of a sudden want to buddy up to this guy, and it's like, no, we see what y'all doing. Y'all should have jumped on board from the beginning and not wait to the halfway point and realize that in the tea leaves, we were just trying to tell you what the tea leaves is reading. The tides is turning. And now you see more people are starting to vote for progressive democratic socialists. They're the ones that's really getting in there in all the different states. Because like I said before, when it happened when Zoran got picked as our mayor of New York, I said, I don't mind us being the guinea pig. I don't mind us being the guinea pig and people saying like, if he could make it work here and a lot of the stuff that he promised that he ran on and he made it happen in over 100 days of him being in office, then it is possible that, yes, you could put a politician in office and they'll do the job that they were elected to do. Because it's been so long that we've seen politicians actually do that. So, of course, this is what irritates me about these shows like The View. At times, they'll really go there and you'll see a bit of the progressive, but y'all try to pull back a little bit because y'all still have to come out with these democratic, centrist, corporate talking points, which misses the point. So no to Josh Shapiro, and no to Gavin Newsom, and no to Kamala Harris. You need a better list, sis. Let's go back a little bit on that because I know I kept interrupting.
That's the problem.
And J.B. Pritzker, 61.
What about Pete Buttigieg? What about Pete Buttigieg? Wes Moore? There are some people that are just like...
Wes Moore is good.
Wes Moore is phenomenal. And this is one of the things I love about him.
We all love Buttigieg. Are they going to vote for a gay guy?
I'm not Democrat. I am not.
I can't see the whole Pete Booty plug. It ain't got nothing to do with him being a homosexual.
I'm not going to break the party down based on they won't vote for gay white women. I think the identity reduces the charisma of the character, the person in front of us.
You're not in reality.
No,
I don't think
guess
that's
what?
reality.
Guess what?
That isn't reality.
I wish that's what we did.
I wish
that's
people
what
were
this
sitting
country
around
was
when
about.
President Obama won and said, "We're so ready for a black president." No, he blew it out of the park, and everyone was like, "And there we go."
Yeah, and
If
you know what?
You show
and after
them what
President
they're ready
Obama,
for.
you know what we got? We got Trump. We got a white lash against a black president. That's what we got.
Yeah, you know what?
And this
Absolutely. That's exactly what happened. I do believe that all of this is a white lash because people were pissed that y'all had a up in the White House telling y'all what to do and trying to make the country better. Now, don't get me wrong. There were some policies that I didn't necessarily agree with on Obama. He did disappoint in them ways, but he was a good damn president in other ways as well. But I do agree there was a white lash, but at this point, it's like, especially with America being so religious based, and like the religious community really coming in and trying to indoctrinate the rest of the country and trying to pass things where the Bible has to be read in schools and stuff now, and all these crazy things that religion is trying to. The church and state lines is being blurred and all this other mess. You really think the Bible Belt is going to be out here trying to be like, okay, we're okay with a homosexual being the president of the United States? They're not going to put up with it. We got so many damn ignorant, unintelligent ass people in this country. They're not going to go for a gay man being the president. I don't care how straight acting he comes across or how butch he comes across. You still out here sucking dick. And another thing, too, a lot of these men that's deeply in the closet, these incels and all these other ones, they don't want their shit being exposed. So they go vote for a gay guy. That's like, oh, so you okay? So what you get down? We are so uptight as a country when it comes to homosexuality or sexuality or sex in general. I don't see it happening. And she probably said that because she got a gay brother. So that's how she relates. And because she's more liberal in that sense of having a gay brother and being understanding and open-minded on that point, and she thinks that the rest of the world is like that. No, I don't see y'all voting for a gay man. Now, in other places, don't they have like a gay prime minister in Holland or one of those places? The European places is way more open-minded, dependent. America, no. We still a young nation. We still got a lot of ignorant ass people. And I definitely was surprised that in my lifetime we got to see a black president. I would like to see a homosexual be the president or a trans female president. But the way that queer people are being treated under this regime, especially when we get to talk about Lady G, it's getting hard out here in these streets. But anyway.
I wish this country, after 250 years, were beyond identity, but we are not. And we need to be realistic. And as a Democratic Party, we need to win. We need to get this country back.
There's not going to be one great candidate. I think you're going to see in the Democratic nomination, I think you're going to see on the stage 10, 12, 15 great candidates, and the people are going to get to vote. I think you are going to see a gay man. I think you are going to see a black woman. I think you are going to see.
But who's going to win is the question.
Well, they're going to duke it out. The one who runs the best campaign on you guys energizes the voters.
Maybe I'm too old at this point for this conversation, but I've been watching this country for a long time. And you've got to be in reality. This past few years that Trump has been in office, he's practically destroying democracy. Yeah. This is an emergency we're in.
Correct.
We can't play around.
Yeah. Obama gave Democrats the playbook for how to win. There was a moment when Republicans thought we may never win a national election again because he got the working class together. He got black voters. He was able to bring a coalition that looked undefeatable. But Barack Obama. The problem is Democrats have lost working class voters. They need somebody who could speak to bringing that constituency back. And what it is, this is where I warn about Bernie. It is not going ultra far left on social issues. It's talking about affordability. It's having actual proposals that can get through Congress
really think
and change people's lives.
John Ossoff and Josh Shapiro and Gavin and Pritzker are not for all of those things.
No,
they're not for.
She said I'm talking about the Bernie Sanders wing of the party. Those are all great.
Joy, I'm saying that these people. I hate it when I hear you say that it's got to be like a white man, because I then feel that it becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I'm
not that powerful, Anna.
No, yeah, but you've got millions of people watch us on a daily basis, and you are a feminist. You have fought to break glass ceilings.
She's also a realist.
I know, but what I'm saying is I'm not going to tell little black children or little Latino children or little girls that they can't run and become president one day.
And by the way, in all likelihood, I 100% agree with that. But then can I say something after?
I am not saying that. I am saying that we are in a burning building right now. That's all I'm saying.
That only a white man can save us from?
I'm talking about winning. What is this country going to do when they really get down?
Well, here's the thing. If y'all really want to win, I do think that you need to primary all these different people that you're talking about. If you want to primary a gay man, if you want to primary a Muslim, if you want to primary a woman, if you want to primary a black person, if you want to primary an Indian person, you want to primary an Asian person, get them all out there on that stage, ask them what they stand for, ask them what their policies are, how they're going to get the country back on track, and that's what you do. Follow the Zohar Mamdani playbook, which is, democratic socialist. Stand on a platform, say this is what you plan on doing when you get in office, let people know how you're going to make all this work, and once you get voted in, execute what you need to do. That's what you do. Instead of y'all sitting there worrying about, well, we're in an existential crisis. Yes, the world is on fire. I mean, the house is on fire. Well, I don't want to say the world is on fire because we're in the United States. But let's worry about what's going on here. Remind the people that we are not that party of what Trumpism and all that other stuff was. Remind people what that man was doing. He was out here stealing y'all money. He was out here doing all kinds of criminal acts. He can't run no fucking money. I don't care what the man say. And remind the people, really go in and let it happen. Don't sit up here and talk about, like, okay, God forbid if that man died tomorrow, will y'all come up here like y'all doing with not Bernie Sanders, with Lindsey Graham. Oh, he was a great man. Oh, he was smart. No, he was evil. And remind people of how evil he was and the policies in which he always voted against. You have to remind those people and say why you would be the perfect candidate for me to vote for you. Remember what politics is about. Get out there, do some door knocks, get some people to get out there and knock on doors and sell you up to these people. Get out there and have these conversations, shake hands, kiss babies, have conversations with working class families and regular people. Don't just go specifically after one group. And let's also not try to act like we better than everybody, because that's the problem with you Democrats too. And I am one, so I'm saying this. Y'all get a little too heady in the shit y'all talk about. Everything don't need to be honky-dory, intellectual stuff. Talk to people regular. It's like, we know you smart, but actually talk to people like they human fucking beings. So I'm with Anna on what she said in regards of like, yeah, just run them and let them go out there and give people a chance to get to know these politicians and why we should vote for you. Let's stop this mess that what AIPAC and all of them is doing, where they're trying to choose for us who they want us to vote for because they know that they'll be able to continue to do whatever shit that they want them to do. It's not about y'all. It's not about these corporations who y'all want to run. And that was the problem with the Democrats. Y'all kept trying to run people that we didn't ask for y'all to run them. Give us a chance to get to know these people and why we should get out there and vote. If this is what democracy and voting is supposed to be all about. Because now I'm starting to look at it as like, we really don't have as much control as y'all try to play it off like we do. That the powers that be are the ones that's really pulling the puppet strings and giving us the illusion that we're getting shit done. So at this point, do we even need to play the rest of this clip anymore? I feel like y'all got the gist of what was going on with that. I was trying to see if I could find like not that. I was trying to, yeah, that's why I was like, let me focus on putting it as a group situation. So like I was saying before, and then we can get off on it because I know this will be a long segment. I like Bernie, but as I've said, at his age, I think he's a little too old. Beat Booty Plug doesn't have a rat's chance in hell of winning. It might also be because he's a homosexual, but he doesn't have the best track record amongst black voters. So he's really got to work on it, just like Zoran had to work on his connection with black people. Because a lot of the black voters was talking about they was going to vote for Cuomo, which would have been bad. Because Cuomo's a corporate shill, too. Now, Kamala, like Gavin Newsom, have all of a sudden, as I said before, try to get cozy up the Zoran and adapt progressive democratic socialist ideologies in their recent interviews. My only fear about all of this is that they'll say all the things. Oh, we care about universal health care and living wage and all the things that Sonny mentioned, which I was like, yes, sis, you better tell it on point. But when you get in office, then all of a sudden, the progressive ideologies or progressive ideas that you ran on, all of a sudden, now you shifting more to the middle. Or some of y'all with the Democrats, y'all shift more to the right. So, we have people who are winning really recently, like a lot of Democratic Socialist winners. We have Zoran, as I mentioned, Milan Kiros, Mamdani-backed DSA candidates like Claire Valdez, and Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, which I know like she was going through it, especially when you had Sarah Haines calling her anti-Semite during Hot Topics, which I'm like, can you sue somebody for slander? Because you called her that when she was out there talking about she was all for the people of Palestine, all this other stuff, but you up in here spreading misinformation about this girl. So I should also point out that every Democratic, and this is why I've been talking about the establishment, y'all keep picking people that we didn't ask for. Mallory McMorrow given a primetime speaking slot at the 2024 DNC to wave a giant Project 2025 book. Just dropped out of the Michigan state race, polling a distant third. Yeah, I had to make notes on this so I remember everybody. Jasmine Crockett, who basically is like the DNC's chihuahua, because she get up there and thinking because she roll her neck and say a couple of sassy one-liners, that gives her a leg up. No, you're just a mouthpiece for the DNC. But what are you actually doing in regards to policy? I need you to pass policy instead of being a little mascot. Nobody asked you to be Mr. and Mrs. Met. So yeah, she was another star convention speaker. Lost her primary to James Tallarico. Did he win that campaign yet? I'm still trying to. I haven't been keeping up on the whole Tallarico situation. And speaking of Tallarico, do we owe old boy from the Las Culturistas podcast an apology? Because remember when he came out talking about that we don't want Jasmine Crockett because we've been seeing her out here doing all this other stuff and don't feel like that she's really moving the needle in regards to policies, that I'm interested in James Tallarico, and people accused him of racism. Now looking back on it, it's like maybe he was kind of right. Then we got Jack Schlossberg, who is JFK's grandson. He was given a stage in Chicago because, of course, his name gives him a leg up. However, people wasn't really out here feeling him. He lost his New York congressional primary. So it's like, just because you are well known in name only, that don't mean you got what it takes to be a politician. And then we got Raja Krishnamurthy, Jeff Duncan, Kyle Sweetser. They're all gone. And so, yeah, like I said before, the people that are winning are the Democratic Socialists, the more progressive ones. Zora Mamdani, Daria Eliza Avila Chevalier, who the party didn't platform, but Zoran gave her a stamp of approval, and the people voted her in because they like Zoran and they trust him. So if he's backing these people, we're going to vote for them because of that. And I'm sure they looked into the policies. Milat Quiros defeated a 15-term incumbent in Colorado. We had Brett Lander defeating an incumbent in New York. Claire Valdez in New York 7. Abdul Al-Sayed, who I'm actually liking a lot. He been eating this certain APAC bitch up in the recent debate. Lady looked like she was about to throw up. If you ever seen the video, she literally looked like she was spooked and nervous the whole video, and looked like she was nauseous the whole damn time. But he ate her up. And the people on CNN, y'all was pissing me off too, because y'all kept saying, does Israel have a right to exist? It's like it's the same 5 questions y'all have on a cue card. And he was like, but nobody ever asked me if Palestine has a right to exist, which I'm like, yes, eat them up, because they be always quick to say that. So yeah, he's running against an APAC-backed incumbent, which she was trying to slither her way out of that. He had her in a chokehold in that whole debate. The communications director for one of the winners said it plainly: that refusal still casts a long shadow. It's not surprising the centrist establishment are no longer capable of spotting rising stars. He was talking about the DNC's decision not to platform a single Palestinian American speaker at the 2024 convention. The establishment put the wrong people on stage, while the voters are finally realizing their power and are putting the right people in office. So if Democrats want to win in 2028, that's why I said so many times before, you got to get out there, you got to meet the voters, you got to focus on the things the voters actually want, like all the things we heard Sonny mention: the lowering of the cost, the raising of working wages, universal health care, universal child care, lower gas costs, denounce Israel, which they did not say on The View, but I'm saying it, and their genocide against Palestinians and any other brown person in an area Israel feels they have autonomy over, and stop trying to win over Republicans, which was one of the many issues that caused Kamala the 2024 election. So I feel like that's all I'm going to say on this political Well, that's not true, because we got to talk about Lady G after this. So we ain't done with the politics, but we done with this one. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding the 2028 candidates? Who do you think, what do you think that Democrats need to do to get back in the good graces of the American people and actually win some shit out here? Because 2028 is 2 years away, and we can't continue to see this country burn while the oligarchs just make off with the loot. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I should have said the oligarchs and Trump. Child, we got a lot of comments. Let me get to them. Because, I was like, I had to make sure I had all my I's dotted and T's crossed talking about this politics over here. At the end of the show, Whoopi did mention going, okay, so she did. So like I said, I didn't even see it, but I told you she was there. So I was like, yeah, she went to the Lionel Richie concert. The Britney topic just made me realize that Kim Petras' track 101 is a reference to the 101 highway in LA. Britney is behaving like an introvert troll when they go out in the wild, but it's all love. Bussy mad ass. But you said Boosie who? Bussy. Bussy. Zoran's such a gifted politician, which he did not run as a Dem though. Yeah, he should have went independent. Lady G, not Miss GHB and her ladybugs. Wait, speaking of not JB, he don't do GHB, he do meth. Who's the Black Queen, the politician that came out as bisexual in Tamara Hall that just got busted with having meth and weed in his car? He look a mess. I desperately wanted Bernie in 2016 and 2020, but now it's too late. I'm still rooting for Andy Bush. what is it, Andy Bashar, to get up in the ranks, and Senator John Ossoff, the latter being, I like John Ossoff. I will say, out of all the names that Joy, almost forgot her damn name, Joy picked, I do agree. John Ossoff is like one of the ones that I actually like. We need someone who could bring everyone together, like the governor of Kentucky, who's a Democrat and won a majority. Is he the one that's going to be out here challenging Mitch? Who is it? Is it Mitch McConnell? See, first of all, when they going to admit he did, allegedly. But is Andy or John a Zionist? You won't get leftists support you if you support Israel. They're anti-murder, and that's why Israel is hated. Yeah, because Netanyahu mad because he couldn't control the narrative over there on TikTok. I said, but look, once the genie's out the bottle, you can't control that. Margaret Thatcher was a fierce critic of socialism, famously summarizing her opposition by stating the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money. I didn't particularly care for Margaret Thatcher. Good observation, but how impactful and important is the leftist vote going to be in the overall 2028 election? Most people can't describe, that is true. That I do agree with you on that, that a lot of people don't really understand the difference because you got them lumping liberals, democratic socialists, centrist Democrats, like the explanation, people just be throwing words out there and don't know what they mean. So I do agree with you on that, but that's where they come in. Y'all got to go out there and you need to really have these conversations with these people because they don't understand what all these different words and stuff mean. They're not as engulfed heavily in the politics that we are. Well, I would say I am, because at one point I was never this heavy in politics. It wasn't until the Trumpification of America that I really started diving deeper into politics. And I feel like it's happened that way is because he kind of pulled it's kind of like when you go to Oz and you find out the wizard isn't real and they pulled the curtain back, you realize it was a man inside of this big old head that was scaring the shit out of the lion. I was gonna say the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe. The cowardly lion, the Tin Man, the Scarecrow, and Dorothy, until Toto went and revealed what was going on. That's how I feel about this country, is that for all this time, we've all been walking around, well, I won't say all, I'll say most of us, including myself, rose-colored glasses on, blind to what was really happening. I mean, you would see little movies that will point this stuff out, and I always love those movies. Like They Live by John Carpenter is one of my all-time favorite movies because it pulls the wool over the eye. Like, this shows people the reality of the establishment and how they keep us distracted. Of course, George Orwell's 1984 and all that other stuff. So, and that's why I've always gravitated towards science fiction. But anyway, so with this regime, they don't even care. They're not even trying to hide everything. So we're starting to see everything for what it is. And I think that's what made me get more into politics. The leftist bubble is also more prominent in major cities that aren't so prominent in even the biggest cities in swing states. If anything, it's a hub of people that watch Hassan and lurk on Reddit. But yeah, I do think that I am lucky because I live in a big city like New York. That's why I'm kind of annoyed because my mother keeps talking about that her and my father want to move to Virginia. And I'm like, what? Why are you trying to move to Virginia? All of a sudden now you hell bent on this damn Virginia thing. But I'm like, all the things that you benefited from in New York, do you even know if you're going to be able to get all that while you out there? Like, look into these things. All you got is this blinders on, like, we're going to get a house, we're going to move out there, and then when we die or whatever, we're going to leave it. I'm like, who said I want to move to Virginia? Ain't shit out there for me. So if we want to sell the house and split it 3 ways, I'm here for that. But I ain't moving to no damn Virginia. What the fuck is out there? I am a city child through and through. Now, if I was younger and y'all would have tried to do the whole moving to Virginia, and I would have had that in my spirit. But no, I like my freedom too much to be wanting to, like, when y'all leave and y'all leave the house, you talking about anybody, who knows, maybe we'll turn into an Airbnb or a vacation home and just go down there and visit every now and again. But I don't be trusting them people with the Airbnbs because if you fuck up my house, I'm gonna fuck you up. Said Phoenix is very progressive. This is why I'm okay with the Bible Belt leaving the union. being its own. Well, yeah, if we could find a way to salt off parts of the country, be like, look, we could have two republics. That would be interesting. And how do leftists in the capital of Phoenix compare to the leftists of the 6th congressional district in Arizona? People in rural areas are close. And yeah, I guess Phoenix would be considered the city part of Arizona, which I think of the porn star Porfy, I think lives in Phoenix. Y'all know him? He used to be with that muscular queen that like peeing on in people butts and stuff. What's her name? The fitness poppy. Mhm. The polls are favoring Pete Booty Plug after his homophobic hate crime. I do feel bad for the guy. No parent deserves to be separated from his kids for a false accusation. He said, knocking on doors and immediately talking about the faults in capitalism, bigotry in the Republican Party, democratic socialism, and higher education will only distance people from the Democratic Party. Well, look, they was knocking on doors out here in New York trying to get people riled up when Zoran was, polling at the bottom, and then all of a sudden people really started. And we are a hard bunch to really get interested in some shit out in New York. We are hardened people. So, but then people turned around, and so I believe in the power of the people. They throw my fists up. It's like I do believe that you can change people's minds if you really put in the work. But our thing is anti-capitalism and anti-religion. Yeah, we definitely got to go against the capitalistic establishment. Now, nobody's saying that nobody wants to be out here and make money. We all want to be successful. We all want to be able to eat at the table. But it shouldn't be that the rich get to eat at the table and all we get is crumbs. But I hate moderates and centrists. I'm from a big town. I don't give a damn about rural America. You can't expect to gain voters by shaming people for believing in Christianity. Rural America continues to be the epicenter for voters that could swing either way. I could think people. You said you would think people. Well, yeah. Child, let me tell you. When I looked at him, I was like, "Oh, who is that?" He definitely can. He is a good-looking man. I'm not going to hold you on that. Andy Bashir is the governor of Kentucky, not the guy eyeing Mitch McConnell's seat. I heard about Silly Goose. I don't know who the hell that is. I'm just trying to, because I know there's some people talking about. Um, there was somebody that was out there trying to talk about that they were trying to do the seat or whatever. First of all, they haven't even admitted Mitch McConnell is dead. But I do know, like, when it comes to what the hell's his name? The one that just died, Lindsey Graham. They talking about trying to get his sister in there. I'm like, what that bitch know about politics? Is she actually into politics? At one point, all these micro categories of the Democratic Party are going to be used against Dems. The right only has MAGA conservatives, and the far right, they don't complicate it and confuse themselves. I mean, Quarters is correct. They're all confused. They're also not that bright. And another thing I don't understand about Republicans, y'all will sit up in here and stand 10 toes down on when y'all are wrong and just say dumb shit. Like, I don't understand that. Y'all just be out here swearing y'all right. Like, there was something that I heard this dumb broad in her car, basically talking about that there was something that was causing men's Adam's apples to go away at a certain point, or their testosterone to go down. There was some type of thing, and then they start losing their Adam's apple, and then she was like, "Oh, we dating us." So it was like that homophobic bullshit she was trying to pull, and I'm like, sis, men start to automatically lose their testosterone when they're in their mid to late 30s. That's when you start to lose your testosterone. So they go on, you start taking testosterone. You can take shots and get your testosterone up, your levels balanced or whatever from your doctor. Or like I use Mars Men pills. I take 5 a day. That shit cost me $60 a month. And they're natural pills or whatever the case is. And it definitely helps my testosterone because I be in the gym working out like I'm 12 years old. And I be out here fornicating like I'm 12 too. Well, a horny teenager, I should say. So it's like I got this extra energy that I didn't have before. So the pills definitely be helping. And no, it was not prescribed by a doctor. I saw it online. I saw a couple of YouTubers that I trust were promoting it. I did the research and I was like, let me just try it. If I don't like it, I'll stop it. And it definitely was giving me a jolt. So Mars Men, y'all need to come over here and promote this show. Not to be a bookworm, but George Orwell's 1984 isn't science fiction. But in a way, it kind of is. It is kind of a bit of science fiction, even though it is based in reality. And it was placed in you know. But anyway, let's move on. Okay, Bronski meat. Anyway, let's get to the rest of the show because we got more topics, more politics to get into. Chill. All right, y'all. So now let's talk about Lady G. So, a big old Southern belle just passed away yesterday. Suddenly, they said it was like an aorta situation that happened. I'm like, bitch, you couldn't have just said heart attack. So now that the man is dead, of course, I'm hearing ding dong, ding dang, wicked on witch, ding dong, wicked dead. From Wizard of Oz. We've been referencing a lot of Wizard of Oz today. That's what today's show is brought to you by. Wizard of Oz starring Judy Garland. So now speaking of Judy's, let's talk about Lindsey Graham. So he passed away. Of course, now allegedly NDAs have been lifted, tea is being spilled, and now things coming out regarding his alleged homosexuality, as I would like to say, has been making its rounds. It's all over the social medias, and I wanted to bring it up here. So let's get into this topic because I even have the thread over there from, what was it? I think it was on their Instagram, the trans person's Instagram. So yeah, that's them on the left. Jesse James Ross is the name that is their name. They're a trans author. They wrote on an Instagram post published on Sunday that recently deceased homophobic and closet case Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina regularly paid her fat stack of cash when she was a Twinkie pre-transition college student to do unspeakable things to him in a hotel room while he wore red lingerie. So that's probably what it was. Now, Jesse was in pre-transition, meaning that this is the picture here where it looked like it's literally, in the words of, who was it? Was it Vita Bowen that referred to it? Or was it Noxzema Jackson that referred to Chichi Rodriguez as nothing more than a boy in a dress? So that's basically what you're giving us here. Now, I'm sure you are fully transitioned and all that good stuff. So Lindsey also liked to wear, or Lady G, as they like to refer to her in the homosexual streets, liked to wear his little red lingerie. He liked to dress up in cross dress, kind of like Brian Nome, Christy Nome's husband, who I just heard they're getting a divorce. Yeah, because the tea that you were probably aware of has now come out, and you can't tell me these politicians don't be knowing what their husbands be into. Because they like to play up that whole trad wife situation. The difference between Christy Nome, baboon lips having ass, and or baboon anus for lips having ass, I should say, and Lady G is that Lady G was never married and never had kids. So that also would play up into the stereotype that he might have been, a friend of Dorothy. So they wound up saying this in the whole thing. They said, just woke up to find out Lindsey Graham is dead. LOL. Most of you know him as the homophobic senator from South Carolina, but to me, he will always be the man who paid a Twinkie pre-transition college student a fat stack of cash to do unspeakable things to him in a hotel room while he wore red lingerie. They also said that there was a period when one of the escorts came out of the room and he was face down, ass up on the bed, and it was like all these black stuff on his butt, and they went and was like, did you clean or whatever the case was, and they came out and wiped his butt down or whatever. He's like, oh, don't worry about those are my little ladybugs. That's why they call him Lady G, probably. So the ladybugs meaning that he had moles all over his butt. Now I don't know if they were like moles where it's just like you look and you see black dots on the butt. Like me, I have a lot of moles in my body, but none of them stick out. Like if you look on, like, what was it, on the side of my face, I can see like moles and stuff here. But Then you got the moles that like protrude, like they literally sticking out. Like you need to go to the dermatologist and have them scalp them off or whatever the case is. I remember I had like a skin tag that my dermatologist had to do that, but they had to like cut it off with a little scalpel or whatever because I had like a little skin tag. I think it was from the friction of my clothes or whatever that it caused it. So if you have bowls like that, I don't know if those are probably a good thing to have, but yeah, go to a dermatologist to have them deal with that. So anyway, they said it is a canon trans event to have far-right freaks bankrolling you and then turning around and voting against you. People love to judge us for it, but I never see them opening their wallets. Shout out to sex workers everywhere forced to humanize their enemies just to make rent. And that's the thing too, is like I'm not mad at any of the escorts that's out here making their money. Y'all got to do what y'all got to do to pay them bills. And that's why I said in a separate social media post that I feel for for a lot of the rent boys that's gonna be out here this month. Got to find a new sugar daddy. They got to find somebody that's gonna bankroll their rent because they're not gonna be able to just hook up with these politicians. And I understand it's not easy, especially when you're part of the LGBTQIA plus community and you have these politicians out here who are voting against rights for queer people. And the only option they have, they can't go out and get a regular job because they're not hiring them because of DEI being dismantled or whatever the case is. So they have to go in and they have to do sex work to survive. So I'm never gonna hate on the sex workers. Shout out to all the sex workers that I know and I'm friends with. Make that money. Don't make the money make you. In the words of, what was it, Diamond from Players Club said that? I love a movie reference. So wait, there's more. Because, I had to give a shout out to the prostitutes. It's an absolute mindfuck to me that one of the reasons I have any semblance of financial security and a lack of student loans is because of this man. At the time, I had no idea who he was, and I only figured it out because another group of twinks leaked Lady G to the media. Some queens try to grandstand critique this. Oh, please, they're the ones that just mad because they couldn't be out here doing what y'all doing, saying we shouldn't out people. I believe bigots with power deserve no peace or privacy, especially when they hold public office. I'm glad they did it. Icons forever. But here's the thing: you waited till after the man died to spill the tea. So now that you no longer, so that's why I'm a get on you for this. Now that you no longer financially benefit from that man, now you want to spill his tea. So I'm all for exposing bigots. I don't think about no. We're not doing that when they go low, we go high. Say that shit for Michelle Obama. When you out here doing this mess, when you out here voting against against policies that could benefit the very community that you benefit from behind closed doors, oh no, your ass is getting exposed. Anyway, if you ever enjoy what I do on the internet, know that it is in part because of Lindsey's generous donation over a decade ago. If I've ever sent you money for something, know that was kickstarted by the now deceased sissy senator from South Carolina. Say that 10 times fast. That deceased sissy senator from South Carolina. I'm like, that was a mouthful, honey. Now they said, Lindsey, rest in hell for what you did to our community. I will continue to love queer and trans people harder than you ever hated us. You loved every second of our time together, and now everyone knows. So yeah, I'm all for exposing these hoes out here in these streets, whatever. Now we do got clips and things that I want to get to that is going to highlight what the people was out here saying, and if y'all agree with all this other stuff. But that ain't the only person that outed him. Now, on June 4th, 2020, Sean Harding, a homosexual adult video performer, wrote on Twitter, there was a homophobic Republican senator who is no better than Trump who keeps passing legislation that is damaging to the LGBT and minority communities. Every sex worker I know has been hired by this man, wondering if enough of us spoke out, if that could get him out of office. Now, in follow-up tweets, Harding wrote, I cannot do this alone. Excuse me. If you're willing to stand with me against LG, oh, he put the initials up in the chair. Please let me know. And so far, I have 2 individuals who'll be willing to go public and support my claims. Anyone else? Web commentators assumed Harding's reference to LG referred to Lindsey Graham. Graham became renowned during LGBTQ Americans for his consistently anti-LGBTQ plus policy stances. I heard from Glad he got a full-fledged 0, or was it the Human Rights Campaign? So every time when they voted every year on like politicians who actually go for like helping and supporting LGBTQIA plus causes, he got a flat 0 every year. But you know, that queen, she didn't care. And that's why I think she ain't love herself. The self-hatred, and there were situations where we would see Lady G out and about in interviews. You could literally see that most recently, like not too long ago, I seen a video of him in an interview. He was drunk as a skunk. And that's what they doing all up there in this current regime. Drinking, doing drugs, all kinds of stuff on the job. Pete Keg's breath. You got Marco Rubio out here glassy-eyed and sniffing every 2 seconds. Donald Trump out there doing stuff. They were saying he out here doing uppers and downers at the same time. He was doing so much uppers over the years. That's why he wear a pamper, allegedly, because he shits himself. You have uncontrollable bowel movements. So now you got to be out here wearing diapers. So, in March 2021, because I want to let y'all know who the hell this man is, he vowed to talk until I fell over to prevent the passage of the Equality Act legislation that would enshrine LGBTQ plus anti-discrimination measures into federal law. He claimed the law would be destroying the difference between men and women. A woman you've never been with, but you like dressing up as one behind closed doors. And I find it funny that he vowed to talk till he fell over. Didn't Cory Booker do something similar recently when it came to putting on that old political theater regarding Trump and all that other mess? But we know he votes in lockstep with them because he's voted on a lot of the policies, particularly going on with Israel, many a times. So he'll say one thing and then vote another way and think we don't notice it, and then we call him out on it. And don't worry, I'm a light into Cory Booker ass in a minute, because I got a video on him when he was out here literally calling this man a friend and all that. I said, what? What the hell is wrong with y'all? And this is why we don't trust y'all, and we need to vote his ass out too. Cory Booker ass gotta go. That's RuPaul's cousin. So y'all should be surprised the way he think, birds of a feather. Because RuPaul another damn capitalist. Don't even get me started on her. He supported a federal constitution amendment to ban marriage equality, opposed the Respect for Marriage Act, same-sex couples' rights to adopt, trans participation in school sports, vetoed against a bill to allow same-sex couples in D.C. to adopt, compared marriage equality to polygamy, and has repeatedly voted in support of anti-LGBTQ plus, or as I like to say, Libidaqua plus Republican presidential appointees. Graham earned, so I was right. I said Human Rights Campaign. So we earned a 0 on the Human Rights Campaign's latest congressional scorecard because of his staunch opposition to Libidaqua plus equality that has consistently earned low scores from the LGBTQ plus organization. And shout out to LGBTQ Nation for that information, because I definitely needed all them talking points. Now, speaking of talking points, The View actually covered the whole Lindsey Graham situation. I have not seen it, so we all gonna go in real time on what their thoughts was on it. And I'll probably stop it and starting to get my opinion on it, but it's probably a bunch of ass kissing. They ain't really said nothing. And I'm sure, I just thinking on the top of my head, Sonny was probably the only one that was up in here reasonably calling him out for what it was. So let's get into this segment and then we're going to come back and talk. Please hold.
And federal buildings have been lowered to half staff to honor the loss of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, who died suddenly this weekend at 71. He sat at the table here several times over the years, and he leaves behind a complicated legacy. So some of you knew him, some of you knew him well. What do you remember?
Well, I knew him very well. He was a friend of mine for many years. Frankly, through John McCain, who was his best friend and his mentor for many years. First thing I want to say is I saw a lot of posts online this week kind of celebrating his death and rejoicing. And listen, I know that Trump does that. He did it with Bob Mueller. He did it with John McCain.
He did it with Rob Reiner.
He did it with Rob Reiner. But it's inhumane, and it's really lacking empathy. And the dead person's dead and can't hear you and can't read your post. But his family, his sister, who he adopted when she was 13 because both their parents died, is alive and is hearing it. And so I think that for the benefit, for humanity, for having, you know, a normal decency towards the family of the dead, that just has to stop.
Well, I love you, Anna, but I'm going to have to vehemently disagree. Now, we're not going to do this whole Trump does the evil thing, but Trump does that for people who actually stood for some shit. This man was the personification of evil. So we're going to celebrate that an evil-ass man is no longer here to make anyone's life a living fucking hell. And now I'm side-eyeing you because the company you keeping is like, sis, I'm starting to side-eye you.
The fact that Donald Trump is indecent doesn't mean the rest of us have to do it. But as to Lindsey, look, for me, there was a Lindsey before Trump and a Lindsey after Trump. There were, you know, two completely different Lindseys. And this brought out all sorts of feelings in me because, honestly, I felt like I had buried Lindsey when John McCain died because he became just a completely different person. And I get it. I get it that people are brokenhearted. I'm brokenhearted. I get it that people were disappointed in him. I'm disappointed in him. I think Lindsey, you know, for Lindsey, the Senate, his position was his life. He really felt that making a difference was everything for him, and he was going to do anything that it took for him to continue getting elected and having influence. And that took sucking up to Trump, and it meant that he did keep getting reelected and that he did have influence on issues that he cared enormously about, like foreign policy. He was a staunch, unwavering supporter of Ukraine, of Israel, on freedom in the Western Hemisphere in places like Cuba, like Venezuela, like Nicaragua. He was also so freaking funny. He was, I mean, I know it's a low bar, but he is the funniest politician I have ever met. He was a son of the South, proud of being that proud of his service in the military. I think his legacy is complicated. I think Lindsey was marked by having lost both his parents very early in his life. He then adopted his sister, who was 13, so that she could get his military benefits. And I think that's why he needed this kind of like big brother mentor, kind of like father figure, McCain at first, and then Trump.
I'm today just thinking of his family and his staff. I worked on Capitol Hill and have dear friends who worked for him for many years, and some of his staff have been with him for nearly 20 years. And those offices become like a family. And so I'm thinking of them. They're in my prayers. And I think it was shocking. No one saw this coming. I got a call from CNN at 4:30 in the morning when the news broke. And my husband said Lindsey Graham passed. And I expected he'd be in public life for another decade. He was seeking re-election. 71 by Senate standards is actually fairly young. But I'll say this, in honoring his legacy today, one thing that every woman at this table agrees with is that Ukraine should be supported in its efforts and its fight against Russia's unlawful and illegal invasion and war there. And he was a staunch supporter of Ukraine. One of his final acts that he was working on was to do crippling sanctions against Russia. It's a bipartisan bill supported by Senator Shaheen. I hope that that's something that the Senate, to honor his legacy, passes and that this president signs into law. I also think that he did have a unique area of influence on foreign policy with Donald Trump. So last week, we kind of got caught up in the news, but Donald Trump announced that he was going to allow Ukraine to have Patriot missile defense systems. This is a huge concession by Trump. He has not supported this in the past. And I believe Senator Graham was instrumental in getting him to approve this because Trump has waffled on Ukraine, but Lindsey Graham never did. So I want to honor that.
Very close to him and was very disappointed. She was very close to him. I remember speaking to Meghan McCain about him quite a bit because she was very close to him and was very disappointed in the change that she saw after John McCain died. But I think, you know, he was certainly this political chameleon and his legacy is complicated and people are speaking out about the very hypocrisy that you saw when he was John McCain's friend and when he became friends with Donald Trump. Steve Schmidt, who's a political strategist and worked on the John McCain campaign in 2008, wrote just today, Lindsey knew better. And he said he was a lonely and unprincipled man who betrayed his country for power and his decency for attention. That is someone that knew him. He also called him a pilot fish, a smaller fish that hovers about a larger predator like a shark, living off of its deleterious, and that's Lindsey.
Damn, Sonny, you sound like me when we be having issues like, what is this word? Let's try to sound it out. See, even those smart folks, we be struggling sometimes with these crazy ass words.
And so, if you look at his own words, Lindsey's own words, in 2015, he calls Trump a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot. In 2016, he said, if we nominate Trump, we will get destroyed and we will deserve it. But then, in January 6, 2026, he calls him the greatest president of all time. And then May 27, 2026, he said they should change the Nobel Prize to the Trump Prize. And then finally, on June 9th, 2026, he says, Mr. President, you're not far behind God.
Well, he said on that because, Lady G ain't never liked opposed the war he didn't like. That man is a warmonger.
And so I think when you're talking about
he's gonna have to explain it to God now.
Yeah. When you're talking about a complicated legacy and someone who may have betrayed his country for power, that seems to be, in my view, what his legacy became.
So I'm going to echo Anna's sentiments that today the people that have passed aren't going to read the comments or hear it, and that thought that he is no longer at play. I did not know him at all. I didn't know really much about him, but it did disturb me that people were online saying things like, don't humanize him. You don't have to humanize a human. He was a human. And so there were people that loved him. There were people that cared for him. And whether I disagreed with him completely or not, he's gone. And so my heart goes out to the people around him that are suffering. Some people posted some really cool posts, things I didn't know. Cory Booker posted about how he was his most unexpected friend in Congress, and they had worked on a bill together. And I think that's the way.
Step back.
Yeah, the first step.
Senator.
Yeah.
He knew how to deal with in the Senate. Also, Lindsey was a good time. Like when I first met Lindsey, he didn't drink at all. He would take sips of Baileys.
Yeah, now he's a goddamn alcoholic because we've seen the videos. Okay, I think we're pretty much done with this. Y'all, with this bullshit on this show, this is why we cannot take y'all seriously. So, with this bullshit ass praising Lindsey Graham like he was the greatest thing since sliced bread, I have never thought I'd say this ever in my lifetime, but I got a clip of Alex Jones, of all people, coming in and giving a true sentiment of who Lady G was. So y'all gonna gag because it's like, how is it takes this man to tell y'all who he truly is, but them people over there on that phony ass View is not gonna give y'all the true tea. And I don't particularly agree with anything that Alex Jones says. But here, especially, what he did with the school kids, what was that? Sandy Hook, all that other mess. But here, he told the true tea, including the whole thing with him and John McCain. Let's roll the clip.
Death is the great equalizer. Death is the expiration date that God puts on us all. The weak, the powerful, the famous, the unknown. Lindsey Graham, at 71, died of cardiac arrest last night in Washington, D.C. Lindsey Graham was the protege of one of the worst warmongers in modern history, John McCain. Lindsey Graham helped engineer all of the modern wars we've seen in the last 30 years. Lindsey Graham has been at the heart in the last 16 years of overthrowing governments in Ukraine with the State Department and engineering this war that's killed millions of people and that threatens thermonuclear Armageddon. Lindsey Graham, a few days before he died, was in Ukraine during all the different secret factories for the robot drones. And he was an ever-Trumper who consistently tried to undermine America first. The guy was a total globalist and also the equivalent of an Israeli agent. And of course, Israel's leadership is mourning his death. Now we'll have obviously a special election because he just won re-election for 6 years in his state. So I don't like to speak ill of the dead. His record speaks for itself. I saw him do an interview about a week and a half ago. His face was very puffy. He looked very, very unhealthy. And, quite frankly, he looks about like how Trump looks and showed signs just overall of serious issues. I'd also seen him on the campaign trail appear to be drunk quite a bit. We also saw him spend 3 days alone a few months ago, right before the election, in Disney World in Orlando, bizarrely walking around with a bubble wand, following little kids around. The man was extremely compromised, blackmailed for his lifestyle. That was well known. We're not told who at his house was with him when he died, but we can probably get a good imagination on that. But he is now beyond the Israelis' control. He's now beyond the neocons' control. He is now gone over the other side and is in God's complete control. And I'm not going to judge where his spirit is going to be going.
Before we get to the rest of this, it's like, why does it take somebody like Alex Jones for us to get the true tea? But also, that's another question we need to be asking. When that 911 call was put in about his cardiac arrest situation, who was on the phone? Who called it in? That man don't live with nobody. Was he in the midst of one of his rendezvous? And was he in that lingerie getting his back turned out? Because we've seen that happen before. Like, look, sometimes the stuff that happens in these political things straight out of the movie. We've seen situations where politicians are getting their anal canals reamed or all kinds of crazy stuff going on while they got wives and kids and shit at home. Like, we've seen it play out in episodes of Shameless, if I can think of it off the top of my head. Because didn't Ian get caught up in some stuff with a married old man? Wasn't it Lisa Rinna's husband when that was going down? Anyway, we've seen scenarios like this play out, and then you're in the midst of having sex with a prostitute, and they have a heart attack and they die, and then you got to call the people to come clean this mess up. And also, when he was talking about the health thing, I just saw Kyle Kalinske just posted on his page about he won't make it. Trump's health collapses with 6th emergency doctor visit. So he got a whole segment, like 10.5 minutes, over there on his channel. And it's going down now. The man looked terrible. But anyway, let's finish the rest of this because this is like a 5-minute clip. I just want to say that before we get into it. But that is a question that we should be asking. Who called in the situation that went down? Nobody's asking that.
But I would just tell all the neocons, all the globalists, and the rest of them that you too will face judgment. You too have an expiration date, and you will pay for all of your crimes in this life and the next. And we have all these other neocons in the Senate that are blocking the SAVE Act. Graham had said he was going to vote for the SAVE Act because of pressure from Trump for voter ID, basic systems like that. We're 3 months out from the midterms. And with what's happening in the economy, with the Strait of Hormuz being closed and the rest of it, it's going to be really bad for the Republicans. And I still have major issues with Trump, but overall, we don't want the Democratic Socialists basically taking over the Democratic Party, making it even worse than it's been. But Graham, back when this war started 135 days ago, said it would probably just last 4 days. He said a few thousand Marines could take the Strait of Hormuz. The man was either delusional or lying to everybody. And I'm going
to disagree with him on the Democratic Socialist part. I caught that because I was in the middle of texting when he says, bitch, I don't agree with you on that. But everything else, yeah.
Ground troops, or he wanted ground troops. Israel wants ground troops. And they've really suckered us into this war. We've sleptwalked into this war. That doesn't end well. Iran's main card is the Strait of Hormuz, economic warfare. They can keep it closed indefinitely. And that's why Trump has to get an off-ramp from this war. But Iran is being belligerent. They don't hold all the cards and is really pushing too far, asking for us to remove our troops from the Middle East and give them $500 billion reparations. That's just not going to happen. So you have these two pig-headed sides coming together. Trump says the goal is to open the Strait of Hormuz. Well, the Strait was open before Israel started this war and drug us into it. So at the end of the day, I was right about it. Tulsi Gabbard was right about it. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs were right about it. But Trump ignored the facts, ignored the Pentagon assessment, ignored the IDF assessment that this wouldn't work, and went with the Mossad, Ben-Gvir, and, of course, Benjamin Netanyahu. So all of the Israel firsters in their eighth front war, the eighth front in the war, propagandizing us, they're the ones that are wrong. They're the ones that are discredited. They're the ones that were never Trumpers, and they're the ones pointing their fingers at us saying, we aren't MAGA. Well, I was never MAGA. I'm 1776. I supported MAGA, but I don't want to just make America great. I want to make it free and prosperous and have our soft power again, but people wanting to follow our example because we're a free, open country, not the imperial tyranny we've pretty much become. That's the facts. So Lindsey Graham has made the jump into hyperspace. We'll all join him at one time or another, so get right with God. And I'll see you today with my syndicated Sunday broadcast, 4 p.m.
All right, so he's done with that. But now let's get into the ass kissing from fucking Cory Booker that pissed everybody off. Because this queen had the nerve to get his ass up on Instagram and post this whole situation. And shout out to Conscious Lee, because he lights up in his ass too. And that's why I intentionally chose this video, because it comes with his commentary as well. So let's get into this.
Now, y'all already knew I was not going to let this one slide. Cory Booker, bring your bald head ass here.
And I hear through Dick Durbin and others that he's the guy to work with. And I say, Mr. Graham, sir, I'd like to work with you on criminal justice reform. He seems almost amused by what I said. He goes, Cory, do you understand? I'm in a primary right now, and I'm running against a guy who is batshit crazy. I can't even so much as talk to you right now. Get out of here, man. Come back to me after my primary. And I laughed and came back to him after the primary, and true to his word, he rolled up his sleeves and we went to work. And thanks to him and Dick Durbin and some other Senate heroes, our bill became the First Step Act after years, 2 presidents, 2 Congresses, and became law.
What we just saw there was Cory Booker illustrating his unnatural allegiance towards losers, even when it comes to the extent of his political agenda and his constituents. Lindsey Graham did everything in his power to make your life a living hell and our life a living hell. And now somewhere you have so much respect for him that he couldn't find for us when he was alive. Man, even in the story he just told about Lindsey Graham, he illustrated that he's a self-serving bastard that will put his own interests individualistically before everybody else as a collective. He said, hey, man, I got to worry about me first if I worry about you and your blacks and your criminal justice. Come back to me. Now, stay with me, y'all. I know we will all agree that criminal justice is an important issue, and we will all agree that mass deportation and illegally locking people up is a criminal justice issue. What does it mean to champion Lindsey Graham on some menial effort and support that he put on criminal justice while he champions mass deportation that is so anti-criminal justice? I hope that he's kickballing with the devil right now in hell.
I feel good about the Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes.
Yeah, and he thought that shit was cute.
We've run out of bombs. We didn't run out of bombs in World War.
Your goddamn prayers is with his family, and I'm wondering how far does the apple fall from the tree when it comes to this demonic man, Lindsey Graham, and the people that he was able to spawn into this life. How much of his values and how much of his morals and ethics did he leave behind? They don't praise gang members in our community as cause destruction when they go pass away. So why in the hell would we give so much grace to these political gang leaders when they have caused so much destruction, not only in our communities, but worldwide? Cory Booker, I'm stunned by Senator passing. That man was 71 years old. He lived an amazing life, a long life, where he caused hell to a whole bunch of people.
I want to start with a bunch of thank yous. I want to thank the big guy, God. Trump comes later. Mr. President, you're not far behind God, but we're going to start with him.
In my humble opinion, I believe it's a bunch of Democrats that's like Cory Booker that will reach across the aisle, proving that they are so bipartisan and proving.
Yeah, I wish I had more of that clip, but he was absolutely right. Is that you can't trust these damn you can't trust them. They're all 2 sides of the same coin. But now we're gonna wrap this up because I got one more clip where I agree with this lady, and I feel like she sums it up in this whole situation about people getting mad that saying, show some compassion, show some empathy. He's not here to hear your hateful comments. When he was alive, he didn't give a fuck what people was thinking. So why do I all of a sudden gotta show this man great? You know what? I can't with y'all. Sometimes I be wanting, Chris, don't go there. You don't want to get your channel taken down. So we're gonna play this clip from this lady because she is me. And I can't wait to get to be her age. And well, I talk like this in my regular age. So let's play the clip and then we'll come back and talk.
Fuck no, I'm not gonna have any empathy. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck that warmongering piece of shit, flip-flopping motherfucker, ass-kissing, pedo-loving motherfucker. And fuck you too, Grandpa. You mean have sympathy and empathy just like the fucking Donnie the pedo does? The one that said he was glad Robert Mueller was dead? Fuck you. No empathy for these fuckers. None. You know what I think? One less Republican. Yay.
Lady after my own damn heart. So yeah, that's all I got on that. So we can wrap this up right now. So I feel, let's say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Lady G no longer in the union? Now we just wait for them to announce Mitch McConnell was no longer in the union. Because y'all out here trying to pretend that man's still alive, allegedly. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, okay. Child, I can't believe we almost at 5 hours into the show. Damn, it's been a minute. Hearing Lady G allegedly wore red lingerie is one of those moments. Me having a great imagination is working against me. Child, look, already saw it in my head. So it's a horror image. My mind's eye wants to but can't unsee. Absolutely. I firmly believe politicians like Lady G make legislation against facets of sex work yet get caught in scandals because they want the service to be for the elite and not for Joe Public. Absolutely. It's like it's for me, not for, not for thee. So I do agree with that. A lot of them want stuff just specifically for them. They're selfish. That's why like the elite should only be the ones to enjoy all the fruits of the labor, and then the rest of us out here literally being buck broken, basically. That's what y'all want. Ana Navarro's father unalive people in Nicaragua. Oh, I didn't know that. So I would not be surprised. It was like, I don't believe in the saying, don't speak ill of the dead. I always said, if you don't want me to speak ill of you, then when you pass, don't do fucked up stuff when you're alive. Absolutely. And that's what I'm going to start saying. I was like, well, don't do fucked up stuff alive when you're alive, and I won't have to speak ill of you when you die. Because that's the truth. It's like, if you do right by people, people will say nice things about you. I'm not going to sit up here and give this whole fake, oh, it was so sad. It's like the things he did to make people's lives a living hell. Fuck him. Rest in peace. Why are they singing praise for Lady G? That's why I had to turn it off. I'm like, y'all, that's why I can't take that show seriously. There's certain segments that I will use in order for, but that was just, child, that got me tight. It's all the Dems coming together calling her my friend. I'm glad you used the her pronoun. And that just goes to show you like where they lean politically when they do stuff like that. Two sides of the same coin. Remember when a wealthy client passed away during one of Electra's sessions? Oh yeah, maybe that's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about Pose because I started rewatching that show during one of Electra's sessions on Pose. That storyline was inspired by the great tale of Dorian. Yeah. Yeah, I would trust to believe. I remember the whole Dorian Corey story. That was legendary. I see a lot of people on my social media cheering, me included. You ain't seen all the memes and posts and stuff I was posting? There have been stories about the late senator since day one. Absolutely. Miss Booker, another quiet as well, hasn't really been that quiet. Because yeah, them stories about Miss Booker is legendary. I told you, look, him and RuPaul are cousins. RuPaul can't be the only homosexual in the Charles side of the family. I think he's from the Charles side. He might be from another side. All right. Um. Okay, y'all. So wait, was that everything? I learned to not speak ill of the dead during my Bico days. There was one individual with a deceased mother, and whenever they got him, wait, whenever me and him got into it in a panel, I would always bring it up. Ooh. Well, some people like to do the low blows when they really want to hurt your feelings. But this man voted on policies that affected a lot of people that he would low-key benefit from. I don't like that shit. Don't sit up in here and be doing homosexual acts, but then you don't want homosexuals to have any kind of rights. So you want to carry, but the rest of us can't. And that's why he was heavily out here drinking. But anyway, let's get into some more Levitical news. Wait, did I put this in the right order? I think it's supposed to be Silky, Nutmeg, Ganache is the next one. I think that was what we're supposed to do. Anyway, let's talk about Silky, Nutmeg, Ganache, who is apologizing for what she has said about Bob the drag queen. So Silky is out here making amends and taking accountability. The good Dr. Reverend Silky Nutmeg Ganache took to social media on Sunday to apologize to Bob the drag queen, referring to the drag race winner as an Oreo during a recent appearance on T.S. Madison's Outlaws podcast. So we do have the clip of her apologizing. We're going to play that clip, and we are going to come back And talk. Please hold.
Hi, you guys. It's your girl Bishop with the good milk. And I wanted to come on and say something. A couple of weeks ago, I did the Outlaws podcast, and I went on there just kikiing, drinking, having a good time. But within that, I said something like, as someone that is pro-black, that I should have never said to even begin with. And I realized that my word choice could be offensive. And if I'm grown enough to say what I said in the public, I felt like it deserved a public apology. So I wanted to apologize to my friend Bob, the drag queen, because in reality, the hard work that Bob do, I never want to diminish that. You know, as girls we kiki, and certain things shouldn't be said. And I crossed the line. And I am one specifically, like, I was just on live with Bob just a couple of weeks ago, and I was telling Bob how much I appreciate like what he do, because it gives me inspiration and hope that I can do it too. And I just wanted to come on and publicly apologize to Bob for the words that I said. And I've talked to Bob like in person as well, but I felt like it was due to publicly apologize, because there's no need. Like, it was a kiki and it just blew up. Like, I never knew it blew up. And for y'all that know, like, me and Bob's relationship, we kind of I one of my favorite things I always say I like to do is to pick fun with Bob, and I do it on the regular, but I went too far, and I can admit that. So, Bob, I hope that you can forgive me, and I hope that this will blow on under, and that we can have real conversations like this, and accountability is had and made. So, I wanted to do that. It's Silky Sunday, and I felt like um, it's only the right day and the fitting day to do so. So, Bob, I love you. Everybody else, have a wonderful week. This is the final week for RuPaul's Drag Race All Stars 11, and I'm just elated that I have the opportunity to be in front of all of you and to give my love. So, much love and have a wonderful week. Thank you.
I hope I can actually stay up and watch RuPaul's Drag Race. The last time I think I was working late, it might have been when did I get around to watch it? I don't know. It might have been Friday. Oh yeah, Friday I got home late because I was working City Field, and it was a situation. The Red Sox had a plane delay, so they got in late, and then we didn't start the game at 7:50. I didn't get out until like after 11 because we had to do the fireworks. Do the fireworks every Friday, so I got home late, and I put on Drag Race, and it was hot outside. I was tired, and I always think like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna thug it out. Like, child, I went to sleep. I don't remember what happened with the challenge. I know Crystal won again, and a lot of people mad about it because they feel like is the whole Crystal thing um becoming an issue because they feel like she's being Ginger Minj this season. And I'm saying this, I don't think Crystal is a bad performer. I definitely think she definitely is good TV or whatever. But y'all been playing up in my girl Joey J face, so I don't like that. Even though I already know the outcome of that finale, I'm still trying to keep it to myself. Maybe I'll say it when I do my Patreon watch of the finale this week. But I'm glad she took accountability. I'm glad she apologized. And yes, Bob did respond on social media. He on the in the post actually it said, Silky, thank you so much for saying this. It really means the world to me. I hold nothing against you, and I think we should talk about it for the world to see. Very mature, very professional. You should be very proud of your run. And I definitely think that what needs to happen, Bob, have Silky come on yours. Not sibling rival. That's what she does with Monet. I know she has her own show on Purse First, the channel, whatever the case is called. Definitely have a sit down with her. I just saw an interview with Bob did with, was it Willa? There was somebody I saw with him. I've been watching so many drag queen interviews. I can't remember who did with what, but I definitely think that Silky and Bob need to sit down, have a conversation, and really get to the depths of this whole Oreo situation and have a sister-to-sister conversation regarding Black queens on Drag Race, the toxic fandom, and why they think that there are some queens that come across like an Oreo. Black on the outside, white on the inside. And then I heard some people, I don't know if it was AI or if it really happened, that Monet was pissed off over the fact of what Silky said. And what I said in the comments was, y'all did not hear Silky say Monet. Y'all assumed it was Monet because y'all think Bob and Monet come as a package deal. Yes, they're good friends. Yes, they have a podcast together, but they're not a package deal. But some people do look at Monet as being one of those girls too. A safe Negro that white people don't have issue with, that's not offensive, that would be considered an Oreo. Y'all didn't see her mouth the word. You caught Bob on the camera. All the other names she mentioned, you ain't see. TS know who it is, and TS did like the comment. I mean the post. TS made the knows who she said, but she not gonna reveal who said what. So all you could do is make assumptions. So I'm glad that she spoke out, she made amends, and all this other good stuff. Now the next person I don't see this happening with that she gonna make amends with will be Akira Chanel Davenport, because Miss Akira Chanel took to social media. Not only was she complaining about y'all up in here talking about y'all thinking y'all know what a lip sync is, y'all think people doing all kinds of gymnastics and backflips and all other stuff requires a lip sync. It's like, no, some of y'all need a master class in lip syncing. And what we got from Kennedy Davenport and Akira Davenport, that to me was a master class where it's just like it takes more to do to a lip sync than do crazy stunts. I think there's two people, in my opinion, that really diversify their portfolio in regards to do it. Well, many people. I think Kennedy Davenport is able to do it because she can get up there, do them high kicks, all the stuff, but she can also emote. I think also Latrice Royale is probably good at it as well. She definitely does that. Remember when she did Natural Woman? She sat up there and embodied the song. You had Kenya Michaels up there doing all this damn plies and twirls and shit like she was Britney Spears in the damn house in the foyer in the Gerber baby panties doing doing the knife dance. And it's like, sis, what are you doing? You don't need to do that to Miss Aretha Franklin, Auntie Riri. You don't need to do that with all of her. Get up there in the moat. She didn't know how to do it. And that's why her ass went sashaying away. I also think Juicy Love Dion is another one that's able to really embody all the characteristics of a lip sync. She can give a mean lip sync, but dance you down and embody the song with her choreography. We've seen her do that many a times. She is the true essence of a lip sync assassin. And then also, when she needs to emote a performance, she gives that as well. So I'm going to give her flowers on that. I'm sure there's others that I could think about, but I can't think of it all the top of my head. So Akira went... So in addition to her saying that whole thing about the lip syncs and all the other stuff, she also mentioned George's. So that was another one that we should bring up in there too, because George's eats down with the performances too. I love me some George's. So Akira went on social media with the following. She ain't mentioned no names, but this is what she said. It best y'all tell Miss Thing to keep my motherfucking name out her mouth. I kept quiet for a long time on the strength of keeping the peace, but fuck that. She want to see this side of me, then let's go. I'm gone air. Wait, what? If you're going to say gone, you should have did a G-O-N apostrophe gone. I'm gone air. That's how you write that. If y'all want to write Ebonics, you got to know how to write the Ebonics. I'm going to air that delusional, fraudulent, insecure ass bitch out with facts. She forgot I have and know her truth. So that picture that she keep wanting to paint of me to y'all ain't shit but lies, but let's run it scary, ho. She better go trick on some more fans, fight her cholesterol, so much mouth to cameras and people which shouldn't know shit. Wait, what? Which shouldn't know shit about shit. But yet to face me, but oh, it's coming. The gloves are off. Let me introduce you to Greg, bitch. Oh, and don't come on here talking about don't do this on social media, because now I'm going to handle it how I want to handle it. Stay tuned. So yeah, that was the post that she posted. And one of my friends posted, Seth Winarski, he's so damn shady, posted, Go says, I'm here for the drama, and posted a picture of Silky with the puppet, which got a lot of people liking it. And my thing is this, Akira, if you're going to come out and spill tea, can you spill tea and stop with the whole throwing the rock and then hiding your hand? Because that's what this whole post is giving. If you're not going to be specific about what is transpired between you two and what the drama is, then can y'all take us out of the group chat, please? I don't want to be in this group chat no more because it's corny. It's corny. It's lame. You're not really spilling the tea. If you're going to pull us all in the group chat we ain't asked to be a part of, I need y'all to really go on and let have. Stop half-assing it with the commentary. Because we still confused as to why you and Silky had a falling out. Is it over a TV or not? Like, I need to know. You already invited me. I know people like, you being so nosy. And she invited me into the cookout. She invited me into the group chat. You've dragged us into the situation. I ain't asked to be a part of it, and now we are part of it. So, what's the tea, sis? Let us know. I'm tired of being dragged around and trying to figure out what the hell y'all talking about. And it's like, if you're not going to spill tea, then, be quiet. Take us out the thing. I'm still confused about this whole situation. So, if you're not going to go in and let have, just ignore Silky. Don't let that girl get to you. I like Silky. I like Akira. I don't know him personally. I only met Silky once when I at Hamburger Mary's. I think it was in Long Beach. That was the one that she performed at. And that's where oh my God, the actor from I forgot his name, the gay one that turned out to be a homosexual. The actor from Mean Girls, the cute one, the one I was dating, what's the name, was interested in Lindsey Lohan. I'm gonna say Lindsey Graham, child. Him and his husband was there at the time when Silky performed, and Silky performs down. So I like the both of y'all. I'm sad that this is where things have transpired. And somebody also pointed this out that I think makes a lot of great sense too. Why is it when it comes to different races, I can't remember who posted it, but they said when it comes to different races, the Asian queens support the Asian queens, the Latina queens support the Latina queens. All the different demographics support each other. But when it comes to the Black queens, that's where all the drama and all the infighting and everything starts. And they're just like upset about it. And last but certainly not least, now this reminded me because Lady Bunny posted something earlier that I think I happened to see where she was talking about this whole Akira Silky drama. So now I need to go and find that real quick once I get through all her political stuff. How long ago was that was in there? I don't say it. I don't say it. I don't say it. I don't say it. I think it was about the beef and everything that was going between Silky and old girl, whatever. But I can't really find it. And somebody like, yeah, why is it that RuPaul's Drag Race continues to oh wait, I found it. Took me a second. I had to get through all the Lindsey Graham stuff. Yet another example of how Drag Race and gay media pits queens versus each other for while the judges pretend to be benevolent mentors. Were these two queens cast on the same season to excel or to fight each other over existing beefs, like when Alyssa was cast with Coco Montrese, hoping their old pageant baggage wouldn't restart? I don't know Akira or Silky, but both strike me as talents. Silky is known as a lip sync assassin and is very pretty. Akira impressed viewers recently with her lip sync to Deborah Cox, even versus the genius lip syncer Kennedy Davenport. Akira is also known for her exquisite costumes. In a now deleted FBI, and a now deleted Facebook post. Jesus, I know it's like the end of the time. I've been on here 5 hours. I'm tired. In a now deleted Facebook post and in a video chat at Roscoe's, Akira seemed hurt that her former friend Silky had ditched her, despite Silky allegedly stealing Akira's TV. If that's true, am I supposed to be impressed that RuPaul's Drag Race is casting thieves like Ru once stole an AC unit from where I live when I lived with him? Why aren't people realizing that reality TV thrives on train wreck behavior because there's no plot, no script, and no actors? The bizarre thing is that many fans of the show call fights good TV. That's why they argue with each other over made up feuds on Real Housewives shows, and why one popular reality show is literally called Traitors. The goal of reality TV is to bring out the worst in its contestants. Do some Drag Race contestants' looks and or performances rise above the cheap drama? Of course, but many viewers tune in for the arguments as this outrag article, well, she said mag, but I called it a rag. As out mag article begins, the girls are fighting. Funny how there's no article I could find showing Akira's impressive lip sync versus Kennedy, just one about the feud, which ignites. And I guess that's it, because it don't say it don't show anything else. But yeah, I agree on that. It's like we're not gonna celebrate the Queen's performance. We're gonna celebrate the drama. And it's unfortunate that that's where we are as a society, especially we love pitting black people, black women, black queens, black against each other in regards of clicks and likes and views and ratings and all other stuff. And Rue is taking all this shit to the bank at the end of the day. So shout out to you, Silky. Hopefully you and Akira actually sit down, queen to queen, and work things out. I don't see that happening. But at least you're off to a good start by apologizing to Bob, and hopefully y'all work out y'all stuff in an interview with each other. And I just saw that Silky just sat down with Mistress Isabel Brooks to do a little interview thingy over on her Mistress Mondays. So I guess I got to check that out because Silky getting around, child. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Silky Nutmeg Ganache making amends with Bob the Drag Queen, but she's still out here fighting with Akira C. Davenport? So whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. All right. You said Oreo, LMAO, middle school ass read. Okay. Well, nobody said these girls had the intellect to really come up with a good read. Silky is fuming. Wait, you said Silky is turning over a new leaf, especially after she went on Mistress Channel to finally explain her side of the Akira situation. So maybe that's why I need to watch to find out what transpired. That's cute and all, but what was discussed had nothing to do with work ethic or quality output. It was about the ability to assimilate to whiteness, making certain Black folk more palatable. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I said that's why there needs to be a full-length conversation where Silky and Bob sit down with each other and really hash this out. What that all means, how that looks in the eyes of, the world and all other stuff. So I think that is a genuine topic that they need to have amongst each other with us watching, of course. But that's a good discourse because like you out here making assumptions and calling people like Bob the Drag Queen an Oreo because she's palatable to white folks. But yes, you're a dark-skinned queen, but you're not a threat to certain white folks. I guess mine hasn't changed on that. After that Regina George stunt Silky pulled on Untucked, it left a bitter taste in my mouth regarding her as someone. I haven't been watching Untucked because Untucked's been so boring. So maybe the last couple of episodes before the finale, I definitely need to watch Untucked. Gays have to put the mean girls, high school clique teenage mentality down. Yeah, but you know what? The producers are going to continue to push for that because y'all talking about y'all don't want the drama. Then when the drama's gone, then the show is boring, and then they got to bring the drama back. So it's like you can't seem to win either way. It just goes to show that maybe people don't know what the hell they want. After watching Mitchell's video, I am Team Silky. Akira stayed with Silky for 9 months, eventually moved out without taking all her belongings, and eventually Silky discarded a TV Akira owned. So it's like, yeah, if you left because you had to live with me for a couple of months while you was getting your shit together, then we move out. What you need to do is come get your shit because if you don't come get it, I'm throwing it away. And that's no shade. My house ain't no damn storage unit. I just have one question for Simone. Does she like being the only dark-skinned person on the cover of Paper Magazine's Pride issue? Does she like being the only dark-skinned person in the House of Avalon? Well, you know what? That's probably the other name that they was bringing up in regards of Oreos. I hate the fact that they use my last name though. He says so. Basically, in Untucked, Silky, Joey, Crystal, and Dawn were all together in a group sitting on the couch. A carrier walks in, and Silky says, "Do y'all want to sit over there?" I said, "Oh, Jesus, that's shady." Like you was out here literally alienating her. But you know what? Y'all both hurt out here in these streets. And y'all know how to handle y'all, talk to each other, woman to woman. So that's what y'all need to do. Anyway, child, it is about almost 5.5 hours I've been talking. I think I'm gonna celebrate. I think I'm gonna save this Levitical plus inclusion in film at a 3-year low GLAD survey for tomorrow. I'm gonna let that roll over because I've just been talking for like 5 hours straight. And I gotta edit this show and all this other stuff. So yeah, we're gonna end it right here, y'all. So I want to thank y'all for tuning into this long-ass episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Hit that like button, subscribe, smash the notification bell, hype the channel, do all the things to help put this show out there in the world of algorithms and things. I'll be back tomorrow with some more tea. I did hear a story. I don't know if it's true, but I have to look into it. Word on the street is that Adam Driver has been cast as Magneto in the X-Men reboot. So I need to look into that story to find out if there's some truth to it. But that just came out. Somebody sent that to me as a post. So I need to look into that story before I, come with tea or whatever the case is. But anyway, because I did hear that some Avengers stuff kind of leaked too. I'm just trying to avoid that. You're welcome. Oh, it's a great show. Yes, honey. But anyway, love you all for watching. I'll be back on tomorrow with a brand new episode. Thank you all for tuning in. And until next time, ciao, darlings. I feel so free.